maybe you want to bring on some banned people. I don't know.
That depends upon
me.
I mean, that really depends upon your definition of transphobia. I don't deny that we've been called transphobes, but I think both of us reject those terms, those titles.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I do want to bring on some terrible people, so it's probably for the best.
Okay, right. I've pulled you up now, so.
All right.
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with everyone's favorite harmonica and potential crapster on Twitter, Adam Friended. Today,
what's up?
We're joined by Chud Logic.
What's up, Chud? I'm a huge fan of your streams. I'm like a little starstruck here that we're actually talking.
Are you? You were talking some shit about me, weren't you?
Wait, when was this?
No, he was like, "Oh, well, Chud thinks that you can't do any good out of your streams." What was that about? We can get to that.
Hold on. Wait. People told me you didn't do research for your streams. Obviously, I got some bad information here.
Wait, what?
You're not supposed to know that we talked smack about you? Damn it!
Okay. I don't even remember. Did you talk?
Damn it!
Our stream? I don't even remember this.
No. Listen, I'm part memeing. I think you were just bemused by a take I had about streaming, but generally speaking, it's positive. So.
Oh yeah,
obviously as a narcissistic streamer.
That was you didn't want anybody to get the impression that you were going to do anything good for anybody at any point in the future. That's what we're talking about, right? And I was like, I mean, never say never, Chud, never. Like you could be swimming in cash, and you could all of a sudden decide, look, I want to do, maybe I want to heal 1,000 people. Maybe I want to give 1,000 people eyesight or give them chemotherapy.
No, he wants to get a big mansion and have his mom make him nuggets. Okay.
Oh no, don't. So what's what's up, Sitch? You said something you were gonna.
Oh wait, so
you want to make some announcement or something?
Yeah, someone just sent me a message, Chud. They said that you're not the real Chud Logic, and we're actually talking to an imposter. You know about this?
Okay, I'll tell you what I do know. Yeah. I fucked up. My chat couldn't hear you. All your great memes.
Oh, that's okay.
Really racist. They said a load of racism.
Oh,
they said a load of racism. I was telling them not to. But they can hear you now. So
is it worked out now? It's on our stream anyway, which they should go over to right now. Sitch and Adam's channel.
It's fixed now. And also, why the fuck do you use Zoom? I just don't get it.
Because it's more stable than Discord. That's why.
Yeah, it's a lot more stable. So. But we do it because we do it. So, Sitch, you were saying something. You want to make a big announcement or something?
Yeah, I said I just got someone sent me a message and they said that you're actually an imposter.
This is not the real Chud Logic from the stream.
You're not the real Chud Logic, yeah.
What? Okay. How is that possible?
AI hologram.
Yeah. Okay. They said they wanted to come in that the real Chud Logic wanted.
This is like a deep fake or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think I know this is. This is This guy's just a memer, okay?
Oh, okay. Just a memer?
Yeah, they've done it in my chat as well.
Okay. One day,
well, I don't think he's going to come in. I think you scared him off, so
okay.
Don't worry about that.
One day the world will meme as one. We can all be memers together.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Chud, how's it going? We've been on a stream once together. We were on EFAP together, and you dropped that amazing Aldous Huxley quote that I have been using
every day
basically religiously, and telling everyone that I came up with the quote, although I've never read the books.
No, who needs the books when you can use the quotes that sound smart, you know?
Totally, yes, yeah. So that's cool.
Yeah.
We're actually going to respond to, well, I guess we could talk about the Mr. Girl stuff first. We want to talk about the Trump indictment. I don't know if you're following any of that, but the world is like on fire now. They're like following Trump's motorcade on 30 different channels. So do you have a take on that?
I can give the soy progressive takes on that. Sure. Why not?
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I want to talk to you a little bit about politics before we get started. It's interesting that you say that. We have, I don't know if you know the YouTuber Big Joel, but Big Joel is in a fiendish cope spiral now. We did a response video to one of his in one of our live streams, and we've been clipping out. So he clipped it out, and Big Joel responded to the clip. And then he did another response to the response before we even got a chance to respond to his response. Wow. What's going on here? So there's evidently some major, some
Drama.
unhappiness going on in Joel's life. So he's responding to us.
Wow.
We want to look at that, and
You sure?
yeah, obviously. I think that's it. Sitch, do you have anything you want to talk about? Or?
No, we started about the. I guess let's start with the Trump indictment stuff. I want to hear the soy progressive take that Chud has.
Well,
I'm ready for this.
Let's ask the political questions first, because I want to.
Okay. What are the political?
Well, I don't know any. Chud, you're saying first of all, you strike me as someone who understands politics more than most people do, which is obviously a feat in this day and age. Like, we're arguing with all these big Joel stands, and they don't really even understand any arguments. So they're completely blind to the points that we're trying to make. So, and we can reword them 100 different ways, but they don't seem to understand.
Are you asking Chud to? You're saying we want Chud to nail himself down, give him an easy label we can hit him with and attack him with.
Not really. I want to understand. Look, we had I'm really important on, and we were asking him, how do you perceive politics? How do you think people come to their political opinions? I feel like that's always a good starting point for a new guest. Chud, how do people come to their political opinions?
People come to their political opinions through a complex system of influences and belief systems put upon them by other people in their lives, and it creates sort of a fundamental building block in their brain that is quite difficult to change. Mm-hmm. Wait, what are you doing? Who's this?
What's happened here? Do we have look? Is this Chud Logic?
This is wait a minute. This is the guy saying that you're an imposter, that you're not the real Chud Logic. He's got your avatar.
I mean, you can literally download that from Twitter, so I don't know if that's.
But it is muted. I don't know.
Why have you done this? Well, it's fine. Listen, it's not a big deal to me. I'm just.
Oh my God! Who is this guy?
Who is this imposter?
Wait a minute.
Hold on a second.
Wait, hang on a minute.
I'm seeing double here. Wait a minute.
What's going on?
Who is this?
What is going on?
Logic? Who is this guy?
Wait,
who is this guy?
You've got my background. You've got
my background.
Oh my God, he does.
But it's daylight and it's night here. What is going on?
It's got the same
9 p.m.
He's got the same background. How did you do that?
This is madness.
Wait, which one is who? Which one is the real Chud Logic? I'm so confused.
You're gonna have to shoot
I'm
one
the
of
real
us
Chud Logic.
Minecraft.
Listen.
Yeah.
Well, that was good. That did sound like Chud.
Okay, here's the way to solve it.
Listen.
How much money did you make off of Mr. Girl this week and last week?
Listen, I only made 10 grand. Okay, it was a really bad couple of days.
Okay.
Wait, is that Doomer Media?
That is Doomer Media.
Is that you?
Yes.
You fucking look like me and you never said anything. What the fuck? That's mental.
You go out here and steal my fucking look.
I had no way. No way. That's mental. I didn't realize we
Everyone's going to think I'm British.
That's so awesome that he did the background. That's amazing.
That is fucking dedication. That is dedication.
Right. Look, here you go, Chud. I'll let you have your own background, okay?
Bro, you can't give me a bad look here. Listen, Adam and Sitch's audience are centrists, not Nazis, okay? Can we just chill a little
so they're to the left of your audience.
We haven't heard the truth about Chud Logic's audience. So are you nursing a huge Nazi fan base, Chud? Is that what? What is up with this this Roman salute you're doing here?
I mean, I have a couple of white nationalists in my audience, but they don't last long because we sometimes disagree. There's a guy called Sunwater who watched my stuff, but when I said that white doesn't necessarily equal European, he got really angry with me and left.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
We've said that. We've argued many times about, the white identitarian stuff. So we're kind of hated among that group too. We've gone round and round.
But isn't Sitch Jewish as well?
Yeah, Sitch is Jewish. Yeah, we've gone round and round with the neo-reactionaries.
That can't help. I'm not saying that because I'm anti-Semitic. I'm saying that because they're anti-Semitic, just to be clear. Okay?
Chud's like, if you want to build a strong white nationalist audience, it helps if you're not actually Jewish.
Wait! I left for 5 seconds.
That makes it
talking about Jews. What's happening?
That makes it nearly impossible.
Oh no!
Your people?
We were talking about the Chud chasing off his white nationalist audience, and I was saying that we've done battle with the monarchist and the neo-reactionaries and stuff like that. So obviously, yeah.
You're just libs, right? That's your kind of, you're just kind of centrist, middle of the road, boring libs.
No,
well,
no,
I mean,
no, you can go check out Little Joel's channel. They're conservatives.
I do think resisting arrest should be a capital offense. So, I mean, I don't know that that's middle of the road, but
that's pretty wild. Okay, well,
yeah. I think
anyway, I was about to be smart, and you interrupted me with your meme. Doing media.
Yes, totally. Yeah, let's go back to that. We were talking about politics for a second here.
Unbelievable. Anyway, basic position is I think people come to believe what they believe because they're influenced to do so for a variety of factors, to put it very simply. That's it. That's my take on that.
Do people... We oftentimes talk about like thinking fast and slow, Daniel Kahneman, how there's how the brain is divided into like an emotional type lizard brain and a rational type logic thinking brain, and that a common belief that we share on the show quite often is that really it's the emotional brain that's driving the ship, and a lot of people they're using that rational side to kind of post hoc rationalize whatever emotional feeling that they have. I don't think that's too far away from what you're saying. Is that in sync with your thinking as well?
Yeah. Sure, because the thing is, I would say as well, is if you are someone who engages in more like logical reason to come to your conclusions to find truth, that's a luxury that's been afforded to you via time or education or some other means.
True.
And it's no coincidence that, you know, retarded conservatives, I mean, we can talk about retarded leftists too, sure, if you want to do the centrist thing, but retarded conservatives who have got shitty beliefs, generally speaking, are going to have retarded conservative parents, and they're retarded conservative parents. And it's like, you know, the ideology goes along. And we accept this very often with religion. If you've got Catholic parents, you're likely to be Catholic. And I think it's the same with political ideology too. But even breaking out of that is a part of having access to a means to do so via education, or maybe you've got someone like a tutor that you connect with and they're able to help you in some way, or there's some things that happens in your life that brings you to certain conclusions about things. So yeah, I think all of it comes from factors. I don't think it's possible to just purely think, oh, I'm going to think my way out of something. I think stuff has to happen to allow you to think, to do something.
Right. So, but you put a high premium on things like evidence, you know,
education,
logical
culture,
reasoning, things like that, as opposed to just, you know, gut intuition.
Yeah. I mean, today I was covering the dark and darker stuff. You know, don't get me wrong, I'm not like some heavy tier thinker guy that jerks himself off. You know, I talk about drama and funny things I think that are happening or whatever. But I was talking about the dark and darker thing. And intuitively, I would always go towards, you know, as a sort of progressive or lefty or whatever, the little guy's the one getting fucked over here. But looking at the dark and darker thing, it's pretty clear that the little guy, I don't know if you know much about the drama.
I don't know. You want to give us the backstory?
Okay. I mean, obviously, this is my biased interpretation of it. There's other takes out there, of course. But basically, there's a small studio that's created this game called Dark and Darker. People, and it's an offshoot. The studio is an offshoot of people that used to work for another studio. And the big studio is making allegations that they've essentially stolen things from them to create this game. And it looks on the face of it like a big studio is holding power and influence over a small studio to try and accuse them of some misdeed. But the way I saw it and the way I looked at it from the coverage is that actually it seems like the smaller studio has potentially broken some sort of law around trade secrets or something that applies in Korea. And so it looks like they may actually be fucked from a legal perspective. So, but the basic point I'm trying to make is intuitively, I would immediately go, well, the little guy's getting fucked over. And maybe a couple of years ago, I would have just gone along that route. But because I'm more interested in like looking at the truth or the evidence and what's going on, I probably want to hear more about the actual reality of it rather than just go my preconceived ideology or notion of what's true. And this was true of the probably better example, the Carl Rittenhouse stuff. Carl Rittenhouse stuff was a big moment for me where the truth of what was happening was different to what my ideological, bias would be. And that was a big moment where it's like, well, a lot of people are saying what I just think is bullshit about this case. I think I'm seeing it more truthfully. They seem to be very ideologically compromised. And then what happened and, kind of validated my viewpoint on that, if that makes sense.
Did the case change your opinion on like reality politics?
I think it changed it really brought into focus to me just how dishonest progressives can be when they want to be. And particularly like the issues with the mainstream media reporting the story too, because I've got a lot of faith and belief in the mainstream media as an institution. So seeing them drop the ball so heavily on that was pretty shocking to me. You know, but then you look to the right and they're celebrating because they were correct. But then they'll do the same thing with whatever the next story is that skews that way for them, if that makes sense. So
yeah, of course.
It's a difficult frustration that everyone is guilty of this, of essentially going towards their own ideological biases rather than taking a step back and going, well, what's actually true? What's the reality of what's going on here?
Wow, look at this, Adam. We have another enlightened centrist here.
Yeah, I know. That's why I like Chud.
I'm not a centrist.
Look, it's
yes,
a
you
Marxoid.
Yes,
I
you
don't.
are.
I want to go back to the drama
Take
thing
it.
for a second because Chud, like, I like drama. That's not a big deal. I find this understanding how people think is useful in the drama realm. Like, obviously in the Mr. Girl stuff, I would say, you know, Mr. Girl is just ideologically captured by his own biases and doesn't understand how human beings think enough to escape those biases. So I still think it's useful in the drama realm. Do you disagree or?
Well, no, okay. I guess I hate the idea of someone listening to me and going, oh, this guy's jerking off to his own brain, because I'm British. We're very reserved over here. We're very you know, we make jokes about ourselves and stuff. So, but yeah, sure. I agree. I do these things called rape reviews. Have you ever heard of a rape review before?
Rape? You review rapes?
Yeah.
That's okay.
No,
I
I've
don't
never
know.
heard of this.
This is
I mean,
these
not
are
as in
rapes that
watching the
you're
video.
committing, or
No,
watch
obviously
a
not. That would be a
rape?
conflict of
I'm so
interest.
confused.
I couldn't review my own rape, but what I can do is someone comes out with a twitlonger, and you look at it and you go, right, what evidence has been provided? What actions have they taken? What is actually being accused? And then, you know, you come to certain conclusions about what's going on and give your take on it. Because we've moved from trusting the legal system with some of these things to the court of public opinion. And my take on it is I probably can't affect that, but at least I can give my take into the ether to, you know, at least make it so someone just doesn't get hauled over the coals when they haven't necessarily done something that wrong, or there isn't evidence provided to say they've done anything that wrong.
I see. You're rating the validity of the accusation. You're not rating how well the performance was.
What of the rape?
Well, I mean, you said rape.
this
review,
is
that's what it sounds
like a mob.
Yeah,
How are you
it sounds like-
defining rape here? I feel
How
like we
good
need
is
to know
this
that.
rape 0 out of 10?
yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, it's another sign of my destiny orbiting, probably, because I think destiny is, you know, really led the way when it comes to reviewing rapes on the internet. But yeah, I mean, you know, obviously it is a bit of a meme to play with the seriousness of rape, of course, but it's anything from, you know, minor sexual from nothing, which is like a woman comes out and says, this guy was a bit of a fuckboy with me, which I don't really think is that big a deal, all the way through to, you know, this guy sexually assaulted, raped me, you know, seriously, and I went to the police about it, and anything in between that you could imagine.
So you're talking about actual sexual impropriety. I thought you were just talking about like somebody gets attacked by some, you know, woke mob coming to cancel them.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, so I don't know if you follow much of the streamer drama that goes on, but Rich Campbell was accused of raping someone. Kai, or you know, something like that. Kai Sennett's friend was accused of raping someone. What other? There's loads of ones out. I mean, it's streaming, so there's loads of sexual shit
Everyone's
going on. At the
raping
end of the
everyone in
day.
the streaming world. What's happening?
What Chud, what do you call yourself? What do you title yourself? Are you a streamer? Are you a political streamer? Are you a
Probably
Muckraker.
commentary streamer is probably the closest thing where
Okay.
I would align myself. Something like that, yeah.
I'm just
do dip into
doing
politics,
a little
less than I
light
used to.
graphic design here as we're working on the show.
Wait, what are you doing to me?
I'm putting
You're gonna
commentary.
write rape reviewer, Chud Logic rape reviewer.
Oh, I'm avoiding rape reviewer. I'm putting
Reviewer
comment.
rape.
I'm
Anyway,
putting
listen, I'm sorry.
commentary streamer.
I'm hitting pretty hard with the rape jokes. If you want me to not say any spicy things, just let me know.
I
but I'm just
want you
kinda
to hit
cutting loose.
harder.
I
the
just
rape
first
joke,
I just
honestly.
want to know if
Okay.
it's actually rape or if it's like
No, people accuse other
metaphorically
people of
rape.
rape in the streaming community, and
Well,
Chud
okay.
is like the rape
Chud-
detective. He takes out
There's
his
no way
magnifying
that
glass.
you could be too misogynistic for Sitch and Adam's audience.
He
There's
looks
no
at the
way.
liquids. He says, "Whose juices are these?" Was the rape?
Well, no,
real?
obviously not. But like, you know, for example,
who was the raper in the Destiny stuff? Because that's what Max's article was about, right? It was, first of all, it was as
Well-
long as like War and Peace. I saw you reviewing it, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. And I watched maybe like 15 minutes of it, and then moved on to something else, and then I came back like 10 hours later, and it's still going. Like you're still streaming.
Right.
So So you did multiple streams on that, right?
I did, yeah, because I started reading it and I thought, and then people started paying me a bunch of money. I was like, fuck, I might as well continue if I'm going to keep making money. And then I ended up making like $6,000 or $7,000 off of it.
That's
I think because it's such a mammoth feat. It's like, it's almost like climbing Mount Everest in some ways, some might argue. But
harder,
intellectually at least. Yeah, harder if anything.
It was your Vietnam.
But yeah, I mean, it was obviously a very lengthy article. I think that there's this post hoc rationalization I've seen of, oh, well, that was what it was always going to be. It was always going to be just listing some of the bad things that Destiny's done to try and paint a pattern of behavior. Obviously, I used to be friends with Max, so I do have somewhat of an inside track into some of the dynamics at play. And my understanding was that it was going to be more of a Harvey Weinstein style expose. And that was how it was very heavily worded at the start. But it turned out not really being a Harvey Weinstein expose. It was just, here's some bad, condemnable things that Destiny's done, some of them over a decade ago. Here's how he treated Lav, which obviously I do not really agree. I think Lav is Lav at the end of the day. The Anna stuff, which I've said the Anna sexting thing was obviously a retarded thing. I can't believe that happened. But the thing is, there's little pieces in there that I would be critical of, and I'd say, yeah, I think this is dumb. I think this is wrong. But broadly, as an overall article, when it was supposed to be a Harvey Weinstein expose, didn't really seem to meet what that was. Right. So it's like massively underwhelming compared to what I was expecting it to be. But then I'd been following it, so I knew that what it was supposed to be had sort of backslid away from that expose to being what it ended up being.
That's the most charitable review of the article I've heard so far.
Well, I mean, the thing is
I would call it a schizoid manifesto full of lies and deceit.
Okay.
Can you put the old background up? Can you put Chud's old background up?
Sure.
Just because I have like I've got Chud Logic commentary streamer and Chud Logic media commentary.
Okay.
It's perfect.
I mean, I think, I don't want to suck my own dick. Okay. But what I will say is I feel like I have been quite uniquely placed to cover this because I obviously used to be friends with Max. And as revealed in some of the article, me and him have had personal and private conversations about some of this stuff. But obviously what was left out of the article, because it looks shit and stupid for Max, is that I warned him numerous times and told him, be careful if you're covering drama. I'll speak to you about what I think happened between you and me, so I can give you my take on it. So I've had a bit of an inside insight into the way it's gone. And it's funny seeing in the article, like him talking about the Vosh stuff. That is more or less exactly what he said to me privately months ago, which my response was, that isn't really what happened. You're not giving an accurate reflection of the drama as it happened.
You don't want to suck your own dick, or you can't suck your own dick?
I mean, can anyone suck their own dick?
No, I get what you're saying about the, and this is what I was talking about how people think, because a lot of times our biases are what get in the way of us being able to accurately perceive reality. So you're telling Max, Mr. Girl, that you've got a different take on the actual situation, the facts on the ground, but he's not able to believe you for some reason. Like he doesn't necessarily think, he thinks your view of the picture is completely incorrect.
Well,
yes,
he's just delusional.
Yeah, see, that's what you're trying to avoid right there.
Well, let me give you an example. So Chud just watched the Kodology conversation, right? So Chud just watched the Kodology conversation. Max said in that everybody that he thinks highly of agreed with the report. And then like 5 minutes later, he says that he thought highly of Kodology, but she's sitting there criticizing the report. So he's like, I don't think highly of you anymore.
No,
I mean,
way.
It's just like a it's just a self-verifying thing. If you disagree with him, he just won't respect your opinion anymore. So
I've seen that. Yeah. I guess I feel like we're being hypercritical of Max, and Chud is a little uncomfortable with that, which
well, okay. I guess the level, it's not, I don't, you can call Max whatever you like. Okay. I know you've got a history with calling Max certain things. I watched your discussion with him. We don't need to get into that now. Okay. I think I was quite critical of you at the time, and I probably still would be, but we don't need to get into that.
Nice.
Okay. Listen, all I want to say is this, right? This is the problem with Max, and this is where I feel I've got a bit more of a different insight. Max feels a certain way about something, and he wants you to understand that's how he feels about it, right? Now, this gets into what you're talking about, because to me, I don't care how someone feels about something. I care what is true, what you can prove, and what the narrative as it happened.
Based.
Like, that to me is more important than how you feel. And this is why I keep saying Mr. Girl has become like a leftoid to me. Now, you could apply his criticism to the right too, but my experience, this is what I think of, is like the leftoid conception of like, well, I feel a certain way about it. There's a truth to that. It's like standpoint epistemology shit, right? And, like from my perspective and my experience, this is what I think about it. That makes it true in some way, whatever it is. I don't really care about that, right? It's like, what's true? That's what matters. And I feel that is a real failing of the report and of Max in general talking about this. He's more concerned about how he feels about it rather than what the truth is, in my perspective.
Yeah, he almost, he's almost proud of that. I constantly hear him say, these are my feelings. I like to wear my feelings on my sleeve. This is what people are here for. They're here for my feelings. And I'm like, to some extent, we want to understand who you are as a human being. But when you start becoming unmoored from reality, I tend to think, as a streamer, as a commentary person, you kind of lose respectability with the wider community and ultimately with your audience. Like, people are here to hear takes that have some semblance of the real world, or they just want to be spoon-fed, whatever their ideology is, right? Like, what thing can I confirm for you today? What bias can I make you believe is the way the real world is? That happens a lot too.
Yeah.
What's
funny about the article?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, what's funny? I was going to say, what's funny about the article is that hasn't even Destiny's haters haven't come out and given weight to the article.
Oh,
now,
really?
Oh man. No, there's not a single person that hates Destiny I've seen come forward to go, yeah, look at this article. This guy's really bad. And these are people that have consistently shit on Destiny repeatedly.
Well, Carissa Avalon is the only one.
Yeah. Oh, what Hunter? Oh, sorry. I mean Hunter Avalon's wife. Sorry, yeah. I feel bad saying that. But
how dare you use
her
real name?
There was some woman Destiny was talking to last night that was like, she seemed to believe that everything Destiny did was wrong.
Wait, Brittany Simon?
No, I don't know who it was. It was like this horrible struggle session. It was a struggle to listen to.
Was it Katie?
It might have been.
Destiny sometimes has like a sort of a heel, a retarded heel that he brings on to. Katie seems to be fitting that role at the moment.
To be retarded, yeah.
Basically, yeah. But the thing is, there's definitely obviously Destiny is not a fucking impeccable person that's completely beyond reproach. There's absolutely things that he has done that are wrong, and you can criticize. But it just feels like rather than just do that, Max has got to paint it as this behavior and put the moral impetus on you to cut contact with him or cut ties with him, which I just don't think is meaningfully proven by the article.
Have you talked to Max since he dropped this and you streamed on it?
No, not at all.
Okay. I'm curious, is he going to be upset that basically after all of his work, you've profited the most from it and not him?
He probably won't admit that, but when he asked about it on a stream, he seemed a bit perturbed by it.
I bet.
Let's put it that way.
Why didn't he do a video? Why didn't he read it himself?
Because he wants the words to exist on the page so you read them in your own head, in your own voice, to see how bad they are.
I heard that, and that seemed like a little I fucked up cope after the fact narrative. Like maybe he didn't really think it through and then just was like, oh yeah, this sounds accurate.
Okay, I personally think he is reading the words and he's got all his own biases, so he feels a certain way about it, and he thinks that maybe someone else might see it the way he does. Right. And I think there's some people apparently that agree with him. And people are going to come and cover it and give a negative approach.
I used to run a writer's lab for screenwriters, comedy screenwriters, and you would see this all the time with first-time writers. They would put up pages and the audience would be completely, confused basically by what was going on. So it was obviously bad writing. So then they would try to give the, it's like the audience gives feedback to the writer, and they would, tell what the problems were with the conflict or the stakes or whatever. But the person would often jump into this mode where they would just want to correct you that you were reading it incorrectly. where, you know, you just, everything is there on the page. You just, it's something happened with you when you read it that you didn't actually absorb the meaning that I had intended. I mean, obviously you got to go back to what you wrote to be able to change that. But I feel like there's a little bit of that going on with the Max situation. He's like, listen, I wrote this big thing and you're just, you need to read it correctly. Like, let me explain to you how you read this thing and get out of it what I'm getting out of it.
He seems to change his position on it, because on the one hand he says, well, if you disagree with the article and you think differently about it, that's fine. But then he's saying he's written it so like a journalist will read it,
right,
and be convinced by it.
Right.
Well, it's like, to me, that seems to be inconsistent. Like, clearly you want it to be convincing to people. And then he's like, well, I've written it for parents and parents of people that watch Destiny and journalists. But then you think, well, that it's the format's no good for that. Who's going to read 100,000 words?
Can you imagine a boomer getting an email like,
yes,
hey, can you read this? Can you read this Great Gatsby linked manifesto?
Did you know your child is watching the streamer? Here, read this 1,000-page document on this person.
And you can't understand it without like an autistic amount of lore.
Yeah, like, this is like
streamer drama.
The dumbest thing I've ever heard. Oh my God.
I mean, I am Jesus. I am interested in the dynamics of the streaming situation. It is kind of interesting that Destiny has all of this control over what people are calling his orbiters. And it's interesting that Max is like, I'm going to organize a union of the orbiters, like a orbiters union where we all have specific rights about how people address us online in the Destiny subreddit, which I also think is just a complete misunderstanding of how internet culture works. Like, Destiny doesn't have control like a military commander over his audience. A lot of times, if he tried to exercise that control, I think they would probably rebel faster than any kind of, like, they're not trained in the way a military unit is trained. So, but Max seems to have this impression that Destiny could do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is some truth to, maybe if someone is going on his stream regularly and wants to, you know, have favor with Destiny, they might have certain takes and certain perspectives. Like, there's probably something in that. But I think Max applies it way too broadly and applies it to everyone, including people like Abba from Abba and Preach. Abba got a bigger YouTube channel than Destiny, and they seem to just be more so friends. And they even disagree sometimes on stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
like on Max.
There is yeah, I mean, the other thing as well, there are definitely people in Destiny's community who are very sycophantic and will parrot whatever the line is from Destiny, and it's frustrating to deal with, and you got to kind of ignore it as best you can or tell them to fuck off and get a grip. But you know, there's a lot of people in his audience that are happy to hear criticisms and are happy to engage with people who are being more critical of Destiny. So it's a mixed bag.
Abba gave Max excellent advice, and it totally fell on deaf ears. Max did not take that advice at all. When he told him, you know, if you you should be interested in being nicer and wanting to influence people and growing a bigger audience. And Max was just not taking that to heart at all, which, I mean, at some level you have to win the audience over before you can persuade them. And Max kind of has this attitude that is just like,
he doesn't take advice. I mean, like, I talked to him. My main piece of advice to him was that, like, credibility is important. Like, the credibility of your witnesses and the credibility of you are crucial to people listening to you. And he was just like, no. And then he starts his article. Oh yeah, I'm the guy
destroying
who
his
thought the 11-year-olds
credibility.
were hot. Like, like, you're dead in the water. It doesn't matter what evidence you have.
Yeah.
He doesn't listen.
Well, that's my chief critique of Max, is that the things that Max wants to be persuasive on, he has zero credibility to be persuasive on. So I'm just like, yeah, same as you're saying, Doomer. He's dead in the water. You got to realize that that's the reality on the battlefield. And, you know, you say, okay, well, I can have credibility somewhere else. Like, I do think he could build some credibility as an artist. People seem to really like him as an artist, but
that's true.
Some sort of credibility as like this activist, it's like, nah, like, there's too much dirt on you, man. You got to take that into consideration.
I mean, he should have handed it off if he thought he had something to a journalist or something. There's plenty of industry people, streamer, esports people that talk about this stuff. They publish articles about Rich Campbell of OTK is accused of sexual misconduct, sexual assault, whatever. But it just seems like, I mean, I hate to use the psych terms, but it seems like incredibly narcissistic of like, I've got to control this. I've got to release the article. I've got to do it all. But then, you know, even in like Harvey Weinstein's case, because I think he atted the Harvey Weinstein journalist on Twitter, which was very funny.
Oh my
This was
God.
right at the start. Yeah, he atted them.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
trying to get advice. But, you know, surely, like, if someone that was abused by Harvey Weinstein isn't going to come out and write an article themselves about it, a journalist is going to investigate and look into it and do journalistic due diligence, which I think Max broke on many various occasions.
Well, and I think part of the problem with the credibility issue, didn't this all start because Max was mad at Destiny for talking to Nick Fuentes?
Yes, that is the kind of root of all of this.
Yeah, because it's not like, to me that makes the whole thing seem so spite driven. It's not like, oh, you know, he discovered some fact about Destiny and it changed his perspective. It's like, oh, we just disagree on something, so I'm gonna like try to destroy your career.
Yeah, I think that Max was concerned with the way that the subreddit was being managed, which is quite the sentence when you think about it. I mean, who fucking cares about a subreddit at the end of the day?
Well, that's right. He got banned from Reddit, from his Reddit. That's probably what pissed him off, right?
Yeah, that definitely had an impact. But, you know, I think there is a truthfulness to his feelings about it. Like, I think he feels the way he feels about it. But I think the bias comes from feeling negatively about it rather than being like, I'm going to destroy Destiny. It's like he feels righteously justified because Destiny is doing wrong.
Yeah, but it's more like,
obviously.
oh, because, you know, he had this whole fear that Destiny was going to turn people into all writers or something by being friendly to Nick, which, you know, it's actually like a tragic, hilariously dark comedy, because he basically destroys his relationship with Destiny over this Nick Fuentes drama. And then immediately afterwards, Nick Fuentes teams up with Ye and destroys his own credibility. So it's like Max's concern didn't even need to happen.
Yeah, I mean, because, you know, as in the article, I myself had concerns about some of the interactions Destiny was having with Nick. It just seemed a bit inadvisable to go for like chicken and waffles with the guy. But then when you get down to the meat and potatoes of what's the actual factual issue, I never thought that Nick was going to bring about the Fourth Reich by talking to Destiny. And I joked about a bit about this on stream, but in some ways I feel somewhat responsible for the Ye stuff because I was somewhat of an instigator for the conversation about Nick Fuentes, which led to Max getting banned, which led to Destiny cutting ties with Nick, and then Nick eventually linked up with Milo and linked up with Ye. That probably would have happened regardless.
Well,
but
yeah,
it's kind of funny to think that I could have influenced the potential Fourth Reich.
I mean, I'm sure Nick was like super thirsty when Milo called him to hook up with Ye. I think he would have done that regardless. Yeah. You know, people, you know, they challenge the chicken and waffles thing, which I watched that conversation. You know, I didn't have a problem with it. I don't think it specifically humanizes Nick in any special way. I mean, there's literally a part where like a guy walks by and Nick's like, "Are you Jewish or something?" And the guy was like, "Oh, I used to be a fan of yours, but now I'm kind of not." And Destiny like de-radicalized me. And like, to me, the only thing I think Destiny did wrong in that conversation, in those conversations, was he would afterwards, and I don't know if this is just because he honestly believed it or he was just kind of trying to keep facilitating these conversations with Nick, which were interesting, was he would kind of be like, well, is Nick really still a white nationalist? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Right. And then obviously, you know, the Ye stuff comes out and it's all like, oh, okay, he's exactly the same. Nothing has changed.
No, Destiny's mistake was not showing Fuentes 21 Jump Street. That would have just solved.
That's true. That would have solved everything.
Well, the funny thing about the chicken and waffles thing is I was concerned about it quite a lot and privately to Max. But then when I watched it just before our conversation. There's a whole thing we can get into. We don't need to go into all the ins and outs of the drama there. But like I watched before the conversation, I watched it and I was like, actually, what I watched seemed fine. It didn't seem like to be that big a deal. And you know, it's something that I guess is always the issue is you'll watch clips of something and you'll get a certain emotional state about it.
Yes.
But then when you watch the full context often, and this is something, you know, I still struggle with today because you see something on Twitter, like I saw Nicholas Dorio shared a clip of something and I was like, fuck me, this is crazy. But then I watched the full context. I was like, yeah, this isn't as big a deal as I first thought. So, you know, just another lesson of just watch the content, come to conclusions based on the full context, you know?
Oh yeah, no, it's like so often. Yeah, very on Twitter. They'll prime you. They'll you know, you read their tweet and it puts that idea, they inception that idea in your head, and then you see the clip and you're like, oh my God. And then you go back and you watch the whole thing and you're like, oh, wait a minute, it's not what that person was saying at all. They completely took it out of context. So I never I never trust or try to put any faith in clips that I can't actually find the full context of, which is why I'm not a big fan of Project Veritas, much to some people's
What do you think of all the white people getting beaten up by the black people then?
I think it's obviously selective bias.
Okay. I mean, obviously I agree, but I was hoping to say something racist.
You know, I remember like back in the day.
Almost got him.
I remember back in the day. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have pulled the doomer and gone full racist. I remember back in the day, you know, like before all the woke stuff happened, people would post all these fights online, like constantly. And you'd always see, you know, white people attack black people attack white people, black people attack black people, white people attack white people. You see like this, like, it just, you know, it's constant. And then all of a sudden now it's like, oh, you only see videos of black people attacking white people. I'm like, wow, did all the fights between white people and white people attacking black people change? Or is it just people selecting certain things to try to kind of frame things in a specific way?
I don't know if you felt like this as well. I'm getting off the topic we were discussing, but it just one day, all of a sudden I noticed there were so many clips of black people beating up white people. And I was like, where did this all come from? Like, all of a sudden everyone's posting these clips.
Yeah, it's an op.
Yeah. Or maybe it's based on my Twitter activity and it's telling me something about myself. No, I want to see racism.
Whenever I see those clips on Twitter, because I know exactly what you're talking about, that's what got Scott Adams in trouble. He started to see all these videos of black people beating up white people, and he's like, oh my God, it's making me racist. It's so funny because he even said that. But when I would see these videos on Twitter, I try to see like, wait a minute, who's like originally circulating these videos, and it would generally be like the same handful of accounts I'd find were circulating them. So I do feel like it is some kind of op, some intentional thing, like, oh, let's, you know, just flood Twitter with all these videos of black people beating up white people.
From accounts like Race and Consciousness and stuff like that.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. Or the account that says like the good Jew, and then you click on it and you're like, I don't think this guy's Jewish.
Do you guys want to watch some clips? I saw you guys both entered the watch together. I pulled up, because I was looking for something on Trump. I don't know if anything's been released on Trump, but I saw this clip with Blagojevich, and we've been talking about Blagojevich recently because I saw an interview with him, and I, for the first time, thought, oh shit, maybe this guy's innocent, and he got totally, you know, shanghaied, thrown in jail for on trumped up charges, pun intended. Do you know the Blagojevich story? He's supposedly the guy he is the guy that supposedly sold or tried to sell Barack Obama's Senate seat. And he got in trouble for this, and they ended up throwing him in jail. Trump ended up getting him out of jail, pardoning him like 3 years before his sentence was up. So obviously he's a huge Trump supporter because of that. But there's an interview on there's an interview with Blagojevich on Vlad TV that kind of gives his side of the story, and it makes it seem like, okay, well, maybe there's more to this than I know. Anyone? Chud?
Play it. Listen, whatever you want to throw my way, I'm ready. Okay. I don't know much about this, but I'm ready.
Oh, you don't? Okay. What am I? Look, you're British. You know nothing. Okay. You're basically like a proto-American.
Yes.
All I know is Orange Man bad.
He's like he's like a Tory, one of those Tory. I have no idea what a Tory is. So
Tories are the conservatives. They're the right-wing party. They're like a less severe
the base
Republican.
party.
So
they're more liberal than Republican.
He's a progressive. He's not a Tory. He's actually.
You're a Green Party. Yeah. What's the one that doesn't like Jews?
I mean, that was Labour under Corbyn, allegedly.
Labour. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah,
I brought up the Brit bongers to make fun of them, Sitch, not to divert the conversation into politics nobody cares about. All right. This is American politics.
I know. I know. Keep up.
So here we go.
Okay, I'm ready.
It's only a 3-minute clip, but I'm interested in what he says.
Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich. Nice to see you, sir. Good morning to you. I'm going to share a number that I think you're very familiar with. Year to date in Chicago. Motor vehicle theft.
Okay, this has nothing to do with Trump. So
good job.
Why are they doing race stuff? What the fuck?
We'll move
Chicago
on.
crime surge, because there's been a crime surge. What do you mean?
Curious. Why are they talking about Chicago, I wonder?
Oh, okay, I see.
Wait, I want to see the race memes. What are you doing? Go back to the race stuff. I want to.
Hold on. I think he does. He asked him
Chud
about
wants
Trump
the race
here.
bait.
Okay, intimately familiar with the criminal justice system yourself. What do you think about what's happening with the former president, generally speaking?
I think this is the apocalypse of our democracy. They're doing to a republic.
Now that is not hyperbole.
The apocalypse of our democracy. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Republican president at the major league level, what they did to me, a Democrat governor at the AAA level. I went to prison for things that are not crimes. They're charging President Trump with things that are not crimes. One positive thing I suppose you could say about the DA over there, Bragg, is that he keeps his campaign promises. Here's a guy who ran on a campaign promise to charge President Trump. The other thing you can say about him is he's violating his oath of office and destroying the Constitution and the rule of law. And if anybody ought to be going to prison or charged with crimes for this episode, it ought to be that DA. These weaponized, uncontrolled, corrupt prosecutors are going to destroy our democracy, steal our freedoms, and take from us, we the people, our right to choose our own leaders in elections.
I like this guy. We're going to throw the DA in jail now. How do you guys feel?
I mean, well, is he one of those woke DAs that lets black criminals out? Because if so, that's
he is
a good thing.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Damn. Okay.
He's one of the, look, he's going after the president.
Yeah.
Who's white. I don't know if you noticed, but
okay.
He's going after the ex-president.
Can I just clear something about the Trump thing? Okay. Because I think I've got the thing on this. So Trump's alleged crime is campaign finance violations, paying an amount of money to someone as hush money and not declaring that as part of the political campaign he was running for president. Is that right?
Yes, and lying about the payments.
Supposedly, right. I don't. Do we have the charges
allegedly
yet?
We do. I'm looking at them. Yeah.
Okay.
All the counts are just falsifying business records in the first degree with intent to deceive.
Okay.
So.
Isn't this like getting Al Capone on tax stuff? Is that not? Is it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. If it works, it works, I guess.
All right.
So you're in favor of this? What is your progressive soy take, Chud?
Well, I mean, I don't really have a progressive soy take. It is probably the liberal rule of law take in that, you know, if there's a concern that he's broken the law, let him be charged, let him run through the system, and then the legal system will prevail probably with the correct decision, more or less, I'd say. Roughly, that's my take.
What if he gets caught with possession of marijuana, which is a felony? Should we throw him in jail then? Let's say he's walking out of a club with a big fatty and they're like, President Trump, you know you can't smoke that around here.
Well, I mean, as long as it's difficult, isn't it? Because obviously the judge would determine what the punishment would be for that.
Should we throw the book at him?
Well, I think we should throw half the book at him. I mean, we should. You know, if someone's wait a second, this is bullshit. If someone's running for president, they should hold themselves to a higher standard. And this seems like a pretty serious breach to me. If you're breaking campaign finance in order to put your thumb on the scale to get the result that you want from the election, that seems like a pretty serious violation. That isn't just smoking a fucking wacky bastard walking out of the club.
having sex with a porn star and smoking weed. I mean, I think that's in the same ballpark for me.
He's
not
getting charged for. He's not. I don't know if you're memeing or not. He's not having sex with a porn star. He's paying them off hush money to put a thumb on the scale of an election to fuck with our democratic process. Right?
Well, no, he's lying.
Wait, your democratic process?
He could do all that. He could pay a porn star hush money. He just can't use campaign fund to do it.
Yes, exactly. That you know, and it's specifically to influence his ability to win the election positively in his favor. That seems pretty fucked to me.
I think the issue is part of the issue is that you had the federal DA, both under Biden and Trump, looked into this. They didn't think that there was enough to charge him with. And it seems like even if he's, guilty of this, which he probably is, it just seems like something you should pay a fine for, that it shouldn't be upcharged to be a felony. I think that's where it seems kind of like wacky.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, well, whatever the legal, I've got faith in your brilliant legal system. Okay. And I think that as long as you can make sure that you're not overcharging him or over-punishing him for his crime, like if you want to look at comparative cases, obviously it's the president, first time it's happened, but other instances of people misappropriating funds like in this way, and work it along that basis, like with maybe a bit of extra penalty because he's the president.
Memes aside, you do think this is political, right? Obviously, this wouldn't be happening if Trump was just...
Well, of course it's political.
Candidate.
He was the fucking president. Like, it's inherently political. You cannot escape that. This is the president accused of a crime to help him politically. So it's inherently political. You cannot get away from that.
Political in terms of that. If Trump wasn't running for president again or was a Democrat, I don't think this DA would be prosecuting him this way.
I mean, it seems like he's less likely to get charged because he had political power and people are less likely to look into him. If he wasn't involved in politics, it seems like he would be more likely to be charged with stuff.
I don't agree. Well, with this one, it's kind of impossible because this is literally a charge about him running for president.
Well, yeah, but I mean, look, Trump has so many crimes, right?
Yes. Yeah. That's not untrue. Yeah.
Where have I heard that before? So Doomer's been watching MSNBC again.
It does feel
they're not
like
always
they're
wrong.
trying to get him on what they can. Like I say, the Al Capone tax thing comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think Trump does deserve to be got on something because he's done some fucked up shit. And if this is what they can get him on, then this is what they can get him on.
Mm-hmm. Well,
do you disagree with that, Adam?
Look, enough.
Well,
I
mean,
disguise.
Okay? I haven't seen Max's like 10,000 word essay on what Trump has done yet. So I mean, I'm withholding my judgment until.
Well, okay, but so Chud's question is like, say, Trump's done all this bad stuff, but you can only get him on the Al Capone, tax evasion charge. Is that justified, Adam? Do you think, for Trump?
Getting him on these charges are not, I don't think, are justified at all.
Even to get, because if you can't get him for something more serious, to try to get him on something minor.
Why are they going after him on something minor though? I just think it's obviously
he's a criminal.
Because whatever you can get him on.
Well, no, I don't. This whole whatever we can get him on thing, I don't buy into. You have to get him on what he's actually done. So,
well, he's actually done this. The question is whether
the implication here is that the guy has committed murder or grand larceny or
is it
carjacking.
Wait, who implied that?
Who's saying that?
Look, you're saying he's done so many crimes, we have to get him on something. The implication is that he's like carjacked grandmas, and we have to look, we can't get him on the carjacking thing, okay? Because he dusted down his fingerprints. Look at this. Look at Toomer.
Well, no, but I thought that was the question. I thought that was the question. So wait, the question was like, say someone did commit a carjacking and killed someone, but you couldn't get them on that. You can only get them on something minor, right?
Right.
I don't
think so. I don't think so because you're damaging the credibility of the justice system, and that's the same kind of problem as damaging the credibility of. I mean, I would argue that this is damaging the credibility of the justice system because it seems so blatantly political. Like he's upcharging things when right now they're letting all these petty crooks off scot-free because they're downcharging everybody.
Isn't that whataboutism though? Are you not indulging in a bit of whataboutism there? Do you think?
Well, it is a whataboutism, but all it does is it shows how seemingly political the DA himself is, as opposed to being motivated by like a true sense of justice.
And it's a testament to kind of the environment that we're in. Do you agree that the environment right now is kind of lax on crime?
In certain states, from what I understand, sure. Yeah, there is a lax on crime approach, certainly.
Well, he's a DA in New York. Do you think New York has a reputation for being kind of lax on crime at the moment?
Sure. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay, so if the environment is lax on crime, but we have this one person that we're going to throw the book at, it seems blatantly biased.
Sure,
so I think that's the problem.
I'd accept. I guess the framing of it as political seems silly to me because it is, of course, political. But if you want to say he's maybe biased against Trump, if there's evidence that you could show me, we don't have to get into it now. But if there was like lax on crime for like a bunch of black criminals who clearly are guilty of sin or whatever, sure.
Well,
there's definitely a bias at play. I'd accept that, sure.
This is what the progressives are constantly saying. They're saying, listen, the 5 people get arrested all for the same exact crime, right? And it's the black guy that goes to jail for 20 years. Look, they get off with a slap on the wrist.
Now it's Whitey's turn, Adam.
Yeah, all the petty criminals on the street are getting arrested for campaign finance violations, and it's only Trump who gets charged.
It's only the white politicians getting charged.
I'm only using this as an example. The
just
example
because someone
is
biased doesn't mean they're wrong. That's the problem as well.
That is true.
They can be biased, but you need to prove to me that they're biased. Like, for example, if you said to me, right, he's going to be chucked in jail for 20 years, and that's nowhere, like, I'd be like, yeah, that seems insane. That's a way too harsh penalty. But trying to get Trump on this when it seems like he has done it seems fairly reasonable in and of itself. And I think that if someone is running for president, that increases the impetus to make sure there is legal scrutiny over them because they're going to be running our country. And if they're a criminal, that's bad.
The question is, how much does procedural fairness impact the credibility of the justice system? And I would argue that procedural fairness is like bedrock. It's like essential to any justice system.
How would they not be procedurally fair to him? I don't understand.
If 5 people do the exact same crime, and one guy goes to jail for 20 years and is upcharged, and the rest of them get off scot-free, you realize that's not procedurally fair.
Who's getting off on campaign finance violations?
Hillary
it seems
Clinton.
like.
Look, hold on. You're missing the
you haven't
example.
Heard this?
You're missing the example here.
From the same DA.
She lived in New York, so I don't know. It could be. It was
that's
the claim was.
But what is it?
The claim was that she misappropriated campaign finances, I think, to pay for the Steele dossier. I believe that was the claim.
I mean, if there's evidence that Hillary Clinton is on the hook for something she's not been charged with, fucking arrest that bitch too. Okay,
well, she did destroy her phone, and they decided
arrest
not
them
to
all.
prosecute her, right?
Listen, that's what they had right. The fucking okay.
Can we get a locker up? Can we get a locker up, Chud?
Lock her up.
Isn't it kind of? I'm glad you brought that up. It's kind of amusing that Trump almost ran his campaign on "I'm going to arrest my political opponent."
Oh, I know. Total hypocrisy.
That kind of like faded from people's minds, yes. with this whole situation. So
total hypocrisy. All right, let's watch.
Anyway, listen, you're fucking me over in front of your audience. I'm sure they don't want me to say this shit, do they? They don't want me to call out the lefties. You got me shitting on Trump. Bullshit.
Listen, I'm gonna. Don't worry. I'm gonna fuck myself over.
Okay, Chud, you sit in the back. Okay. I'll take over.
Wait,
from here.
You take the heat. Okay. They know you already.
Fuck Trump. Arrest him. Fucking kill him. Shoot him. Death fucking.
Okay, wait. I'm not doing.
Everyone
in a
hates
video game in Minecraft.
Okay. Everyone hates Doomer anyway, but Doomer, that was a little too far. Okay, we're gonna have to.
Wait, that's not Doomer. That's Chud Logic. Look.
Wait, no, I never said that. I didn't break TOS. YouTube. What?
God, it would be so. The two of you.
I can't believe you said that, Chud Logic. You're gonna get banned from Twitter.
I changed his name tag for you, Chud. I don't want you to get in any trouble. I'm looking out for you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Let's watch a little bit more of this, and then we can move on to the YouTube drama stuff.
Okay.
Is anything been reported? You've got your finger on the refresh button, Sitch. They
released the charges. Yeah.
But is Trump, because right now Trump, I think, is headed back to Florida. I think we might be able to, if he talks, we want to bring it up.
How upset? So me and Adam on Sunday had a very long conversation / argument about whether Trump would stay in Florida or go to New York. And I said it would be really stupid for him to stay in Florida, because then they would slam him for not following a full court order for a felony, which is a big deal. And Matt Walsh was like, he should stay at home and make them drag him out of his fucking mansion. And well, look, Trump said, no, I'm just going to fly there and not cause this whole insane drama. Sadly.
Well, he did negotiate no mugshot. I think because he already had the T-shirts made up for the mugshot, and he's like, listen, we already got the T-shirts made. It's not going to match. If you do a mugshot on the fly, I already got the mugshot done. He probably asked him if he could submit his mugshot. Can I submit my mugshot?
Tastefully posed to his benefit. Yeah.
It's like a picture from 10 years ago when he was.
Yeah, it's a picture from the 70s.
Yeah.
They would totally.
It's gonna be him in Home Alone too.
Yeah, they hate him. They would do dramatic. They would get him in the mugshot. They would do this dramatic lighting, up the nose shot, just make him look completely terrible. Bags.
Wouldn't it be the police taking that? I thought the police generally would like Trump, wouldn't they? Generally speaking.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
That's a good point. They might
do
go easy on him. The DA
I think
pulls
police
out
are
his
generally
phone.
going to side.
I don't know. No, I don't know. New York City might be a little different, but
the NYPD, they're all they're
all conservative
racism and shit.
Trump fans.
Well, I don't know, man. I'd imagine police swing generally conservative, probably more MAGA than Democrat.
Maybe.
That's very controversial to some people who are caught in their progressive echo chamber.
We haven't seen the indictment yet, and maybe there's something in there that could change your mind. Is that possible?
My experience, yes, of course, it's always possible.
Keep in mind, Trump got him out of jail 3 years early. I doubt he's going to say, oh, yeah, throw the book at Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be like, nah.
Have Fox News disclosed this fact on the show?
What's that?
Have they disclosed that there's a bias here that exists with this guy? Maybe I'm asking too much, but
I don't know that they did because I fast forwarded through the thing. So maybe
wait, Trump got Blagojevich out of jail, you said?
Yeah, 3 years early. I said that.
Why?
Oh, I think you were gone when I said that.
Why did he do that?
He pardoned him.
Why?
Why? Because he got shanghaied by the Democrats.
Well, okay.
He looked at his case
weird.
and he was like, "This guy's innocent."
Oh, really? You think that was the that was
well,
the
I think more likely he's like, if I get this guy out of jail, he'll be, first of all, he's a Democrat and he'll be a pro-Trump Democrat for life.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, pardoned. You're out of jail.
That there won't be anything in there that's criminal. This is a private matter with private money, and incidentally, there's something like $15 million in a fund in Congress that actually pays with taxpayer money, congressmen paying off people, hush money, who've said that they've sexually harassed or done other things to them. The idea that they would criminalize this in Trump's case, and these hypocritical politicians who are going along with that, my own party, Democrats, selfishly exploiting this for political reasons, is really disgraceful because the stakes are high. This isn't about winning elections. This is about our freedom, the rule of law, the Constitution, and self-government.
About 4 hours away from that going down. Nice to see you again. Hope you're...
See, I totally agree. I think the justice system is really on trial here. I think
I can't tell if you're memeing or not half the time, Adam.
No, no, it might be the sunglasses. I don't know. The credibility here, I think, is important. I do think it's important.
Do you think the credibility, the perception of the credibility of the justice system in the United States is more important than whether Trump did this or not? Is that what you're saying?
Well, obviously he did it, and look at the charges. Like, my problem is with the upcharging and the statute of limitations running out. I mean, it seems like a bunch of flim-flam. So at some point you have to look at the optics of it. You really do. Sure, by the letter of the law, maybe that they could charge him, but yeah, the optics. Look, credibility is instilled optically through people buying into the fact that this is credible. Different people have different ideas of what fair is. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of people who think fair is, you charge all of my political opponents and they go to jail for life, and my political allies, they get off scot-free. They think that's fair. Most people don't, but
I just feel like the justice system thing is a bit of a red herring, because we're talking about whether or not someone who was a president and is likely to run again for president has committed a criminal act in the course of committing his campaign and misusing campaign finance, especially if he's going to run president again. If he's done that before, then there's a preponderance that he's going to do it again, surely. So but we should deal with that accordingly.
Wait, I think
the charge though was a misdemeanor, and they upcharged it to a felony. So if it was, why not just charge him as a misdemeanor? Because they want it to be a felony, so he serves jail time.
I don't know the ins and outs of that legal system. If they've done that, that seems to be a mistake. They probably should just do it as a misdemeanor. And forcing through jail time. Yeah, that's probably wrong. Well, sure.
I think you do have to take in consideration the optics when we're talking about like the presidency, because let's, like, if Donald Trump ran on basically locking Hillary up, which would be, first of all, would be insane if the person who won the presidency immediately goes after their primary political opponent. And say, like, Trump wins, and then he says, oh, I'm going to get the DA to go indict Hillary because she destroyed, evidence when the FBI asked for it. She destroyed her cell phone, or she ordered her assistant to destroy her cell phone, which, presumably she did do that. It still would look totally insanely crazy that happened, and I don't know if it's worth it.
Adam, you look gay.
What? Why would you say that?
That's my counter argument.
That's your counter argument? Okay. Thank you.
Everybody.
Sorry, I don't listen.
How dare you?
I don't know enough about this. I don't know enough about this. So I'm trying to pull arguments from my chat, and that's the best I've got. That's the best I've got.
Are you homophobic? Are you?
Yes.
Chud is every form of bigotry personified.
I don't know what to say.
Look, gay means happy in this audience. So I don't know why you would say that.
You guys know how, like, I've assumed we've all worked jobs where there's like one crazy person there who
it's mostly just me is the only sane person
who, like, everyone kind of defers to. because they're like crazy. Like you don't want to argue with them. You're like,
oh
my
yeah,
God,
yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Right.
Usually they're the boss, right?
They could be. They could be. And it's kind of, there's like this weird thing, unfortunately, that humans, myself included, fall into this trap where if someone is always crazy, you sort of let them continually get away with crazy stuff because it's kind of expected. Like if the behavior, if someone's like, I'm a crazy person, you expect crazy out of them and you kind of like don't register in your mind the crazy stuff they do. Or if someone is a calm, cool, rational individual, when they act crazy, you're like, oh my God, this guy's out of control because it's so like different from their usual behavior. And I think part of the problem is, and I fell into this trap too, is that that's essentially one of Trump's great strengths, is that he basically brands himself as like this crazy renegade, and he's always doing crazy stuff that we just forget about it constantly. And because my opinion on this indictment stuff was, it was basically aligned with Adams until yesterday, where someone reminded me and I looked into it and I totally forgot.
Did you talk to a girl, Sitch?
It wasn't a girl.
Okay.
It was not a girl. Don't worry. But I totally forgot this. The month before the election in 2020, Trump, and I found clips of this, Trump went on Fox News multiple times and he told the DA, Bill Barr, to indict Joe Biden and Barack Obama. A month before the election, a month before Joe Biden is supposed to be in an election against Donald Trump's on TV telling Bill Barr to indict him and arrest him. And that's, to me, that's such an egregious. Now, Bill Barr obviously didn't do it because he didn't. Bill Barr was kind of like, yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Did he say in Minecraft?
There you go. To me, that was such an egregious use of presidential power. And no, I don't really remember anyone on the right complaining about it. And I think that if you take that into account, to me, it's like, well, you can complain about like this, Trump being indicted for this is political, which I think it is. And you can complain about all this stuff. But in my mind, because of that, Trump essentially opened the door to anything that happened to him, anything that's going to happen to him now with these indictments. And I kind of
live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, Trumpists. Fuck you. Okay.
I kind of washed my hands of it since he's done that. So,
I mean,
yeah,
there was also the coup thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is more specific to this specific incident. Like this is directly the same thing. Like
we covered the January 6th stuff. Our audience didn't like it, so
no.
Well, our audience.
I just think there's this thing that people
do.
Like they will, there's a selective memory of Trump, and they'll forget all the stuff like this that he's done, and then he's the victim. I mean, it's very much like leftoids, right? They do this victim mentality shit when Trump is a very aggressive, and acts in a very egregious manner, very bombastic manner, and says this shit. Then when it's happening to him, he's crying about it. It's like, this is the world you want to build. You fucking open Pandora's box with the shit you've done, and you didn't close it in time. Fuck you.
Yeah, to some extent. I mean, I do think that from the beginning, the media was very unfair to Trump.
Yeah,
and I think that actually made him become kind of crazier. But that doesn't justify then him like doing all the crazy shit he was doing. So
yeah, what crazy stuff are you? I mean, obviously January.
Well, I'm talking about like trying to get Joe Biden indicted a month before the election. Is fucking crazy.
Yeah. That is crazy.
Trying using presidential power
That's
to
funny.
withhold.
Stop with the Joe Biden
using presidential
indictment.
power to withhold foreign aid from Ukraine to try to get them to say that they're investigating Burisma so he could point the finger at Joe Biden again. Crazy. Him trying to get Mike Pence to throw out the votes in some crazy illegal move. So that
okay. There's a lot of crazy here.
Yeah, the election
Donald Trump
didn't even start in 2020. He did it in 2016 as well.
Settle down
now.
Donald
Trump getting fake slates of electors that he wanted to replace the real slates with, and then sending Rudy Giuliani to state legislatures to try to get them to overturn their own voters' votes and vote for him anyway. I mean, this is crazy stuff.
Look, he's funny. I can't help it. Okay, I like Trump. Okay.
Also, sorry, one other point I want to make as well. This is what I thought of myself, not from my chat. That's how the legal system works. Sometimes the balance is if you overcharge someone, then they don't end up getting prosecuted on the back of that because it's considered like an overcharge. Like this happens with police officers where they get overcharged for a crime, they don't end up getting prosecuted. So there's a check and balance in place there that exists where if it's put before whatever the system is to deal with this, if it's overcharged, he may not get prosecuted off the back of it.
Well, yeah. I mean, that can be true with police. I think the fear is that with Trump, since it's so obviously political, like it's going to be impossible to find a jury that doesn't have, strong feelings about Trump one way or the other.
Well, and also when they overcharge, they usually have evidence for those charges. They're not just
well,
saying,
not always.
okay.
I mean, I think, and this is the hot take. I think Chauvin was overcharged, and he still got found guilty. So.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, so do you want to? Is there any super chats you need to read before we move into Big Joel?
There's a very important super chat.
Let's hear it.
Well, first of all, our surrogate father, J-Mac, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships.
Wow,
thank
nice.
You so much,
welcome
J-Mac.
New members.
And Grendel Vivat, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. But J-Mac, our surrogate father for $20 says, me, Mom, can we have Chud Logic? Mom, no, we have Chud Logic at home. Chud Logic at home. Doomer Media.
Oh God.
I am the authentic Chud Logic experience. Okay, you're only getting half of it.
Wow.
Have you hung out with Doomer before, Chud? I mean, I love
Me and
Doomer.
Doomer go way back.
Yeah,
we go way back.
I love Doomer to death. Our chat despises Doomer. I keep trying to tell him, listen, you kind of have to win the audience over, Doomer, and he keeps telling him like, "Fuck off!" You guys are fucking idiots.
So like, obviously, you guys know that I'm the drama puppeteer. I have my strings and everything. So that's how me and Chud met. I had my little strings in him during a drama interview with this dude named Vadim.
Oh,
and this whole Big Joel stuff that's about to go on. That's because I said such a fucking clip.
Yeah, Doomer's been trying to light this fire between us and Joel here.
Well,
so.
I saw the most recent one, and I haven't watched it, but it looks like he was in my comment section, which I was arguing with some of his fans in the comment section just for kicks.
But I hope you weren't arguing in the comment section of his video under my name.
I was arguing in the comment section of our video under our name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You shouldn't do that anymore. I don't like that. You should use your own name when you argue with people.
Normally I used to do that, but it's like so much work to log out and find the comment and stuff like that. It's just easier to do it from inside the interface.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at this. I don't want to get smeared.
And listen, if this conversation is about defining wokeness, I've got a fucking ton of takes on this, and because this is a safe space, I can get them out. I'm so excited to do this. I'm fucking keen.
Do we have any more super chats?
Yes, we do. And then we'll get... Apprentice for 2 months says, "Why is the quartering on here twice?"
We love you, Jared.
Oh my God.
JD Bouchamp for 2 months. Chud Enlightenment, thank you. Says Chud Logic is one of the funniest and most charismatic guests you guys have ever had on the show. I was first introduced to him through Mahler and EFAP. Bring him back, please. Hope you're doing well.
True. Yeah. No, I love Chud.
There you go.
Thank you. I'm having a good time. Appreciate you having me on.
Blade Walker says, Doomer, you're supposed to look the opposite of Vosh. Not exactly the same.
Oh,
I don't look like Vosh. Vosh is in shape.
Oh, you're like an evil Vosh, aren't you?
Yeah.
We were supposed to destroy the Vosh, not become them.
Doomer has his own emoji in our chat. I don't know if you know this, Chud.
Wait, I should probably have your chat up so I can interact with them.
Don't interact with their chat.
But
no, I think. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, I think I've got a few kind of EFAP types and probably some moving through audience. They're generally pretty, decent and stuff. EFAP I just find it frustrating. Yeah, you've got a bit of crossover with EFAP,
of
right?
course, yeah.
There's like those EFAP types in the chat.
I'm sure we have crossover with your audience too, Chud.
Yeah, sure. I just find it's fine when you're talking about against the leftoids, but sometimes when you're talking about the right, they get a bit rowdy. Do you find that as well?
Of course. Listen, when we cover the January 6th stuff, I think we lost like 600 people that watch us regularly.
Yeah.
So, we took a big hit from that, but whatever. Gotta do what we gotta do. J-Mac for $20 says, Chud Logic gives me the Samuel Tarley vibes. Is that only me?
Oh, fuck off.
Wow. That's a compliment. Samuel Tarley is awesome, isn't he?
No, he's like a fat, ugly loser. What do you mean?
What do you mean? He's like, everyone likes the moment when he like picks up Frodo and he's like, I can't carry it, but I can carry you.
That's Lord of the Rings. It's that fucking loser from Game of Thrones.
I
think he gets cucked.
Oh, you're right. What am I saying? You're right. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot.
Oh my fucking God.
Oh, you're right. Samuel Tarley is a fat cuck loser. Oh, that's so sad.
Thanks for that super chat. I appreciate it.
Wait, he killed a White Walker though.
By accident.
What are you talking about? You're a badass.
By accident.
Hold on here.
Sam, we got Chud the Slayer over here.
We got the side by side here. I mean, it's no, it doesn't look anything like it.
Oh wow, hurtful. That was mean. That was mean. Okay. Anyway, so what would you want to give us? What is your definition of woke take? Chud?
Me? Okay. Right. I'm going to wax lyrical for at least 2 minutes.
Do it.
Go for it.
So progressives do this weird gaslighting where they act like you're a fucking retard because you can't define woke when everyone knows what we're talking about. Okay. If I say something's woke, you know what I mean. They know what they've got an idea of what is woke and what's too much. Maybe we differ on the line, but we're going to all broadly agree on what it is. And then they're like, whoa, can you define it? To me, it's the same kind of game that conservatives play when they say define woman, where there's like a concept that is actually quite difficult to pin down exactly what it is that encompasses everything that you want to encompass in your worldview, but because you can't do it, they act like you're, talking out of your ass. And it's like, we all know what we're talking about roughly, like, let's not be fucking cringe about this. So It really pisses me off. And I just think it's like I said, it's weird gaslighting to try and act like you're crazy when you're actually pointing to something which is legitimate and it's got a reasonable point of like, it's, I think I saw your definition. It was pretty good, but people even complain about that because it's too lengthy. So it's like, what do you want? You want an intricate definition that's long? That's not good enough. Me just broadly gesturing at what woke is and you kind of broadly understanding it, that's not enough. It's almost like they don't want to have a conversation about the negative aspects of this kind of progressive extremism. And they just want to, sort of like browbeat you over not being able to specifically define a term in like 2 seconds, right? That's my basic take on it.
Well, I think there's a lot of performative stupidity going on. I agree with very much everything that you said. And you're going to love this video because this video is like the king of performative stupidity here. And I went back and I was like, well, we watched this originally on stream. I think we were like 7 or 8 hours into a 10-hour live stream. I'm running on fumes basically. And, I think we did a good job. But, his stands are basically trying to gaslight me into thinking that we didn't understand the video. And I went back to it and I'm like, no, I totally understood the video. He's basically, he's going to the clip of this woman who basically stumbled over the definition of woke. I'm sure maybe you covered it, Chud. It went viral. Everyone was talking about it. Yeah, the conservative woman. So she basically did a follow-up where she lays out the definition, similar to the definition you saw me post online. Ben Shapiro posted a definition that was very similar to that definition. And Big Joel here, he says, look, these definitions that she's using and that Ben Shapiro are using, those definitions aren't the definition that the conservatives are using. The conservatives, when they say woke, they just mean anything that they don't like. And I'm like, well, that's fine. You can say that, but that doesn't magically make the definition of woke disappear. Just because they're using this loosey-goosey definition doesn't mean that the technical definition that we're all talking about and having in-depth conversations about ceases to exist. And I use the example of like milk. I don't like milk. If I say milk is gay, it doesn't make the definition of gay go away. Gay has a definition, like a technical definition, a substantive definition. Just because I've changed the definition for, something I'm saying, it doesn't make that definition disappear.
So what you're saying is like, so when people would use gay as like to mean something bad or stupid.
A slur, yes,
right,
exactly.
It doesn't erase the fact that gay means homosexual.
Right, yes. Okay. And same thing with woke. He's basically making the argument, conservatives are using woke for the new slur against anything that anything progressive that they don't like. And I'm like,
he doesn't say progressive.
Oh, he says liberals, which is what makes it even worse. Yeah, exactly.
So I actually think you guys did fuck up because you've allowed this to get really convoluted when it doesn't need to be convoluted. If wokeness is anything, it is fundamentally anti-liberal. That is like the first thing that you should say.
Wait, what do you mean?
And like, he said that. He said that in the original video.
Yeah, but
at the end.
I know, but
that's at the end when I sent him a DM.
That's the ploy, Doomer. You gotta get Joel all confused.
I was only pretending.
Then you hit him with the anti-liberal at the end, and he's like, "Oh wait, shit."
The term woke, I mean, one thing I would say, I think hopefully you'd agree that it does get overused and used excessively.
Of course. Yes.
Right? Of course.
But wait, we're intelligent human beings here, Chud, right? We can understand this little thing called context, right?
Right.
If I say, oh, Big Joel is a fucking genius, do I mean he's an actual genius? Is that the literal word genius means super intelligent, big brain dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, he's a fucking idiot. That's the way words work. So when they say, you know, some blue-haired feminist is woke and they're using it as a slur, they're not using the technical definition of it, but it doesn't make that definition vanish into the ether. We can still have competent conversations about it. And the reason why this video triggered me is because he pulls out two definitions that are accurate. And he says, no, those definitions are wrong. As if look, imagine I do a definition of what homosexuality is, right? It's like same-sex attraction, right? We shouldn't denigrate homosexual people. You know, they're born this way. It's not a problem. Like, here's the definition of gay, right? And and Big Joel pulls that up and says, no, this definition of gay is incorrect. Adam's definition is completely farcical because every time I hear somebody use the word gay, they're using it as a slur for something they don't like. It's like, you're an idiot.
I just want to clarify, you're okay with using gay as an insult, though? My chat's a bit perturbed.
Oh, are they?
Know that they can...
I'm not okay with using gay as an insult. I'm just using it as an example. Yeah.
Well, I think it's fine. So, you know.
Oh, okay.
You're more woke than I am.
I mean, I would use retard because I think retard is actually...
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If something is
Wait,
gay,
did you just drop a hard R?
If something is gay, just call it retarded, and we're all on the same page.
So let's watch the video, but I just want to say one thing before we do. Going back to what you said, Chud, I basically agree with almost everything that you said. The only thing I would say is that I'd be careful when you say, just like the right did with the "what is a woman" question. Yeah, because the right doing that was a direct response to the left doing that to them, saying, well, how do you define a woman whenever these conversations of like sex being a binary brought up? So it's kind of like a no, you know, reverse Uno moment.
Yeah, no, I understand that. What I'm saying, though, is the way, sure, that may have started like that, but often the right use it as a tool or like an ideological kind of battering thing, if you like. So they're
right, but I'm saying they're using it because like the left literally was using it against them, saying, well, you can't even define what a woman is. And then they'd say, like, there was, I forget the guy's name. This was the anarchy guy. The really weird lefty guy was on Joe Rogan, and he's like, oh, well, define what a woman is. And Joe Rogan's like, you know, it's a woman. She's got boobs and vagina. And then he'd be like, oh, well, you know, if she can't have kids, is she still a woman? If she has a double mastectomy, is she a woman? Like, they play this like really stupid category game where, you know, if you don't have a definition that encompasses every single permutation of the category, then the definition is arbitrary and therefore nullified, essentially.
Sure. No, I can understand that's where it came from. But if you look at like Matt Walsh's documentary, him asking what is a woman is not being asked in an honest. What I'm getting at is he's not asking it in an honest fashion, expecting an honest answer. It's used to make the other side look stupid.
Yeah, he's a disgusting lying Republican.
Right. Well, first of all, I want to say, well, I don't like.
Like, if Matt Walsh isn't going into a conversation thinking, I'm going to ask what a woman is and have a good faith conversation about what a woman is. He wants to make the other side look foolish.
No, he's thinking, how do I grift off of these people?
You are correct.
Well, I'm not.
You are correct about Matt Walsh's.
But I accept that that's where it came from. I accept that's where it came from, and I agree. Like, if you want to talk about gender stuff, I've got a lot of criticism of the progressive gender stuff.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just saying that Matt Walsh asking that question is because the right was asked that question, and so he's just doing the same thing back, essentially.
Sure. Yeah, I know what you mean referring to, because it was like, what is a woman? And it's like, or like, what is a chair? I think was another thing that was used, and like people would give a definition, and it's like, oh, a horse is a chair. You're retarded. So okay.
So we would love to have Big Joel on again. We had him on once before, like, despite all the insults. The whole idea that we can't communicate with one another, I think is a problem. And Sitch, I think, has said, you know, he has postulated that he's operating in bad faith, which, I mean, I'm open to that. I don't know that he's being good.
Well, no, listen, if Big Joel's come on, that'd be great. We'd love to talk. I haven't actually watched any of his response videos yet.
Oh, really?
But I've heard they're stupid, and they seem stupid, and the comments seem really dumb. So I'm assuming I felt like he was operating in bad faith in our conversation, but.
Oh, you were super triggered in our conversation, and I was just like.
Because I feel like he does that performative stupidity thing. Like, he feels very similar to me as what's his name? Bob.
Oh, okay.
Where they kind of like just pretend to not understand what you're talking about. Organized
chaos. Yeah. I think it's actual stupidity though. I'm leaning to this guy is just completely dense.
It's weird because like when we've talked to, FD Signifier and John Lewis,
he's like, way more good faith.
When we talk to like black leftists about woke being anti-liberal, they all understand exactly what I'm talking about
and agree.
Essentially agree.
Yes.
And then we can have a conversation about like, well, is it a good idea to move the country in this direction? But when I talk to white leftists, it's like
the problem is the Yakubian soul of the white people.
There you go. I don't know if it's just because like they're all dishonest or they just are completely ignorant of the like ideology and the academic literature that they're talking about.
I think ignorant. Like they learned about it on MSNBC. Like they
get so triggered when I say like woke is anti-liberal and they're like, no, it's not. And then we get in like a 2-hour argument about how woke is, pro-liberalism or something.
Sitch will start
a lot of these foundational
books.
Texts.
Sitch will bring up
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, you go.
Oh, okay. All I was going to say is like if you look and dig back to a lot of this stuff, a lot of it is like feminist Marxism or some shit like that, which is often a very anti-liberal perspective, and they're pushing against the idea and some foundational principles of liberalism. So it is absolutely anti-liberal, but that's not a criticism per se. That's just an analysis of what it is. If you're a liberal, you're going to think it's bad.
Yeah, exactly. But that's exactly it. I feel like I talked to some, especially like black leftists, and I'm just saying it's anti-liberal, which from my perspective is bad, but from their perspective is good. And then we can have a conversation about that. But when I talk to white leftists, they just fucking lie about it, or they're just ignorant and they say, no, it's not. They try to like hide it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Sitch will bring out the quotes from the foundational text and we'll start reading them together, Chud. It's often quite hilarious.
It doesn't matter.
I know. All right, here we go. Listen carefully.
This is the original video.
This is the original video.
Interview with Brianna Joy Gray, where this woman, Bethany S. Mandel, had trouble giving a definition of the word woke.
Woke is something that's very hard to define, and we've spent an entire chapter defining it. It is sort of the understanding that we need to totally reimagine and redo society in order to create hierarchies of oppression. It's hard to explain in a 15-second soundbite.
It's become kind of a fad among conservatives to try to define the word woke, and they keep doing a really poor job of it. Like
So he says they're doing a poor job. They're doing a very bad job of it.
Weirdly bad job defining this very simple word. Like the way they use this word is not complicated. Bethany S. Mandel had time to think about it, I guess, and she wrote, wokeness is a radical belief system suggesting that our institutions are built around discrimination and claiming that all disparity is a result of that discrimination. It seeks a radical redefinition of society in which equality of group is presented as the endpoint enforced by an angry mob. I like this definition because Now,
he says he likes this definition. I think his stands, who have an IQ of about 80, think that he agrees with the definition because he says he likes it. But he's saying, no, I like it because it's so insane, so batshit crazy, and he disagrees with it.
Enforced by an angry mob aspect of it is like codified as part of the belief system. Like being woke actually entails getting involved in some kind of a mob. I like that definition. Ben Shapiro largely...
See, he's saying, ha, sarcastic, we're not a mob.
But they say that it's not good to not be racist. You need to be actively anti-racist.
I know.
That's an admission of the mob mentality. Obviously not explicitly, but you need to organize and engage against the bad thing.
Look, it's complete self-denial, Chud.
You're bad faith, Chud.
It's complete self-denial. Okay, so he goes on the bench.
Let me. You're actually. So you sound like you were saying that when you were arguing with Joel Simps, that they were confused about Joel's position. They thought Joel actually liked that definition.
Yes.
Okay.
He's trying to say they're trying to say that Joel is saying, no, this is an accurate definition. Joel,
that's hilarious.
They're making the argument that Joel is saying this is an accurate definition and making fun of the people who don't use the accurate definition. And I'm like, you're a fucking idiot.
That's hilarious.
Joel is saying that this definition is not accurate at all. And the people who are using it as an insult, they're the ones that have the accurate definition. And that's why I keep going back to the milk is gay thing, because that's like saying, okay, the milk is gay people are the ones that are using gay correctly.
Right.
It's like, no, fuck you. You're an idiot.
Actually agreed with Bethany, writing, wokeness claims, 1, Western civilization and its institutions were and are discriminatory and serve the purposes of those in power, typically straight white men, and 2, that discrimination is both historic and ongoing, and all group disparities are explained by it. Discuss.
Okay, now that's a pretty solid definition. Chud, this definition look okay to you?
Yeah, definitely. Because the thing is, as well, is you can look at offshoots of this, and even if people maybe misuse it a bit, like when someone says a black person in a movie is woke, like you can kind of understand what they're trying to say, which is that, you know, there's a disparity that's considered that's trying to be fixed by some producer somewhere that wants, right? Like the offshoots of the conversation, if you are willing to engage on this definition, if you engage in good faith, you can understand where someone's coming from.
Imagine this, Joel Stans. We're having a substantive conversation about the definition. Isn't that amazing? Doomer, do you want to weigh in on this definition?
It's fine. I don't know.
But there is substance to this definition, correct? Do you disagree with the definition, Doomer, or you think this is your understanding of woke?
I mean, like, look, I get very annoyed by semantic conversations when, like, it's kind of similar to what Chud was saying. It's like, I don't think there's actually that much disagreement or misunderstanding. I think we all have a pretty good understanding of what it is that we're talking about. And like having an annoying ass fucking conversation about the edge, like 10% of cases, as though that means the whole thing just falls apart. I just have no tolerance for those conversations anymore, because you can do that with anything. There's like these semantic terrorists that they're just like, well, you can't use the word because it's not super precisely defined. And I'm just going to infinitely narrow in on more and more fucking shit to try and stop us from even being able to communicate with each other. I just find it annoying. So
we gotta steal that term, Adam. When we have a next conversation.
Semantic
like this,
terrorist?
We gotta call them a semantic terrorist.
I was going to say, now, so Doomer, you believe Joel is a terrorist, it sounds like.
He's a semantic terrorist.
In Minecraft, allegedly.
Okay.
So yeah, he mostly agrees with Bethany,
So he mostly agrees with Bethany, who is, we've already established, is wrong.
Agreeing that wokeness entails that all group disparity is explained by oppression, which I don't think most people believe.
So he says no, that's the wrong definition. Most people don't believe that it's caused by disparity, even though they do.
But people absolutely believe that and profess it and talk about it all the time on the left.
Totally.
Wait. Let me listen to what he just said. I interrupted for 1 second.
Agrees with Bethany, even agreeing that wokeness entails that all group disparity is explained by oppression, which I don't think most people believe, but they agree.
That's literally like the core
it's
belief.
Either race, class, fucking whatever your ism is. Like it's explained by that. You know, being disabled, being a woman. You know, because the whole point is you're rejecting the idea. And listen, I'm more of a Marxoid in this perspective, so we might disagree on this. But, you know, just to explain it, it's more so the idea that, you know, it's factors outside of someone's control and personal choice doesn't play a big part in our broad arc of our life. Right. So a black person isn't committing a crime because they've made bad choices. They're committing a crime because of systemic racism, because of poverty, et cetera, et cetera. So this is absolutely fundamental to wokeness as a concept, I would say. Well, I don't know why you deny that as a leftist. You're not giving anything away by admitting that. It's just the way it is to me.
Well, this is why I say, I don't know if Big Joel is being dishonest or he just is literally ignorant of everything he talks about, because the literal definition of systemic racism is just a system produces disparate, unequal racial outcomes. That's all it is. And it's labeled systemic racism. So by definition, that's what systemic racism is. Its disparity is because of these oppressive systems.
The one that really annoys me is when they get really pissed off about the idea of equality of outcome, when that is very much something that is pushed by probably a majority of people who hold these views, that like the outcomes being unequal is something to be ameliorated, right?
Of course.
And then you point that out and they're like, they just throw their hands up. Like, no one ever said that. It's like, what are you talking about?
Kamala Harris tweeted it out. What do you mean nobody ever says it? What the hell are they talking about?
And I don't even have as big of a problem with that as you guys probably do, but just fucking admit it. Like, be straightforward about what your positions are.
Look, I'm for UBI. So, I mean,
oh, you're back on the UBI train again?
Yeah, I think Scott is completely convinced me. I've been reading more of Scott's articles, and I think, especially with the AI stuff coming down the pipe, something has to be done. So we got to ease into it.
if I want to try and offer a bit of good faith to Big Joel here,
no,
lefty's coming out.
How dare you?
Lefty's coming out. My pro-bread tube deep inside me that I used to have is coming out.
Good faith Gary has entered the stream, guys.
Maybe that's what this retarded fuck is trying to say. No, what he's trying to say maybe is that maybe he's taking issue with the word all, because maybe there are circumstances where people engaging in this kind of woke perspective don't see it as all outcomes are related to that. But then the way I see it is that woke people do this, what I call it like a woke Thatcherism, which is this idea of like radical individualism when it benefits them. So a Nazi on the far right has made bad choices to be in that circumstance. They haven't, been a product of their circumstances or class analysis or race analysis or whatever, right? So I think they do it, but then it's not to his favor because it's when it benefits them and they can criticize a racist for being racist, whereas they may not criticize a black criminal, to bring race into it again, for being a black criminal, because they'll do the systemic analysis in that situation.
Yeah, they use it when it serves them.
That's a great point. That's the basis of tribalism, is that basically the rules that apply for my in-group don't apply to the out-group I don't like. And you see this a lot with the police. Whenever someone says, that they're ACAB, and you're like, well, are all cops really bastards? Or is every single police officer bad? And then they give you this, well, policing as the system, is bad. And they give you that. And then they'll say like, oh, I'm not saying every cop is racist. I'm just saying like policing as a system is racist. But then whenever there's any possible incident where, a white cop shot a black individual who was unarmed, they immediately jump to this cop is individually racist.
Yes. And they celebrate when a cop gets murdered or something like that.
Yes.
Whereas if you really believe in a systemic analysis, you would be like, well, this is tragic. They're a victim of the system in the same way as another person is.
Point,
but, to them, they are not a victim of the system. They've made a personal choice to be a cop. Someone's made a personal choice to be in the military or something like that. But that goes against the very principle of what it's supposed to be about, which is the systemic viewpoint of how people come
the
to
main
be.
reason people join the military is because they have economic hardship, and it's like one of the only paths forward that they have to actually have a decent life.
Doomer. They made a personal choice. Now, the drug dealer, on the other hand, he had no choice, okay? He was fucked into it by the system.
And this is why progressives are so fucked a lot of the time with this stuff, because they give all this grace to people that most normies think cause harm, like a fucking drug dealer, but someone joins the military and they call them a baby killer. It's like,
it's so, the optics are so bad and they have no idea. They're completely clueless about it.
I kind of came to this realization when I was listening to Katie struggle session with Destiny last night. And part of the reason people really hate, woke individuals, especially woke feminists, is that like she's basically attacking Destiny like, oh, why aren't you acting in this like so virtuous Jesus like love and kindness and forgiveness for every human being alive? But she's not acting that way towards him. She's not acting that way towards anyone she doesn't like. Yeah. That's why it seems so phony, I think, to so many people, because it's not like we've all probably met like the really hippy dippy new age like lefty types who are just like love and peace. And they're preaching love and peace. You're like, oh, this person, like, they actually believe that. That's how they interact with the world. You don't see them going after people, attacking them the way like the woke mob does. Or when the woke people attack them for holding up some kind of insane moral standard, they're not living by that standard at all.
Remember, Kanye wanted to forgive Hitler.
Okay, well, maybe Kanye might have been taking a little.
He might have gone a little too far. Yeah,
he might be taking a little too far. But there's an element of semantic terrorism and performative stupidity here, because when Ben Shapiro says in his definition of wokeness that all differences are via systemic oppression, what he's referring to is when woke people talk about race issues, they only talk about it publicly in these conversations from broad systems levels. And very often the right-wing counter argument to that is, no, it's individual making bad decisions, right?
Yeah.
And then so when Ben Shapiro says all, he probably doesn't literally mean like every single woke person ever thinks every single instance where someone has a disparate outcome is because of a system. He's just saying when they have these conversations, that's the answer that they give. It's a system. Yeah. And so for Joel to be like, well, not everyone doesn't believe every single thing is a system of oppression. It's like, well, okay, you know what Ben Shapiro is talking about, right? This is performative stupidity.
Should we go on?
I mean, I see it all the time. Yeah. Yes, go on. Yeah. Sure.
Agree on the major point, which is that they think that wokeness is just a replacement word for like identity politics, for discussions of oppression, and they're wrong. They're wrong about this. I'm going to tell you the definition of woke right now.
I think
the way that
did he not just clearly say that they're wrong about the definition? Like there's no question here, right?
Yeah. He said they're wrong. He said they think wokeness is identity politics. So he's defining what Ben Shapiro defined and what the lead defined as identity politics, not wokeness.
Right. And in our original video, we said, well, yeah, it is identity politics. That's a fine definition.
Right.
Wait, hang on a second. I thought my understanding of identity politics, I mean, I believe often these terms, how they're used broadly and meanings can change as time goes on, right? But traditionally, identity politics just meant aligning yourself according to your identity when it comes to political decisions. So you vote for like a black mayor or something like that.
Well, I think
poll is when women are cast in movies.
I think of it more like categorizing people into groups and putting them into a hierarchy of oppression by their immutable characteristics. So that's when I say identity politics, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is perfect with the definition,
progressive stack thing, right?
Yeah, it goes with
stack of
Right. I think it started the way your definition, Chud, I think was like the original, and then it kind of morphed into this oppression stack thing.
Okay.
Sure. Okay.
What was your original definition, Chud?
I mean, just that when you engage in politics, you don't engage on policy or anything. You just engage on if someone is the right race or identity.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
If someone's got the right immutable characteristics, I'll vote for them.
Well, I think part of the thing too is that if someone's operating under that lens, usually the systemic oppreson is
a play. Yeah.
Is why they're operating under identity politics.
Sure, yeah, you want to get a black person in office because by having a black person, they're going to speak for your rights, and they traditionally haven't been in office.
Representation.
But then if you're a white person, vote for a white person because they're white. I mean, obviously they don't like that. So
yeah, all right.
Yeah.
So clearly we're all on the same page here. But Joel, look, inform your stands, please. They think we got it incorrect here. I think because you said we got it incorrect in your response video, which is not true.
Use it. Woke, it means liberal. It means being a liberal. It means having liberal politics, particularly about race and gay people. Is this just like a performance, or does he honestly not understand that leftism, which I thought he was a leftist,
he doesn't know what
is anti-liberal?
Yeah, he doesn't know what liberal means. That's pretty.
He's
obvious.
using liberal as in the conservative or the libs are gay or some shit. Like that's what it feels like.
Yes.
But,
yeah.
So he's just
liberalism is about individual sovereignty. The sovereign is reign supreme. Identity doesn't matter.
Yes.
Et cetera. Right.
How dare you have a substantive argument, Chud? How dare you? How dare you understand what liberalism is?
That's my understanding of liberalism, and people get it wrong.
Well, he's a Brit, so he understands.
It's true. Yes, exactly. Individual rights, freedom of association, like all that stuff.
Free speech and all that
Free
jazz.
Speech,
Yeah.
Natural rights.
You're basically trying to maximize individual freedom. We can get into the positive rights, negative rights. Right. We don't have to do that.
Well, and it's not just maximizing individual freedom. It's looking at the world through the lens of the individual.
Of course.
Where wokeness and leftism is looking at the world through the lens of a collective identity group.
Now, Chud, you said you lean more towards Marx. Now, I look at Marx as my reading of Marx is an individualist, and a lot of people find that
a lot of people are very upset with it.
They very out of their minds. But I think an honest reading of Marx is that Marx looks at how the individual relates to the means of production, and he's talking about something that we would think of as positive rights. He's saying, he's advocating for something like UBI, which would increase your personal freedom because you'd have to work less, right?
Well, I don't really know about that. I mean, the thing is, when it comes to the Marx shit, okay, I'm not like a hard line, we're scientifically going to progress to a point where communism happens or something like that. I just think it's a useful analysis to understand how material circumstances have impacted history and largely influenced history.
I agree.
And
with that,
how on a granular level it affects all of us. And, we could probably plot our life through our influences, and we could understand, well, this happened because this happened and this happened and this happened. And we understood it all, right? But I think, the thing is with Marx is the idea was socialism and communism was going to come about literally definitionally because of the contradictions of capitalism, right?
Then those contradictions never manifested.
Yeah, or like capitalism was able to right the ship itself, and
True,
like the endless increase of the market has encapsulated some of the things that may have led us down a certain path, and criticism of the system gets marketized and sold back to us and all this shit, right? So I think that there's a lot of Marxist and neo-Marxist texts which give a good analysis, like De Boer, Society of the Spectacle was a good text to talk about this kind of stuff. You know, I just think there's good analysis in there, but I don't necessarily get on board with all of the fucking prescriptions and the kind of communism as a panacea or a holy scripture that's going to come true or something like that. So I just want to make that clear. I'm not one of those. I'm one of the good ones, all right?
Look, I don't agree with
to me.
I don't agree with any of the prescriptions. Some of the analysis is correct. I totally agree. Yeah.
So let me throw you a life preserver, Adam. Let me save you.
A life preserver? What? Yeah. I'm drowned in
here?
What are you talking about?
Adam's fine.
From everyone getting mad at you saying that Marx was an
collectivist?
Not a collectivist. You were saying he was an individualist.
You said individualist, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but hold on. Let me
go
ahead.
Give you what I'm saying.
Save me.
I haven't read Das Kapital, so I don't know. But I'm guessing here. I'm going to use my intuition. I know you hate it, but I'm going to use my intuition for a book I've never read. Okay.
Mm-hmm. This happens. This is like half the stream all the time, Chud. Right. It's
Is it possible that Marx, from your reading, was doing the same thing Mencius Mollberg was doing in his letter that he titled "Letter to an Open-Minded Progressive"? We know that Mencius Mollberg isn't progressive. We know he's not even conservative by American standards, but he's trying to fashion an argument to persuade certain groups of people to adopt his ideology.
Well,
since liberalism was the dominant ideology when Marx was writing his work, is it possible he was trying to frame? I believe so.
Or at least
where he lived, wasn't it? It wasn't. He wasn't living under a monarchy.
How are we defining collectivism and how are we defining individualism?
Stop. Let me just finish. Okay. So is it possible that Marx was simply writing his work in a way to try to convince liberals to adhere to his collectivist ideology? Or was he just simply saying, oh, in order for you to maximize your individual freedom, so he's using liberal argument, you have to collectivize, right?
Well, look, collectivizing is not collectivist. Collectivism is putting the needs of the group above the needs of the individual. Collectivizing is opting into some group that's going to give you better bargaining power as an individual.
Right, but
they're completely different.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, did Marx use that idea to open the door to collectivism?
No. Do you think Marx came out and said, well, I guess there is some of it is, you have to sacrifice. But actually, I think that's a bad reading of Marx. I think the fascists that kind of came out and said, listen, you have to subjugate yourself to the state. I think that was politically convenient for political actors. I don't necessarily know that it's a good reading of Marx.
But the thing is, I think the idea that Marx was trying to appear to liberals is like a form of idealism that he would be against. The point was to spread the reality of the world and get people to see it, so like spread this concept of the class consciousness.
Right.
I'm not a fucking expert on any of this stuff, just to be clear, okay? I just like some of the ideas.
We're having a much deeper conversation than any of Big Joel's socialist stands are going to be even able to understand. Like they can't understand the difference between collectivism and collectivizing, okay? Which are diametrically opposed.
Okay, fair enough. We can move on because it's not really super relevant to the conversation. But
yeah.
I don't really want to.
Okay, sure. Let's get back to Duncan on BreadTube, okay? Let's go.
Yes.
It means liberal. The reason why I know this is because the word woke is not...
Liberal means individualist. It's the opposite of collectivism.
Not merely applied to identity politics situations. The simple belief, for example, that trans women are women is constantly being called woke. So wokeness cannot describe exclusively some belief about oppression relationships.
Wait, hang on a minute. But that links back to the definition. Because to say trans women are women, you are addressing the inconsistent, the oppression that they've experiencing by not being seen as women.
You think, Chud? Oh my God, you're saying the exact same thing we said.
Chud, you're going to be in a Little Joel response video tomorrow.
Wait, no.
Well,
wait,
no,
you're going to be in a response video in 5 minutes because that's exactly the response he makes in the next video we're going to watch. Go ahead, Chud.
But I don't feel like I'm disagreeing with to me that statement is just true, and I'm not saying it as a value judgment, right? I love trans women, okay? Trans women are great, right?
Yes.
But anyway,
he's a chaser.
Notice I say trans women and not just women because they are a bit different, but we don't need to get into that now.
You don't like normal women. I'm sorry, I said normal. Oh my God. You don't like
my God.
You don't like old women.
Look at this.
Whoa.
The trans genocide is real,
I'm so
Sitch.
sorry.
Wash your mouth out with soap.
You don't like old women. You like new women, right? Was that the Ricky Gervais?
Neo women. Yeah. Anyway, listen, it's getting a bit sordid, okay? But the point I'm making is by saying trans women and women, the point of that sentiment is to say you're accepted. You are oppressed by society, but we're going to accept you to rebalance the equation.
Preach,
so how is that?
Preach. It's exactly right.
Well, it's worse than that, Chud. He says wokeness is not identity politics because, and then he gives the example, trans women isn't women. Isn't that literally identity politics?
Yeah,
of course it is. Sure. Yes.
It's just, I don't know. I don't understand. When he said this, my mind fell out of my skull. I didn't understand. Like, it was so weird.
Every time you say that, Sitch, they read that as you being confused. I am
confused. I'm confused as to how Joel could say something.
And say it. Okay.
I don't understand how Joel could say something that, like, he immediately contradicts himself and doesn't realize it. and his fans don't realize it.
Let's postulate.
And when we watched it, Chud, who's never seen this video before, immediately was like, "Wait a minute." What is he talking about?
I know.
I'm familiar with the progressive ideology. Like, I've lived in it. I've seen people talk about this stuff, and to me, it just seems crazy that you would deny what to me is just obvious truth about what this is. It's almost like, oh, conservatives are saying something, we've got to disagree. It's like,
totally.
Yes.
If conservatives said you shouldn't eat your own shit, it feels sometimes like progressives would just scoop it out of the asshole and eat it and be like, no, shit's delicious actually. And it's like, yes. Sometimes conservatives can be right about things, and that's okay.
It's peak debate brain. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let me just go. I just want to hear that.
That trans women are liberal. The reason why I know this is because the word woke is not merely applied to identity politics situations. The simple belief, for example, that trans women are women is constantly being called woke. So wokeness cannot describe exclusively some belief about oppression relationships. It literally just describes having the liberal beliefs that liberals have about gay people and black people. That's all it means. It's not.
Wait, his example was trans women, and then he said it's the liberal belief about gay people and black people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know. What does that even mean? What is the liberal belief about gay people and black people?
Liberals don't believe in overthrowing society to try and undo oppression, which is
what is the liberal belief about the blacks? Okay, I want to know.
Well, you should judge them individually.
They should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. That's the liberal belief.
The whole point of liberalism is to move away from these identity games and look at individual action beyond identity.
Totally.
Yeah, but obviously Joel doesn't mean that when he says liberal.
No, that's why I want to know what he means.
From?
I don't know.
That's not what any. That doesn't make any.
That doesn't make any sense.
But he keeps he's tripled down.
No one knows.
It doesn't require like 5 sentences of explanation. It's not complicated. It's not deep. They mean liberal. They're figuring out a mean word for liberal. And actually,
see, that's where I think he's meaning it as a slur. He's like they want a new slur, and woke is their new slur.
Though. Libtard.
We still have hard R. Like we're not running out of slurs. We got F slur.
We got retard. We got libtard. We got libcuck. I mean, we got a whole look. We got a panoply of these. Doomer always takes it too far. Why, Doomer?
What did you say? I missed it.
Don't say it again, Doomer.
Jesus Christ!
I know.
I don't want to get banned. Okay.
You dropped the F slur, Doomer.
No, it was a bad one for Latino people.
I think it's okay as long as you don't use it in a hateful way, but let's not test the thesis.
Yeah,
okay?
let's not
YouTube
do
can be a
it.
bit.
I denounce and reject. Look,
he said Gusano. Did you say Gusano?
How can Doomer? How can you come out and gripe about Trump and then say things just as bad as Trump?
I know.
Yeah,
I apparently went too far. Right? My slurs have gotten me disavowed by Sargon in Chud's chat.
Oh, really? No way.
Yeah, Sargon's in my chat. He's trying to groom me. He complains about the groomers, the trans groomers. He's trying to groom me to be a fascist. So what's that about?
Is he really?
Is this true, Carl? Are you trying to groom Chud to be a fascist?
He's in my DMs every day going, Chud, you got to look another black as beating up a white. What are you going to do about this?
Oh, no!
No way!
You, Carl. You're sending Chud those videos. Oh, no.
No way.
Carl,
Chud's going, Chud, look at this. Bradford, it's full of Muslims. You got to fucking freak out about this. Come on. He's feeding me stories.
Sargon sees me saying slurs on stream, and he just starts crying, a single tear. He's so proud. Little lib, all grown up.
Oh my God! I just realized I just realized the label I've had up for you is Chud Logic, which I think
I thought that was intentional.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
I'll fix it.
I mean, listen, I can fit the role if you need me to.
Yeah.
I mean, he is a bit of a Chad, so no one's gonna.
There you go.
No
Okay,
one's gonna
Jesus
not
Christ. Listen, the glazing's getting out of control. You need to insult me a bit. Come on.
No one's
I called
gonna
you
get
gay
it.
earlier.
British.
Yeah, but I think gay is
You are
not an
proto-American,
insult. Come
so-
on, I told you already.
Oh, Chud, you want an insult? You want a fucking insult? You look like me, mate.
Look, we love you too, Doomer. So go easy on yourself here.
Okay. What are we doing here?
Actually,
anyway?
I'd say that of all-
Look, we're getting on with the video. Okay, the hug box
press
is
play then. Go on.
the hug
go on.
box is officially
Let's go.
over.
All the conservative definitions for wokeness, Tim Pool is the closest. As he writes, understanding what woke is simple. It is the modern left/liberal culture created by algorithms on social media. It is characterized by cult-like adherence to rapidly changing ideological foundations rooted in various leftist theories. It's social zombieism.
Okay, so he picks this definition because he thinks it's the closest to the definition he would like to use. But this definition, I mean, it's serviceable.
It's a bit shallow. I think it's a bit shallow. It doesn't get to the root of it, really, for me.
Right.
I
But
don't
even
know if it's
Tim
great.
includes even Tim, which
It's like
I agree with the
behavior.
shallow. Yeah. Well, I think
More than what it is.
I think that the behavior of wokeness is how most people characterize it, like most normies. It is the behavior. But I think for me, I think it's more useful to think of it ideologically so people understand what it is. But even Tim said it's based off leftist theories, which I guess went right over Joel's head. So,
Right. Yeah.
Leftist theories. It's social zombieism. So he's saying a lot of words there, but all he's saying is that being woke is liberal. Being woke is liberal.
See, he picks this definition because this is a definition that makes my argument.
well, this is the performance stupidity because everyone could sense around the 2014, 2016 time when like the left changed to being woke, and everyone sensed that change. And to kind of like pretend like nothing ever happened here, which is what Joel's doing, is so dishonest.
Totally. Here, we're almost done with this, and then we'll bring the next video up.
And he thinks that being a liberal is stupid. That's all. That's what he's saying, and he's right. That is the definition of wokeness.
We are liberals, Joel. So, I mean, I would call myself a liberal. So, I don't think being a liberal is stupid. I don't think you know what liberal means, to be honest with you. So
he nailed it with that one. Tim Pool, you get the prize. Wokeness is a mean word for liberal. Okay. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
The funny thing is, there's a bunch of different like conceptions of liberal, and none of them fit. It's not like he's using the wrong definition. I can't imagine what's going through his head.
It just seems like he's focused on this like the kind of meme definition of liberal that is often used by like conservatives rather than actually what a liberal is.
Totally,
which you need to understand because liberal ideology stands in opposition to wokeness and these ideas of focusing on identity and so on and so forth.
Look, Chud, as long as they're talking about individual rights, as long as the conservatives are talking about small government and that, like, just let them be, okay? They're basically, they're conserving liberalism for us. They're probably the only ones left conserving it, so.
Yeah, and, you know, there's benefits to liberalism. I'm going to get called a centrist liberal or whatever again, but there are absolutely benefits to liberalism and some of the things it espouses, and it's brought about some fantastic, like, dynamics in our society.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about this earlier. The legal system is a fantastic invention of liberal thought, and, you know, I just think that that's kind of stuff you need to try and hold on to as we go to fully automated gay space communism that I advocate for.
Listen, all of our past traditions are rooted in white supremacy, Chud. Okay, we need to dismantle everything and start fresh.
I kind of like innocent until proven guilty. I mean, that's an individual right that people have, right?
No.
Not on Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
right.
I mean, here's the thing. And listen, I could go on for fucking hours about this stuff, so I want to take it over, right? But you notice that when you have lefties that reject liberalism, look at what they implement. Chaz is a great example of this.
Oh, yes, totally.
That teenager that got fucking killed by the, you know, Antifa police or whatever the fuck they call themselves, defense force, right? That was an absence of the oversight that liberalism provides with, like, the police, which is flawed, but there was none of that. None of the people that killed that kid got arrested or anything. And I think there's other examples I could go to of, like, people that reject liberalism or reject these principles doing things themselves. and doing it worse. So it's like we're going backwards, right? So
they
like
were in like
killing
international
in
waters, right?
Hey,
was there a rule of law there?
I don't know. That was a whole mess, wasn't it? But I just think it's kind of like clearly there's stuff here we should opt to keep.
Yes.
And then
online,
you see this in the court of public opinion. We completely remove innocent until proven guilty. If someone says something happened, if a woman says something happened, it happened and they're guilty.
Yeah.
Which is a crazy principle, but there's lots of examples of this.
And you're saying there's stuff we need to conserve, right? That's what you're saying.
As we move forward, yes, indeed.
You're conservative. Oh
sure.
My God. No, but in that principle, the innocent until proven guilty is it's a principle based in individual liberalism. It's
totally.
When they look at like the Me Too stuff and they're like, oh, a woman said something, trust the woman. It's looking at it from a collectivist group perspective of woman, the oppression of women versus the oppressors of men, not through the individual circumstances.
Yep. Yeah, it's evil. All right, here we go. Ready? Here's the response.
Really recently, I made a video about how
should we wait?
Just keep going. I don't understand.
No, we can go. No, we'll read some super chats. What's he got to go to the bathroom?
Okay, go on.
Read some super chats.
You go. Okay, I'll read some super chats. Let's see. Justice35 for $20 says A-Team likes the stream and rescues cats from trees, while S-Class accuses Donkey Kong
of rape,
of harassment on Twitter to get Chud to fire him.
Oh wait.
I'm assuming DK means Donkey Kong. I don't know who else you could possibly be talking about. A-Team reigns supreme, but Chad Nation has the 6K stream. Glad to see my two favorite streamers.
Wait, what was the DK? Because DK is Chud's editor.
Oh, okay. Apparently I accuse Chud's editor of harassment on Twitter.
Ah.
To try to get Chud to fire him. Oh, that's right. I kind of vaguely am aware that situation occurred. Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
How dare you?
I mean,
Jab Slant
cool.
for $20 says, damn, y'all didn't tell me that Doomer was so sexy. Now I'm especially happy I got him on EFAP. All we need next is a Sitch face reveal, and then we've got a whole panel's worth of FAP material.
It's coming. It's coming. Sooner or later, you're going to get it.
It's coming.
Yeah.
Very poor choice of words.
By the way, it's coming.
Yeah.
DK is laughing at you in Chud's chat, Sitch.
Okay.
Get fucked, idiot.
Aren't you just happy that finally you got someone who thinks you're sexy and attractive?
I got plenty of those people.
Okay.
Okay,
Doomer.
Look, I'm not insecure about my appearance. Okay?
Do the voice for us.
People can say what
Come
they
on.
want.
Just do the voice for us, Doomer.
That is hate speech.
Well,
I mean, now that we see Doomer, he does kind of look like Murderface, doesn't he?
I don't look.
Is this your first
like
face reveal?
Murderface.
Is this your face reveal?
This is like his second
kind
face
of.
reveal.
It's my face reveal on this stream.
Yes. Yeah.
He looks kind of like Murderface.
I got to admit, when I watched your first video, Doomer, I was like, it's all wrong. This face, it doesn't go with the voice. But I think that is completely unavoidable. It's weird because you don't really have a face in your head. You don't, but it never matches up with the face you see.
That happened to me with Sam of Windover Productions, because I've listened to some of his videos for like years, and then I saw him on Jetlag, and I was like, "What? That's not him."
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. It never looks right.
But now that I've lived with it for like a day or two here, you look great. It totally fits you. So yeah, the voice and the face go together perfectly.
Some people in chat are saying I look terrible, but Sargon just said I look like the platonic form of a fascist, which is the highest compliment Sargon could ever pay someone. So,
I mean, you don't have a Sargon look. I mean, he's got the beard. Look, I'm jealous. Okay, I grow
this is racism against
me.
Whites. Right? If you've got a beard and glasses, you're compared to every white motherfucker out there. It's like what black people must feel like when they get compared. It's the same thing, right?
You, Doomer, Sargon, you're all like the same person, right?
Joel,
pretty much.
All of you.
Well, no, Joel looks significantly more homeless, but
that's so true.
I got to plant a flag for a second, by the way. People completely misuse the term neckbeard. This is the beard. It's not a neck beard.
Listen.
You can see my neck.
Oh, yeah.
There's not a beard on my neck. You bunch of degenerates.
If Joel combed his hair and put glasses on, he would look exactly like you guys.
No, he wouldn't.
Exactly.
No.
Maybe
would you say the same thing to two black men standing next to each other? You
would. Of course not. I'm not racist. What's wrong with you?
You would.
Wait, okay.
That's
I have
horrible.
compared the Kai Cenat and the iShow Speed. I don't know if anyone here knows who they are. I don't know if you watch black content creators, to be honest, so maybe we should move on.
That's true. I don't.
We do. I mean,
I do.
We've occasionally even had blacks on the show before. I know Chud.
Okay, look, I'm not going to be woke about it. It's
let me pull a Donald Trump. Where are my blacks at?
Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Come on, guys.
Okay, let's continue. Link in the description. I know actually all this stuff is terrible because Big Joel and all his stands are going to be all over this video.
He's going to have the best response video. This is fantastic.
No, it's not.
I'm just pitting two people I watch
against
each other to generate drama.
It's actually.
Am I going to get
you
shit
actually
by the
regularly
lefties
watch
again?
Joel's content, Doomer?
I've seen every video on Little Joel.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Little Joel is good. I'm not a huge fan of his main channel. I've watched a couple. His main channel's whatever,
I see.
but I like his second channel. It's
You like
good.
his definition of woke? Do you?
Terrible.
No.
Okay.
Conservatives don't seem to have a good grasp on the word woke. In the video, I addressed Ben Shapiro's definition of...
Wait. Did he call us conservatives? That's a little wrong there.
Hey everybody, so fairly recently I made a video about how conservatives don't seem to have a good grasp on the word woke. In the video I addressed Ben Shapiro's definition of wokeness, that power imbalance and discrimination are everywhere in society and need to be undone, and say that it's not really accurate.
Okay, what you stands on Twitter? What the hell? Like he literally says in the beginning of this that the definition isn't accurate.
Reason I give is that wokeness just broadly refers to any liberal belief. And as one example, I give the claim that trans women are women. This claim doesn't refer back to discrimination or power imbalances or whatever. It's just a thing that liberals say. It's
Chud?
It
Chud,
does. It absolutely 100% does. How are you denying this? What is the point of saying trans women are women if not to kind of put our collective arm around them and say, yeah, people don't see you as a woman, but don't worry, we do. Like, it's just so, why deny this? I'm saying it, not because I'm necessarily criticizing it. This is just how it is to me in my head. And it seems really weird that a progressive or a lefty would deny that this is the case. Because otherwise just say trans woman to trans woman. What does it matter?
We're doing it to eliminate power imbalances. That's the whole reason to do it, right? Otherwise, we would just say trans women are trans women and we'd be done with it.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the question you'd ask. Yeah.
It's an acceptance that they're not viewed in society the way they want to be. And we're going to view them that way as a radical acceptance of them to combat the bigotry they face. That seems so obvious to me.
Yeah. Helping them out. We're giving them a leg up, right?
It's just a belief that liberals have, and that's really what wokeness is. It's the liberal perspective. The reason why I'm recapping this video right now is because I just saw a response video to it by the fairly small channel Sitch and Adam.
Oh, it hits me in the heart.
You're getting humegaload.
Oh, boy. Joel, how are you punching down? We're so tiny.
I know. What a jerk.
All your stands are rating our channel. Look.
They did, by the way. It's really funny. I went in the comments and agreed with all of them.
I saw you. You were like calling Sitch an idiot. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
I do have to say, though, this video's only got 7.8k views. Who the fuck does your YouTube? Because that should be at least 30, 40k.
Yeah, well, I mean, help us out. Help a brother out.
Listen,
I don't know.
My editor knows all about it. I'll see if he can give any pointers, okay?
Okay. Yeah, no, that'd be awesome.
And it is truly, and I'm not speaking hyperbolically here, one of the worst videos I've ever seen. Truly one of the worst videos.
True and based. Sitch's content is such garbage.
Thank you, Doomer.
I love.
Wait, where's your channel?
I love this video.
Where's your channel?
I love this video.
Doomer, where's your channel?
Don't worry about my channel.
Wait,
we're talking about your channel right now.
I
can't even find Doomer's channel in search.
Vosh is unironically evil. Why is your channel gone? It's like re-uploaded on Dev's channel. What's happening?
Wait, you just now found out about that?
Isn't that a sensitive subject? I thought it was a sensitive subject.
Let's stay on topic here.
Bring it up, Chud.
We can
a sensitive subject.
Look, we can beat up.
The sensitive subject is that Dev owes me a fucking $1,000 for the ad revenue. Video. That's the sensitive fucking subject.
Ooh, that does sound sensitive. Wow, tough spot. Hey, we can beat up Doomer anytime. Let's stay on topic here. Let's
fair enough.
Let's plow through Big Joel here.
Okay, hot.
So in this video, Sitch and Adam spend like 20 minutes on this claim that I just made. Like 20 minutes just sitting there in utter confusion, not understanding what I mean.
Now, hold on.
To be fair, it was like an hour. It wasn't 20 minutes, right? I mean, we cut it to 20 minutes.
And not only that, I mean, we're cracking jokes. We're having fun. That's what we do on this show, okay? Yeah. We're responding to super chats. We're doing everything at once. And did it seem like we were just confused when we went back over the video?
So he's doing the performance stupidity thing because, like, we're just baffled by how he's contradicting himself. And then he's playing it up like, that means we're confused and stupid.
By what he's saying, yeah.
Right.
We're baffled at your idiocy, Joel.
Yes.
I'm going to play a few moments of this, maybe like 2, but keep in mind, it's like 15 minutes out of the 20-minute video. Like, they do not stop sitting around saying, I don't get it. I don't.
And this is a totally irrelevant attack here.
No, but wait,
look, you took too long. Oh my God.
I've never seen this before because I want to have like a fresh reaction in stream. He's really triggered by this. Listen to his tone of voice from this video, from the previous one.
Yeah, because he fancies himself a big brain intellectual. And he doesn't even know what liberal means.
Well, no, you've got to understand. This isn't even a political thing. Okay, we YouTubers. Okay, we spend months, methodically writing things, finding music, putting together a video.
No, that's
and then you can
Doomer,
watch some
that's
idiot
you.
on stream just babble on for hours and hours. That's what's going on. It's not a political thing. It's a YouTuber versus streamer thing.
Doomer, you're so correct. When Big Joel, put on a sweater and sat down on a couch and held his phone up,
I know, shaking it in his face
after not taking a shower for a week. I'm sure a lot of effort went into that video.
Comments about? Come on, you're better than that, guys.
No, they're not. And don't insult Little Joel content. Little Joel content is great. Okay.
I'm just saying. I don't think that your critique applies to his content. Okay.
Who let the
this content?
Who let the Little Joel stand in? Yes. Come on.
I know. God.
What's going on here, Doomer?
Doomer wants to be the professional heel of the stream. So
I think Doomer's going to be on Little Joel's channel soon.
That's true. He is. Yeah. Anyway.
Don't get it, for example, that trans women or women is constantly being called woke. So wokeness cannot describe exclusively some belief about oppression relationships. It literally just describes having
Okay, so he's playing our old video now, just so you guys don't get the voices mixed up if you're listening. Right. Here it is.
It's gonna look like fucking Inception on the stream.
Trans women or women is about oppression, obviously.
And it's literally identity politics.
Yeah.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah, what
Am I losing my mind?
How is trans women or women not about oppression?
I don't know.
What is it about if it's not about oppression?
I don't know.
See, my brain is just struggling here to think, I mean, aren't we doing it to basically give them a leg up because they're oppressed? It's like, yeah.
I don't understand.
It can't be about anything other than oppression.
He's like, listen, guys, woke isn't identity politics because trans women.
Yeah. That joke is solid.
It's like, I'm stunned. I can't even form a fucking coherent sentence. He's like, listen, guys, we know that woke.
This is the bad faith part right here, because he did clip this out because you said, I'm stunned.
This is gold. I don't know why he clipped this out. I think this is gold.
Well, because he's telling his audience that you're confused because he's so big brain intellectual.
Yeah, but it's so obvious that I'm being humorous.
Yeah, not to them. They don't see it that way. They're like, oh my God, look, he's so confused, and Big Joel is so intelligent and genius.
Woke isn't about identity politics, because they call trans women being women as woke.
He's saying that woke is about identity politics, but it's about another thing too.
But then he gives an example that's literally fucking identity politics.
I know. It is both identity politics and about oppression.
I have no mouth, but I must scream. Like this. I don't understand. This is like brain rot.
Yeah, so he's saying you don't understand, Sitch, and you've got brain rot. That's why this is bad faith. Totally bad faith. Yeah, no, we're surrounded. Bad. We're surrounded.
I don't know what he's even trying to say. I'm always trying to be the good faith Gary here to like.
I don't even know what he's trying to say. Sitch, he's slamming you.
No, listen. You don't have to pause it. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I think if you're viewing this clip, even out of context, in any way that's not like bad faith, it's very clear what's happening.
Oh, it is. It is. I'm just pausing it because I want people to know this is bad faith. Sitch is not remotely confused about the situation here. We just talked about it explicitly.
Well, I'm not confused about what wokeness is. I'm confused about how Joel is stupid.
Yes, that's exactly what you're talking about.
I don't know if he's being. I don't know if he's just ignorant or if he's just putting on a performance. He's doing performance stupidity.
It's performative stupidity.
That's what I'm confused about.
I am not confused about anything because 18 doesn't get confused. But S-class is a little, they're like doddering, wandering around. I see.
We actually like to, you know, be open-minded sometimes. But
S-class needs some help, yeah.
That's true. Like, understand their argument to, like, deconstruct. I literally have no fucking clue what he's trying to say here.
And it's so weird because it's really not that hard to get, right? The claim trans women are women isn't like the claim systemic racism exists. In a perfect world, systemic racism would not exist, but trans women would still be women. The simple...
this is what's so bizarre because literally systemic racism does exist. Well, their argument is systemic racism exists against trans people, and the saying trans women are women is an attempt to change the system. That's exactly what's going on.
What he's saying is so idiotic. Because first of all, he said in a perfect world. Well, wait a minute. Whose perfect world? How are we defining what a fucking perfect world is, right?
Yeah.
He's just laying this out like it's a universal claim that we're all going to agree on what a perfect world is.
Well, but he is admitting that he's accepting the premise and you know, he's saying trans women are women, literally, without taking into because to him, to anything else, I mean, I'm just putting thoughts in his head, but to a lot of progressives, I feel like to utter anything else is like verboten. You cannot say it. It's wrong to say it. Trans women are women. End of discussion. So it's just a truth. It's a truth, not a sentiment that we express to make trans women feel more welcomed and help alleviate the oppression they receive.
Well, then they're delusional. I've always viewed it.
Yeah, but
I mean,
that's the problem. Even with his little video, he never explains what the hell he means by why are trans women considered women. And right here, he just says, in a perfect world, there'd be no systemic racism, but trans women would be women. Well, first of all, I would say in a perfect world, no one would have gender dysphoria, so there wouldn't be trans women, period. But okay.
Well, to go back to the point earlier, you could probably ask Big Joel to define a woman legitimately, and that would be a perfectly valid, fair question, because he probably would struggle to, and may well just say the circular reasoning.
Someone that's self-identified. We give the self-ID argument?
Probably. I'd imagine. I'm guessing.
But this concept of like, okay, so let me try to go into the Big Joel argument here so far. Okay. So yeah, in a perfect world, you know, there wouldn't be systemic racism. I would agree. But would trans women be women? Well, that depends on how we're defining these terms and what we mean by them. That has nothing to do with, like, you're not in a perfect world, finger quote perfect world, you're not going to define out of existence systemic racism. You're just saying it wouldn't exist. But saying trans women are women depends on how we're defining these terms. And as we've all said, the point I thought from the left defining trans women as women was all about, one, identity politics, and two, in order to alleviate systemic oppression against trans people.
Yep.
But I don't know, maybe he has just some completely weird definition for this that he's never talked about, that he's completely different from everyone on the left.
It's just fact, Sitch. Yeah. There's no political context here whatsoever. Look, if you live in that kind of dream world where just things are factual and there's no political connotation to the things that you're saying, you're delusional. Okay.
Well, listen, we got 3 minutes left. Maybe we'll get some more meat here.
Chud, do you want to say something?
No, all I was going to say is, you know, I just think that the way to look at this is that it is a truth that is just accepted on the progressive left now, and to have any other opinion on trans people is to be transphobic, which sounds like a sort of meme but that genuinely is what I see from the progressives. Whereas I just think that, recognize it's a political statement. Religion.
You can believe
pretty much,
that,
yeah,
Chud.
in some ways.
You can believe that and still understand the political connotation to it, unless you're stupid.
No. You don't understand. It's what Chud said. It's just a religion, okay? So trans women as women is just like something you have to accept on like dogmatic faith. Okay? Right. You don't question it. It just is.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay. I mean, I get it. Look.
Obviously, I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong. I've got, you know, I'm very transphobic these days. So, you know, I'll happily state my opinions on that. But I'm just saying that, like, that is the view, and you have to accept that, and you have to accept that for the comfort of trans people, which again is funny because when you think about it for more than 5 seconds, it comes back round to that argument anyway.
Yes.
Right. So even if you want to say it's true, we say it because it's true. you know, that still flips around to the same argument.
Is it?
But I feel like, anyway,
let me ask it
I don't
this
want to loop
way.
on this, but
let me ask it this way. Is it a comfortable truth or an uncomfortable truth?
Well, it's obviously a comfortable
truth. It's a comfortable truth. Oh my goodness. Imagine that. We came up with a comfortable truth. It's just so obvious.
That trans women exist and are valid doesn't come with the idea that there's discrimination affecting trans women. There is discrimination that affects trans women. There's no doubt about that. But the fact that they exist and are valid doesn't refer to that discrimination. This is an important distinction that Sitch and Adams seem genuinely incapable of understanding. Conservatives want to convey the idea that wokeness refers back to some big intellectual thing, but it's not. They're just mad about liberals.
Look, he completely denies. He's like, all of these big brain definitions that you're trotting out from, you know, original sources of critical theory and stuff like that, none of those mean anything. They're completely meaningless.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Joel's literally never read any academic papers.
No, he's a moron.
Books, any works on any of these philosophies.
None of that is legitimate, okay? The only meaningful theory is on ContraPoints or PhilosophyTube or Vosh's YouTube channel. That's the primary source for theory.
ContraPoints.
Don't talk to me about Anthony Gramsci.
So much more about this stuff, and it's talked about so much. For all that disagree with ContraPoints, ContraPoints is on a whole nother level of like. I could have a conversation with ContraPoints about these topics. I feel like she would actually understand what I'm talking about. I'm not sure Joel does.
We had a deeper conversation about Marx than I've ever seen. Just on this live stream, we had a deeper conversation about Marx than I've ever seen Joel have. I'm not sure I could have that conversation with Joel, to be honest with you.
Well, no, because I feel like he knows. This feels like a performance to me. It feels fake.
Right. Yeah, no, he clipped you out, acting like you're confused and stupering and stuttering. And yeah, no.
That's just the truth.
This is a hit job.
Thank you,
it's a total hit job.
Spinning.
Look, it's a hit job on a smaller channel.
I know.
This guy is punching down.
I know.
You know, like when you prompt ChatGPT and it's like waiting and thinking, and there's like the thing is blinking. That's what was going on in Sitch's head. He was just trying to process it.
You know the gif of the lady with all the math? That was just me listening to Joel's incoherent babble.
Yep.
Sitch, will you make a promise to the show? Make a promise to S-Class, not to me. Look, I like it when you say stupid shit. Okay, it makes me look better.
Yeah.
But don't just think before you start saying, I'm confused, or this is totally confusing to me. I don't understand what's going on.
No, I'm not going to listen. It's very clear to anyone who is not like a big Joel simp and not operating in 100% bad faith that me saying I'm confused is me saying what you're saying is so stupid. It's making me lose brain cells. Okay. Everyone understood that, and everyone that's not like just an obvious bad faith actor understood that.
All right. So, reverse psychology
I'm
works.
Totally fine. It's like when people blew up you reposting my meme and then they got mad about it because they think it shows that the you're both crazy left versus right meme. And they think, oh, you're so stupid. You think that, killing liberalism and ideology is the same as killing black people who are people. Ha 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 ha. Them making that argument is so stupid that I would like them to keep making these idiotic arguments to weaken their own position.
Well, if it is going to get more response videos to us, I think you should do it, especially since it does make me look better. And also we get response videos. So it's a win-win.
I saw your memes about this, and I mean, we can get into the nitty gritty of the accuracy of the meme or whatever. But I just think those centrist memes are so cringe and stupid because I'm not a centrist. Let me make that clear straight away. Okay, I'm not trying to defend my side.
Yes,
no, I'm not a centrist. I'm sick of this shit.
Chud, you're totally. Okay. I mean,
yes, you are.
Okay, but no, the point I'm trying to make is that centrism isn't one side wants to genocide people, 1,000 people. The other side wants to kill no people, and it's let's genocide 500 people. The whole point is you pick whatever fucking aspects of ideology you think work to formulate your own view of the world, right?
You sound like a centrist, Jeff.
Spoken like a true lib.
No, but you can understand a political view without believing it, right?
Yes. Not most people. Maybe. Most people don't accept that. Most people think if you speak conservative, you have to be a conservative, because in their worldview, conservative is just, word salad. Just
no. Conservative is evil bigot who wants to justify their bigotry.
Look,
they want to murder women that are pregnant.
Big Joel, to
save the baby.
The entire argument Big Joel is making here is that conservative use woke as just a slur, that there's no intellectual brain power going on in conservatives' heads at all.
Right.
You know how we always talk about how people perceive other people as just them in other bodies? I think Big Joel has a little, like, he's just, I'm not very smart, so everyone else is not very smart. I think that's what's going on here.
That must be it. I'll believe it.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't like the things that liberals say. And the reason why conservatives call the claim that trans women are women woke is not that it refers back to discrimination or identity politics. It's because they don't think trans women are women. It's a belief they disagree with. And that's what the word woke refers to. Liberal beliefs that conservatives disagree with. Oh, before I go, I just wanted to give one more example of this that might actually help Sitch and Adam out here.
Thank you.
Climate change. I very frequently see the claim from conservatives that the concept of climate change is woke ideology, but that completely controverts Ben Shapiro's definition of wokeness, which is about systemic and historical injustice and discrimination. Climate change, the fact that carbon is causing the world to heat up, is not about systemic discrimination. It's a whole other problem. What's the common thread between all of the things that conservatives call woke, though? It's that liberals believe it.
Wait a second, hang on. The climate change thing, I think, again, you can have an argument of that does come down to oppression, because who is it that's perpetuating climate change? It's like big oil companies and shit. Right? Like, I think there's probably an angle you can take from it there. Right. And the other thing as well is I see loads of posts about how climate change, I mean, maybe it's a bit inaccurate to say it in that way. Maybe there's a more nuanced way to state it. Maybe people are missing the mark a bit. But I see loads of posts about how it's the brown people that are going to be affected and flooded.
Totally.
And flood our borders. Well, see, that's the racist part. But
it's funny because it is true, obviously, and we've never denied this, that people on the right will overuse the term woke for everything. No one would ever deny that unless they're out to lunch, right? And the concept of climate change itself, obviously, that's not a woke concept. Climate change has been around, before woke became a thing anyone really talked about, at least in modern times. But you just brought up a fantastic example, Chud, because that shows how they use wokeness to try to push climate change.
Yep.
Which is that, climate change is going to disproportionately affect Black and brown people in lower income countries specifically. Yep. And so that is a perfect example of using wokeness to try to get people on board with climate change and climate activism and things of that nature.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if Joel had just said that in the first place, if he had said climate change, that would have been a far better example for him to use, at least, than saying trans women are women, because he's completely wrong about that one.
Well, the problem that I have is you have to consider the context that the conservatives are using it. And at this point, I don't think Joel is smart enough to understand the difference between a woke climate change argument and a non-woke climate change argument.
No.
Chud obviously did immediately, and I brought up a headline, how marginalized groups are disproportionately affected by climate change. Right. Now, that's obviously a woke article about climate change, right? So if conservatives come out and say, look at this woke article about climate change, Big Joel is going to say, look, climate change is not woke, because he doesn't understand the distinction that we're making.
Right. Yep.
All right. The ending here is pretty interesting, Sitch. I think you'll like it.
Okay, that's what it's about. So maybe that'll help. I don't know. Another thing that's weird about this video is that one of the guys keeps on saying that I'm reading a script in this video. Like, he keeps repeating the...
How do you like that, Sitch?
I told you he wasn't. I told you he wasn't reading a script.
You were right. S-class was correct.
His thoughts were way too incoherently jumbled for this to be a script.
I think he's looking at his picture on the screen, and I think that's why I perceived it as him.
Okay.
Because he's definitely staring at the screen, right?
Yeah, he's looking at whatever he's filming.
He's like, oh my God, my Charles Manson hairdo has to be like perfect.
That I'm reading a script.
Look, he's like, he wrote this stuff out. He's totally reading it.
He wrote but you're saying man. He wrote it. That makes it even worse. That means he wrote these words on paper and read them back to him and said, yeah, that makes sense.
And I'm not sure why it would matter if I was reading a script. Who cares?
Look, he is reading a script. He is reading a script.
Stop.
I think this is, listen, he's not reading the script.
I'm not reading a script. I'm not writing these videos out. That's crazy to think that I wrote this out. You can
clip it. I told you. Oh my God.
What?
It would be crazy to think that his incoherent jumble of definition about woke for trans women that he fumbled over was written out. I agree.
Okay. All right. We stand corrected on that point, Joel.
Don't use the royal we here. You.
What do you mean?
Sir.
Look, you were convinced. He showed the
I was
clip.
trusting you. I said I didn't believe it. But...
Okay.
very easily find videos where I'm reading a script. Like, there's many videos that I've made where I read a script. Every single video on Big Joel, essentially. I'm not ashamed of the concepts of scripts, but I'm not reading one there, and I'm not sure why you care so much about this. Anyway,
it's just funny, Joel. It's funny. It's a joke, obviously. Yeah. I'm not sure why you care so much that we care so much, and we don't actually. We don't really even care, to be honest with you. It's just funny.
Okay.
I'll see you next time, I guess. A genuinely horrid video, guys. Like, beyond any disagreement we might have, I can't imagine subjecting your audience to 15 minutes of you saying, I don't get it, I'm too confused, I'm a little baby, over and over.
Oh, Sitch.
Wow.
Do I have to get the baby Sitch out now? I feel like obligated to get the baby Sitch
It's fine.
out.
Listen, I'm pretty sure in that clip I was ragging on him being homeless looking, so that's fine. He can
look.
He can throw the insults. That's fine. I'm a big boy.
We got the cute little baby Sitch. Oh, he's adorable.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you.
Oh my God.
This is entirely performative stupidity, bad faith, though.
I know.
I'm assuming Joel's not actually so stupid that when he watched the entirety of the 15 minutes, that he cut out all of us talking substantively about why we had a problem with what he said, and he just clipped me saying, I don't know.
Oh, it's a hit job. It's completely bad.
So what, you did actually go into it and talk about it?
Of course we went to it. We went into it just like we went in with you.
Everything we said with you, we just repeated basically what we said before.
In the video. Yeah, exactly. This is a total hit job. It's one more coming up here.
He did one
over
today.
And over again. Like, that's not a good video. That's just not a good video you're making.
Thank you.
All right, so that's our terrible video. Look, our audience loves this shit. What are you talking about?
True.
That's amazing. I mean, we did it on a live stream, and I think we got 24,000 views on the live stream, and then we clipped it out. So,
did you send this video to Joel Doomer? Because he basically responded to it like the second it came out.
Look, we got 13,000 live viewers right now. This video will probably get 24,000 views. And we might even clip this out. And I mean, the clipped out video will probably get like 5,000 views, but they've already seen it in the live stream. They don't want to see it again. Right?
There you go. Anyway, so
you're punching down, Joel.
I know.
We're scared.
Hey everybody. So just yesterday.
We're so scared. We don't want him to come talk to us about his terrible definition of woke, because I'm sure that he would be completely unable to defend himself in a conversation.
He's been on before, though, right?
Yeah, he was on once before.
A while ago.
Yeah. I mean, I just think at some point when we response video, just come on and talk about it. Like, that's the easy way to hash this out, right?
Though I do think it's funny, he's made a second response video today before we even responded to this.
Yeah, this is the second response. We're in a total cope spiral here. I have not seen this video. Sitch has not seen this video. Oh. I have suicide hotline on my phone right here, right now. If this video goes in the wrong direction, I'm calling it. I'm calling in a wellness check on
Joel?
Big Joel here. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want, YouTube can get frustrating sometimes. I don't want any, bad mojo on my conscience. Okay.
I see.
Hey everybody, so just yesterday I made a video about the YouTubers Sitch and Adam and their response to one of my videos where I defined the word wokeness. I'm not going to get into it too deeply, but the basic idea of the video was that whereas people like Ben Shapiro and whoever else try to define the word wokeness as like discussions about discrimination, this isn't true. The word wokeness roughly just refers to the things that liberals believe in, and as one example in that video, I give climate change.
Is this like quadrupling down now? I feel like it is. Like all the stands are just not, they don't get this, Joel. They don't understand.
Climate change is an issue that conservatives call woke, and it has nothing to do with systemic discrimination. It's a completely other problem. So here's the thing. I know this conversation is getting old. I know there's no reason for me to continue pursuing this. I know this is really stupid. But there's one more thing I need to talk about. So somebody fairly recently left a comment on the Sitch and Adam video asking about my climate change example, saying essentially, how can you define wokeness as about discrimination when climate change is right there? And this is how Sitch and Adam replied. The people who are using woke around climate change are either using it incorrectly or citing examples where climate change is being used in a context where marginalized people are most affected by the changing climate and therefore oppressed by our lack of climate action.
Is that
defining it?
Hold on, Sitch, do you not endorse that comment?
First of all, thank you, Adam. I do endorse that comment, so
yeah, no
I don't feel
shit.
bad that you used my name for it.
What the fuck?
There is endless column space that I've seen myself talking about how marginalized people are affected, how Western nations need to do more. In fact, I think there's even political goals of certain nations decreasing their carbon footprint or some shit. What was it? What was that thing in Paris? The Paris Accord or some shit? I don't fucking remember. But, you know, the onus is often on Western nations who often are the oppressors, who have oppressively acted in these countries previously. You've created the problem. You need to do something about it. You need to help these countries that you've oppressed deal with their climate issues too. So even at policy level, it seems like some of this stuff has got some level of influence at least too.
Look how succinct that is. That's succinct writing right
there.
Good
job, Adam.
Substantive writing.
I applaud you, Adam. That was a good response.
Yeah.
I see you do like to suck your own dick.
What do you mean?
Well, you wrote it, didn't you? So you're probably praising yourself.
Well, no, I was chastising
why?
Adam for using my name to reply to a comment. So now he's
got you. Okay.
Chud, is it bad? Look, Chud, we like to pat
if you could
ourselves on
suck
the
your own
back.
dick, Chud, if you could suck your own dick, I mean, you know, come on.
I mean, Adam's very skilled at it, so you know, I can't really deny him that.
Chud, when you do something amazing, you don't come out and say, "Listen, this is amazing."
No, I say something self-deprecating because that's what we do in the UK.
That's what the Britbongers do. Listen, this is America, damn it.
This is real enthusiasm here because, I mean, I was having some fun in that comment section, and for all the comments for him to pick, I'm like, oh my God, you picked the best one. This guy is so brain dead. This guy is so brain dead. I can't even imagine.
I'm confused. Why are you so stupid? I'm a little confused baby.
I know.
I just think this is the thing that really pissed me off and why I left the left. Okay, it's because progressives will just deny reality, act dumb. When I just think you must have seen this. You have moved in the spaces that I moved in, and I somewhat continue to move in. You must see this. You must see this happen. Surely. Unless you're Mr. Magoo blindly wandering about the progressive fucking internet, never seeing any of these takes.
Look,
listen, I don't know what his response is, so maybe his argument has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, right.
Who knows? I have
no
clue.
Maybe he's conceding here. Maybe he's like, oh yeah, that's a good comment. I totally agree with him.
Maybe he's going to just say, oh, see, you don't even agree with people are using the definitions differently or something. I don't know. We'll see.
If we wanted to go search the internet for woke articles on climate change, like, you know, how climate change is oppressing people, and I mean, we could find maybe a dozen, maybe 24, maybe 50. I'm not sure, but we could find them very easily.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, you could probably find a bunch of retards on Twitter saying this kind of thing too. You know, indigenous people. Oh, you know, when indigenous people were doing just fine, and then the whites came to America and ruined it all with their fucking industrialization. And look at what's happened. Like stuff like that too. There's loads of different angles you could look at this from.
Totally. Right. Yes.
Defining it incorrectly? They're the conservatives that are using the word woke to describe climate change are using it incorrectly. According to who? Sitch and Adam? According to who?
According to Ben Shapiro and the girl that you quoted in your goddamn video. You're a moron.
And
you're a fucking moron.
So wait.
According to Ibram X. Kendi.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Right. So Joel doesn't buy. He doesn't think people are overusing the term woke. He thinks the overused definition is the definition.
He thinks the slurred, like, go back to my example, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. With gay. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Joel, it's so simple. It's just so simple.
But wait, what is his argument is according to who? Well, when he gave his definition, should we have just shouted to scream according to who? According to who?
Well, not only that, he had to find
Wait, is that an argument?
Look, he probably spent all day searching for that Tim Pool definition that vaguely matched his goofy whatever definition.
According to who? Trans women are women. According to who, Joel? According to who?
Yeah. According to science, Sitch. Follow the science.
I don't know. I don't understand.
Oh, Doomer.
Okay.
What are you doing to us, Doomer? You trying
He's got a little kitty cat.
You trying to upstage Wormy here? This show has one official cat. Oh my goodness.
Doomer is trying to listen. He knows the chat's against him.
I know he's trying to humanize himself. Good job, Doomer.
This is like when Hitler gets photos taken with dogs and shit. That's exactly.
All right, let's continue here.
Are they using it incorrectly? A reminder here, this entire conversation was about the proper definition of the word woke. Like, we were actively in the process of defining this word, and Sitch and Adam are like, well, you can't use it that way. It's actually against the rules to use it that way.
Never said that. Never, ever, ever said that.
That's literally Joel's argument in his first video.
Yes, yeah. That's his argument. That's not our argument. You use the word woke however you want.
No, wait. No. Stop. Don't do that. Okay. Words mean things. Okay. And it definitely ruins the discourse when words are overused and everything falls apart. Okay.
We got the word police over here.
This is peak idiocy. Okay. From Joel. His entire first video was criticizing that lady whose name I always forget, and Ben Shapiro's definition of woke, saying your definition is wrong.
Totally.
And now he's criticizing us because we said someone else's definition is wrong.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah,
yes.
But this is the thing.
This is insane.
Look, there is like an
idiocy.
There is an academic definition of woke that we can talk about. We can have a substantive conversation about. There is a slur.
I've seen it. It's really long. You posted it on Twitter, didn't you?
Yeah, that's Helen Pluckrose's definition. I cribbed that from Helen Pluckrose.
No thanks. Yeah. Give me a man's definition and we'll talk.
Well, I mean, I figure, if I represent it as my own and it's a woman's, that's acceptable, right?
Yeah. Steal a woman's thoughts and present them as your own based.
I've credited Helen Pluckrose many times for that definition, but
right.
Yeah, no, you can have a substantive conversation about it. And look, Sitch, I think definitions are about utility. You use the definition that is going to
stop. Don't give me the fucking Vosh argument, please, God.
Wait, hang on. Wait.
What do you think? How do you think words? You think words are not designed to have the maximum utility?
I think broadly.
It's not about utility, is it? We don't decide, right, this is how we're going to use the word. In common parlance, words get used in certain ways, and that can then change the meaning, and that's reflected.
Sure, but it's completely based on utility, though.
But it's not based on utility. No one thinks I'm going to use the word this way because it's the most utilitarian way of using it, right?
Thank you.
You just use the words, and over time, words change. So retard used to mean you're in hospital because you've got fucking Down syndrome, and now it just means a spicy version of stupid. As much as progressives try and deny that.
But retard has an actual academic definition as well that hasn't gone away.
I need a little pocket Chud Logic that just pops up and makes these arguments.
Okay, you're being retarded now. The word retard has not been used in a scientific fashion for literally decades. Like a long time. A long time.
Yes, but if we wanted to if I wanted to get out the academic literature on the retard versus moron versus idiot, we could have that conversation, and that language would serve the utility of having that conversation. The whole thing about this woke thing, when you and I want to talk about how a climate change article is woke in the context of oppressor versus oppressive, we're doing it because that language serves the utility of that conversation.
Well, wait.
When I want to say,
what are you trying to say, Adam? I don't get what you're trying to say. I can't tell whether you're joking or memeing. What are you trying to talk about? Utility? What do you mean?
Look, if I want to use the word genius to call Joel stupid. Look, what is so confusing?
Let's use the
about
retard
this?
example. Wait. Go back to retard.
Okay, go use the retard.
When
example.
the term, obviously retarded, it originally meant slow, right?
Yes, and it's still used in that context.
It's based on originally it's from French, le retard or some shit, right?
Retarded,
probably, right? It probably meant slow or something like that.
Yes,
right? Relatively slow in mental, emotional, or physical development.
No. Well, I think it meant
literally just slow. It was
literally just meant slow. Okay, and then when we start talking about doctors start talking about people with mental problems that were having intellectual disabilities, they would say, "Oh, they're slow, so they're retarded," right? And it wasn't a slur. And then this is what happens with every psychological term used to describe someone who has some kind of mental problem. It becomes a slur, and then the psychologist and psychiatrists have to figure out a new word because whatever the official word is becomes a slur, right?
Chud, Sitch does this all the time, man. It's just
right. But that's what happened.
Sitch is on the money.
Okay, that's literally what happened with the term retarded, and that's we had that way. That's why it became intellectual disabilities, and then everyone called each other disabled, and they're always looking for some new term. Okay, and so, but the conversation would be like, imagine in the time period where retarded first started to become an insult, moving away from like the medical literature, and you're saying, well, what does the word retarded mean? Does it mean a slur, or does it mean whatever the medical literature does? And you'd say, well, it means either
both.
Or. Yeah, it could mean either or depending on the situation.
Right.
But I'd say Now, I'd say by today's standards, since I don't think anyone uses the word retarded in any sort of medical field anymore, I don't believe. I think it purely means the slur aspect.
Not if I'm in a fucking medical class and we're talking about literal retards. Like the context matters.
I don't use the word retard anymore. If you're in a medical class and I was someone with Down syndrome, like, look at that retard, people will be like, whoa, that's not the word you use. You use Down syndrome now.
Right. No one in a medical class uses the term retarded unless they were to preface it by saying, we used to use the word retarded, right? Or in the original sense of the word. They wouldn't just say retarded because it just means a slur now.
Do not work in a disability center, Adam, because you'll be insulting everyone left, right, and center.
Right.
Look at this spastic. Look at this retard. It's like, chill out. It's not what we don't use these words anymore, man.
We don't say that anymore. We say Trump supporter.
Listen.
There you go.
Oh, God.
This is true.
I am dead certain that somebody in the medical field probably uses the word mentally retarded often.
I think you're completely wrong. And this is
based on what? Based on your gut intuition?
No, based on the fact that when
I was sorry, I'll let you speak. Sitch.
Based on the fact that when I was in psych classes,
this was literally based on his psych class back 100 years ago. The one.
Yes, this is literally
based on
every
a literal anecdote.
I ever
based
had
on
told
a literal anecdote. Okay. Let's
wait.
Let us continue.
Wait, this isn't an antidote. I read fucking. There's literally in textbooks talking about this. This is what I said on stream a million times. Every word for stupid started off as a medical term for someone. This is not an anecdote.
It is.
Every term for someone who's stupid, including stupid, moron, slow-witted, all these terms were not originally insults. The term stupid and moron, all these things were originally used by medical professionals to refer to people that had some sort of intellectual disability. And then it becomes an insult, and they have to find a new fucking term.
Retard was an umbrella term in some cases because they probably didn't know what the fuck was wrong with someone's brain. I mean, you think of people fucking lobotomies and shit. They didn't know what the fuck was going on there. They were like, oh, let's just fucking pour a bit of alcohol in and burn this bit of the brain off. Let's scoop a bit of brain out. Right. So now
mental retardation is a generalized tracheotic disorder categorized by subdiverged cognitive functioning and deficits in 2 or more adaptive behaviors with onsets before the age of 18. Once focused almost entirely on cognitive, the definition now includes both a component related to mental functioning and related to an individual's functional skills in their environment. mental retardation in nursing. Okay.
Federal Register, 2013, change in terminology, mental retardation to intellectual disability from the Social Security Administration of the U.S. government. This final rule adopts without change the notice of proposed rulemaking we published in the Federal Register of 2013. We are replacing the term mental retardation with intellectual disability in our listing of impairment that we use to evaluate claims involving mental disorders in adults and children under Title II.
And why did they change the language?
Because it became a slur.
Right. To serve the utility.
No, fuck. Stop. Okay. Let's stop. Listen, I don't want to loop with you on the utility thing. That's literally not how categories work at all. But I want to bring this back.
Also, wait a second. I would imagine the intellectual disability thing is just to assess for certain things, like you're talking about Social Security, is to assess whether someone's eligible for Social Security. In terms of medicine, they try and be specific about what is it that causes the retardation.
Yeah, I'm on the nursing website. Yeah, great point, Chud. Great point.
Stop. Retardation was a broad umbrella term to encompass many different disabilities under it. Intellectual disability is just a broad umbrella term, like retard used to be, that encompasses many things under it. That's all it is.
Like you could have Down syndrome or severe autism. You might have been called a retard previously. Now they say you've got an intellectual disability, but you're not going to get called a retard. You're going to get referred to in more specific terminology.
Right, but they would say you have an intellectual disability.
Yeah, exactly. So, but then they're going to be more specific in a medical sense. The intellectual disability, I would presume, is more so an umbrella to assess, what benefits you might be entitled to or something like that.
Okay, now let me bring this to woke, okay, and how this applies to woke.
Well, I mean, I just want to finish up on I have a question for you before we move on, so.
This is going to get
no, my question is about if you're making the argument that definitions are not about utility, what are the definitions for?
It's not that they're not about utility. They don't form in a utilitarian way. People are not, except of course in very specific medical fields where they literally are, if that's what you mean. Like literally,
that is exactly
there are people,
what I mean.
Okay, so wait. So yeah, when you're talking about like when they wrote the DSM, DSM-4, it was called gender identity disorder.
I know,
and people felt like, oh, they're calling it a disorder. They're calling my identity a disorder. This is offensive. So then when the DSM-5 comes out, they rename it to gender dysphoria, just to assuage that argument of like, oh, I don't want to label your identity disorder. I want to label the feeling that you have as the disorder.
And that's not a utilitarian argument. What is it?
No. So if you're talking about medical professionals and medical fields, I will agree with you. Yes.
Okay.
But if we're talking about,
that's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, but me and Chud were talking about like the public at large does not adopt definitions in this utilitarian way.
Oh my God.
At all.
How can you look? I'm trying to stay calm here. How can you say that? Because literally the utility of me calling Chud a fucking retard is that I get to insult him. Okay? How is that not a utilitarian argument?
I think we're just
then retard has not become an insult because people have gone, I want a way to insult people. It's developed slowly over time because people have gone, oh, someone's got Down syndrome. It would be funny to say that person's got Down syndrome or some disability or some intellectual problem, so I'm going to call them a retard.
It's still utility.
Okay, I think you're conflating utility with utilitarianism.
I'm not. Stop.
Okay, I think you are.
Stop with the conflating. I literally mean the utility, the usefulness of a word. Look, we can't have the.
That could be a reason. Okay, that could be a reason that a word changes, but the way it changes isn't because one day someone goes, "Oh, it's of utility to me to use it in this way." It's a slow process that happens over time.
Well, it could be. Of course, it could be either in terms of there could be some malevolent like right winger who's like, I'm going to call climate change woke, even though I know it doesn't fit the definition, just because people don't like wokeness and I want to associate them together.
That's
like
utility
someone
too.
could have that thought, but I think most people don't. I think most people are just like, oh, they just perceive things the way they perceive them, and they say, oh, I think woke is this, and therefore I'm going to kind of like project it onto a bunch of other stuff, whether it really makes sense or is a coherent definition or not.
I think this is hilarious because this is why Big Joel's videos are so goddamn short, is because he can't have any of this conversation. This conversation just totally went over Big Joel's head,
so I think the confusion was, I think both me and Chud thought you meant utilitarian.
No,
there's utility.
I meant usefulness.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, because that's what Vosh's argument for. That's literally Vosh's argument.
Didn't you start by saying about Vosh as well?
No, I never. You guys brought up Vosh.
I
said you brought up Vosh.
Yeah, because that's literally his
Okay.
argument for trans women as women. Is he says, you know, categories are utilitarian. You know, we can define these things however the fuck we want.
I don't listen to Vosh. I don't know Vosh's argument on this stuff.
Well, we've literally watched these videos.
I make my own arguments.
Okay.
Okay.
So, but let me bring this back to wokeness.
Okay. Let's do it. Let's polish this off. Joel is going to be very angry. This video is going to be 2 hours long.
I know.
And he's not going to like the fact we said retard so much either.
We'll have CT cut out all of us arguing. Okay,
all retards, CT. They all must go.
CT, when you upload the clip of us responding to Joel, cut out all of us arguing with each other. Just cut
I think it's more interesting.
No. Cut it all out.
Chud, are you still on Sitch's side? It sounds like I won you over in that one.
What?
Well, no, the thing is, I don't think you did win me over. I think the thing is, I think there's a middle point where we kind of can meet because I think your conception of it in the
center, is that where we're meeting?
Yeah, let's meet in the center as I'm a centrist. I just think that sure, utility could be a reason that language changes, but the reason language change, like the N-word, for example, right? I think there's utility in making the N-word a generic term and insult for everyone.
Right.
And I can use it in that way, and I can call people an N-word hard R as like you're stupid. But then society is going to be broadly against me because that word has historically always been the same thing, which is very offensive word for a black person, particularly in America, right? So as much as I'm trying, and I am trying, trust me, in my private life, the N-word meaning is not changing. But I think there's utility in it, but it's not changing.
Sitch, you want to go back to woke?
I did, but I don't know why you said like, oh, do you agree with me now instead of Sitch? You understand? I literally said that we were just using the word we misunderstood what you meant by utility.
Oh, I guess you're right. You did agree with me.
So thank you for that. But anyway,
you win, Adam. Well done.
I know. Good job. Good job. Pat yourself on. This is why I don't want you responding under my name. Okay, with these comments.
Look, you said the comment was perfect.
I know.
That was a perfect call. That was a perfect phone call.
The perfect call. It was the exception that proves the rule. Anyway, bring this back to wokeness. Finally, is that comparing the slur of like retard, how it was originally like a medical term, then it became a slur, and now basically all it means is a slur. Now comparing that to wokeness, okay? The difference here, I would say, is that even though people do use woke as a slur, it's a slur that refers to people that are enacting a specific ideology in a specific way.
True.
Generally. And usually the way it is sort of this virtue signaling, very like dogmatic, cancel culture type. You have to, if you don't adhere to whatever we're saying, you are racist, you're a transphobic, you're a bigot, blah, 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 and you should be canceled from, existence, right? And the ideology is based off of an anti-liberal ideology that thinks that liberal solutions will not solve our cultural problems, and we have to use something else, usually some form of, cultural Marxism or something.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. And so despite the fact that woke becomes a slur, I would still argue that it won't lose, at least it hasn't yet so far, it won't lose the ideological component of what wokeness is because it's built into the slur, unlike the word retard.
Well, and it won't lose it as long as academia finds it useful to have these conversations with the definition we're always talking about. Like they may change that definition, but I think the concept will still be the same. They might not call it wokeness. They might call it, well, it already has different names. It has like critical theory,
critical studies, and
yeah. Anyway,
okay.
Can we get it for the last minute of this video? Anyway, come on, Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Look, it gets heated around here, Chud. I hope you can handle it.
I can handle it all right. Come on, let's go.
That way. Based on what? The definition that Ben Shapiro gives? I'm saying that it's an incorrect definition, Sitch and Adam, because people use it in other way.
Yeah, and we called you a retard for doing that. I mean, what's confusing?
Wait. We need to go back.
We're going back. Okay, good. We got through our sentence. Now we're going back. Excellent.
Based on what? The definition that Ben changed are using it incorrectly. According to who? Sitch and Adam? According to who are they using it incorrectly? A reminder here, this entire conversation was about the proper definition of the word woke. Like, we were actively in the process of defining this word, and Sitch and Adam are like, well, you can't use it that way. It's actually against the rules to use it that way.
Based on
what? The definition that Ben Shapiro gives? I'm saying that it's an incorrect definition, Sitch and Adam, because people use it another way. This is the way the word woke is used, guys. It's used to refer to things that can...
So wait, first of all, you did say that in the comment. And so I don't know why you're saying you didn't. And you should just stand by it because it is the incorrect way to use woke. Okay. Secondly,
look, I never said that you can't use it incorrectly. I never said that. You want to use it incorrectly? You knock yourself out. You want to call retards woke? Go ahead.
Gotcha. I understand. Okay. Secondly, to me, this is just, as I said, this is the height of irony, because his entire video he was responding to was him saying that Ben Shapiro's definition was wrong.
Yeah, policing Ben Shapiro's definition, saying, "Oh my God, he just is making this up. He doesn't. No one uses his definition."
So does this mean if anyone uses a definition, so under his label, under his theory of rules here, okay, he's saying just because people use the word woke in this other way that doesn't conform with maybe our definition or Ben Shapiro's definition of wokeness, that means that those definitions are wrong and the other definition is right.
Which is a stupid argument.
Wait, so yeah, exactly. So does that mean that Big Joel accepts that everyone on the left is a groomer?
Ooh.
Because that's the label that everyone on the right use. They talk about everyone on the left being a groomer.
Oh, I
that's
guess
how
you're
they
right.
define the left.
I guess you're right. They're all groomers now.
Is Big Joel
Wait, well, hang on.
A groomer?
Wait, well, I don't know if I can sign up on this. I don't want to be a groomer.
Chud is like...
Are you a groomer, Chud?
I mean, well, we don't need to get into it. I was actually accused of grooming once a long time ago.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, no.
Chud.
You guys don't know about that? Oh,
no.
Yeah. We don't need to get into the ins and outs of it, but needless to say, I mean, I'm still going strong, so it didn't really...
That's good. That's good. But that's the argument he's making. That's the argument he's making. Just because people use the term doesn't mean it's automatically correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
what's wrong with grooming? I'm grooming right now.
Well, look, I'm gonna listen. I'm just gonna keep defending the fucking right on this. It seems Short Fat Otaku has fucking influenced me. He's also grooming me. But I think that sometimes people think of grooming purely along sexual lines. But I think sometimes what people are referring to is like an ideological grooming.
Yes.
This idea that, your 5-year-old needs to know about gender shit. Now, I know people are going to not like me for this take. I think it is overstated. I think there's a lot of libs of TikTok shit that goes out. I think most teachers are just teaching curriculum and it's probably fine. But you do get some teachers that are probably going outside of the curriculum saying weird, wacky gender shit to 5-year-olds and whatever. And it's like, yeah, I don't agree with any of that. That's bullshit.
Yeah, we don't agree either.
Oh, what a shocker.
Right.
Well, go ahead. I mean,
I think that is what everything you said is true. And I think originally when they were kind of using the term groomer, they meant ideological. But I do think even from its inception, it was kind of like ideological wink, 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 wink. We're talking about pedophilia because, James Lindsay was the one who I believe first really was pushing the groomer label. And he was referring to specifically queer theory. And queer theory does have a lot of like sus stuff about pro-pedophilia and getting rid of the age of consent.
Yes.
And I think it's
There's
kind
a book.
I think it's kind of morphed away from the ideological grooming into literally just meaning pedophilia grooming at this point, so that basically that usage has kind of become this monster that it, what it is.
Short Fat Otaku spoke about this in one of his videos, but there's a book from some weird fucking far left weirdo pedo shit, and it says the way to get rid of sexual boundaries is to fuck kids, and it's like, fuck me. I don't think this is like commonly accepted on the left as much as people might think so. The problem is the left don't denounce fucked up shit like they should, like a drag show. And that makes it look bad. That's just terrible optically because it's easily condemnable. There's no fight. You should not be taking a fucking 6-year-old to a drag show. No reason to do that whatsoever. Easily condemnable. But the left seem to be hesitant to condemn it because they think it's transphobic. And then it just feeds this narrative of the grooming shit. So anyway, I'm going off on a tangent a bit, but yeah,
no.
It's just annoying.
Well, I'm glad you said that because I want to clarify. I don't think the left generally is pro, getting rid of the age of consent, obviously. But queer theory, the idea behind it, is that everything that is heteronormative should be dismantled because it's all oppressive. Okay. That's kind of, and you say, well, wait a minute. Everything that's heteronormative should be dismantled. You know what's heteronormative? Age of consent.
Yeah.
And there's a teacher, we have a clip of it that we've watched, and I forget, he goes through like all these founding names in queer theory and how you can look in their academic literature and they either are pro getting rid of age of consent or kind of like shrug their shoulders like it's not a big deal to get rid of age of consent. And they all make arguments, I think even including Foucault, They all make arguments in favor of why children should be able to have sex with adults, essentially. So I do think that is a deeply rooted idea in queer theory. Well,
didn't Foucault move to Morocco to have sex with a kid or something? I read a story about that.
Right.
That's what was alleged.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Listen, I don't want to shit on all my favorite lefty philosophers, okay? Listen, Foucault's good except for the pedo shit, okay? Some of that stuff's all right.
Okay.
Cut the pedo shit out. It's like Gary Glitter, right? Gary Glitter was a pedo, but you can still like Rock and Roll Part 2, okay?
Well, it's like the Great Balls of Fire guy, right? He married his underage cousin.
Oh, so. Elvis like did it a 14-year-old.
Come on, let's move on. I don't want to make Mr. Roll content here.
Okay.
We're all, but I do obviously, yeah. That's why the groomer word has this dual definition that adds to the usefulness / utility of it. Let's just say that.
Yeah, 1974. Michael Foucault and Guy Hocquem. They argued against the French petition. They had a French petition against the age of consent laws.
Look, Sitch, we're going to be featured in a Mr. Girl video here. Let's not.
I remember James Lindsay found out about this. That was really funny because James Lindsay is a pretty well-read guy, and he found this Wikipedia page and shared it. It was only like a year ago, and he was like, "Oh, what's this?" And it's like, did you not know about that? That's like one of the big, like, you know, Achilles' heels of some of these lefty thinkers is they signed this weirdo age of consent.
I'm just putting it out there before Big Joel says I'm calling all LGBT people pedophiles or something.
Right.
Because he doesn't know what queer theory is, because I don't think he understands. He just hears the word queer and then his brain shuts off at that point. So.
Look, I'm kind of against the groomer discourse because of that. Like, I'm pro LGBT and I don't like, they've battled that stereotype for fucking decades.
Right.
Like, True. We don't want that stereotype coming back. So
conservatives don't like. And the fact that you're so resistant to this, just like, it confuses me, honestly. Like,
oh, he's confused. Clip it. He's totally confused.
Why are you defensive of this word? No, the word wokeness can only refer to systemic discrimination. That's what Jesus Christ.
I literally in the comment you just read said that people could use it either way. They're either using it incorrectly or they're using the academic definition. So
told us to use it any other way is blasphemy. Why are the
never said that. Not in favor of that. Use the word however you fucking want.
Conservatives doing this? Why are they describing climate change as woke? They're using it all wrong. Woke is the thing that Ben Shapiro said it was. If people are using it to describe climate change, then it must be about the discrimination caused by climate change. If they're not using it to describe that discrimination, they're wrong, and I'm gonna take them down. Very dumb. I promise I won't talk about this more. This was the worst series of videos I've ever made. Thank you.
He's doing the same thing. So if he has a conversation where someone says, well, I'm defining women to not include trans women, and everyone on the right agrees, does he just throw up his hands and say, well, I guess trans women are not women now?
He's like, oh, trans women are adult human females now. I heard it on a conservative channel.
Yeah, if all the conservatives are saying women is adult human female, and that doesn't include trans women, does he just accept that?
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. It's pretty. Look, I want my position clear. Like, yeah, people use the word differently. I'm a big boy. I can use different definitions. Like if I'm in my critical theory class, talking to all my critical theory, graduate classmates, I'm going to use it one way. If I'm on the internet making fun of Chud Logic, I'm going to use it a different way. Okay.
I think it's interesting that he had 3 videos on the topic. And there's like really no explanation or thought of anything in them. It's just him making declarative statements.
Yeah, mischaracterizing our positions.
And that's it.
Yeah.
So, I know he's against 20-minute videos where people actually have to like substantiate what they're saying, I guess.
Well, and he defaults back to the like, oh, it's not complicated. Well, it's not complicated for you, Joel, because you're an idiot. You can't see the distinctions that we're making, okay? It must be nice living in your world.
Right.
I just don't see why as a lefty saying that what wokeness is what it is like a bad thing, because that's the whole point, is dismantling oppressive power structures.
I can tell you why. I can tell you exactly.
Yes. Tell him.
The reason is because the only reason that wokeness, which I'm defining as anti-liberal specifically, and this kind of like leftist, this new like leftist anti-liberal doctrine is kind of like sliming and worming its way into the American discourse, is because all of the boomer adults who are Democrats and the majority of people that vote and actually change things in this country have no clue whatsoever that wokeness is anti-liberal.
Yeah.
They have no clue that this is all based in like some kind of weird cultural version of Marxism. And if they did know that, they would all immediately stop supporting it.
It's a Trojan horse.
Right.
Yeah, well, stuff like, Black Lives Matter. The people that ran it apparently were all Marxists until they bought these massive houses.
Until they bought mansions. Yeah. they pulled Hassans. Yeah, exactly.
But the leaders of these movements often do have a better understanding, I imagine, of the theory, and do understand it's a subversion of liberal values meant to undermine liberal institutions,
right,
to bring about, some sort of socialist takeover or whatever, So they must know. But then the people that talk about it, like you say, they say Black Lives Matter. They don't understand the political roots and ideology behind it. They just think, yeah, Black Lives Matter. We don't want black people to die.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. There's so many, I hear so many boomer liberals who are Democrats who say things like they think wokeness is just like this, they think it's this generation's version of the civil rights movement, not understanding that, this is like the antithesis of the civil rights movement. CRT, it's rooted in CRT, which was anti the civil rights movement because they don't like the concept of liberal rights. That's why you don't hear anyone talk about rights anymore. Remember like 10, 20 years ago, everyone would say, oh, I want gay rights, or I want, black, rights for blacks, or I want rights for women. No one talks about the word rights anymore because that's all liberal.
Trans rights are human rights.
Yeah, but that was the only one. And then that kind of disappeared, right? They tried that in the beginning and then it went away. Because rights are a
transitional death or some shit. I've seen them say, some weirdo.
Right. So I am genuinely curious, and if Big Joel wants to come on our channel or make a fourth response video, I'm genuinely curious.
After I called him an idiot like 25 times.
I'm genuinely curious if Big Joel. I'm genuinely curious if Big Joel either literally doesn't know anything about the ideology that he's supporting, or is this all just the Trojan horse method? Because I don't know with him. I have no clue.
I might be able to send him a DM.
Right.
He's got the classic bread tube thing of just dunking on conservatives. It's the Chud dunking, which obviously is a bit hypocritical with my name and when my channel kind of started. Somewhat, I guess. I was more laughing at the fucking rant zone people. But anyway, it's like it's to dunk on the Chuds, right? If the right say something, it's stupid and it's dumb, and we're going to dunk on them for it. That's the mentality of bread tube, I think.
But I'm curious because I would think that most of his audience would not want to be called liberal.
No, but I think he's saying it as in I don't know what he's saying it because he's seeming to say, this stuff is liberal, but that's good. But then
right, but I don't think his audience doesn't like liberals.
No, but he seems to be engaging with liberal, the right to. It seems like it's more of a criticism of rightoids thinking good things are liberal, like trans women or women. Or something. I don't know. It's weird. I don't. This is why at this point it probably would be worth having a conversation so you could hash it out and see what he actually thinks on a live conversation because it doesn't really make any sense.
No hate here, Joel. No hate at all. Like if you want to come on, we'll be nice as can be. You came on before we had a nice conversation, so obviously we're entertaining an audience. You're entertaining an audience. That's why you're going over the top here.
Mm-hmm.
When they said that you look like an unwashed retard, they didn't mean that. They were just messing around, okay? We'll take that back.
Well, that part was true, but...
Oh, my God. Okay. Do you feel you've dunked on BreadTube now? Have you won?
Always. What do you mean?
This stream has been a blast, Chud. What are you talking about? I think we've actually covered everything we intended to cover. So, if there's anything you want to cover, Chud, how long do you usually stream during the day?
I stream like 8-10 hours a day. Listen, nice. I've got a bit longer, probably like 45 minutes or so. But if you want to end it, you can end it. I just feel like my concern with coming on these kind of shows is I'm just end up being the anti-progressive stooge guy, and I'm like, oh yeah, left the left, right the left.
That's why we have you on. What are you talking about?
Oh, look, I think we've had.
That's what Sargon's stabbing me up for too. I think.
I think we've had interesting, substantive conversations, though. I don't think we like to dunk on people, obviously, because it's fun, but at the same time, we like to actually talk about real stuff.
Well, I take issue because when I hear the word dunk, I think that means generally like you're clipping someone out of context to kind of just give like a very stupid thing, go, ha ha ha, this person's stupid, and not actually address whatever they're saying. To me, that's what a dunk is.
Yeah, I mean, no, I agree with that. mean, addressing what they're actually saying and calling them a homeless man that lives under the bridge. I mean,
so it's like an intellectual dunk.
Yeah, I mean, adding
the
insults.
good faith dunk.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, there you go.
Chud, I've actually got a question that requires your expertise.
Okay.
If you have a Scottish person or an Irish person, and I call them British, is that offensive?
Yes, it is offensive. Yeah. I mean,
okay,
I don't really
I'll
care,
do it
but...
then.
Okay. I mean, you know, British. People tend to refer to British, but yeah, Scottish, Welsh, Irish. I mean, Irish in particular have got a very you know, sovereign perspective on their own identity because we colonized them for so long. We've still even got a portion of the country that belongs to us somehow. So it's very offensive to an Irish person to call them British.
What about a Scottish person?
What if we call a British person Irish? Is that okay?
I mean, I don't think people would feel the same way about it. I think generally over here we tend to identify with our nation. So England, we're English, Scottish, Welsh, or Irish. That's how we tend to see ourselves. Gotcha. British is an Americanism that just refers to, oh, you're from that country.
That vague general direction. Yeah.
Yeah, the vague direction.
An Americanism for the before time. The old colony.
I think you see us all as the same.
We call them Proto-Americans on the show, so.
Exactly. You're all Proto-American. There's just America, and then there's not America. You guys are like, you're like European Canadians, right?
Wait, what? No, we're not at all. We dominated it. Well, it was more of a war across different countries, but we're quite a dominant
You're
force in
European Canadians. You know, you're kind of white, but you're not American. You know,
dominated. That sounds oppressive.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you know much about our history, but we had a bit of an empire going on, which was a bit controversial. I mean, certainly looking back, it's controversial.
You don't have it going on now? I mean, because we're still like in the game.
Not really, no. We kind of your little cousins in the global stage, I feel like these days.
Only the losers complain about empires.
Joe, do you have a take on Ukraine?
Slava Ukrainia! Yeah, okay. I do have a take on Ukraine. I think broadly, yeah, sure. I think Russia invading a country is bad. And I think it is an example of imperialism, as much as tankies will say, no, it's not. It can't be because it's not America. I do, however, have some concerns with the kind of unending flagrant support for Ukraine without any objection, when it's like, well, hang on a sec, Ukraine could still be doing bad things just because they're on the, you know, oppressed side. Like they're still going to be doing bad shit. That's my basic take.
We got Mahler in the chat upset about our British take.
Hey,
you mean that Scotsman Mahler?
Oh God,
is Mahler Scottish?
I don't. He's not American. That's.
I believe Mahler's Welsh. I think.
Yeah, I thought it was.
He's a jam.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, listen. If Mahler wants to come on and you know, argue that he should do. But what's this thing about Ukraine? Do you agree or disagree with me? Do you think?
Yeah, we generally agree. We're generally pro-Ukraine here.
Okay. Do you remember the Ghost of Ukraine? Everyone was jerking themselves off over the Ghost of Ukraine. Literally just fucking Ukraine propaganda. What
I was the Ghost of Ukraine, yeah.
It's like, you know, it's propaganda when the other side does it and it's bad, but when we do it, it's based, you know, support the troops shit. I just find that very cringe. If you're not Ukrainian, you know, it's
find
like,
it cringe? Oh, okay. Damn, harsh.
What, you like that shit?
Well, I mean, if it makes America look good, and I mean, we know it's propaganda. We're basically, I mean, you're admitting that. So what's the harm?
I mean, okay, it was obviously a less egregious form of propaganda, but I just think that there's this acceptance of pro-Ukraine content in totality, and there isn't much criticism of it, even when Ukraine are potentially engaging in morally questionable acts. Like, for example, if I was to say I have concerns about Ukraine shutting down of certain papers and political parties as an act of like wartime,
I would say commie. I would go commie. How dare you, commie? I mean,
what do you mean?
I'm memeing a little bit here, but obviously,
I don't know the truth of it.
The real argument.
Accept it.
No, I understand.
What's your real argument?
The real argument would be, you know, it's a time of war. Like if we had, you know, if we were in a war with Iraq and we had like an Iraqi
20,000 women because we're at war.
Well, I wouldn't condone that, obviously. Yeah.
But why not? It's wartime.
Well, there are actual rules of war. But listen, inviting the invading regime to set up a propaganda outlet inside your country doesn't seem like a good idea, right? So are you saying that they should be able to do that?
Not necessarily. I'm not saying it could be all tickety-boo and they're doing everything correctly as per they should under attack by war. I'm just saying that there's the opportunity to hide pernicious acts under the auspices of doing it for war, and people don't seem particularly curious about investigating whether that's the case.
They're shutting down opposition newspapers, and then there's like raping.
What are the names of the newspapers they've shut down, and what's their political ideology? List them off, please.
Well, they were communists. They were Soviet-friendly communist.
Okay, what's the name of the newspapers? Can you name them? Do you know what the newspapers are?
Yeah, it was the Russian Times. It was
Russia
Ukraine
Today.
Bad Inc.
Yeah.
It was Zelensky is gay.
Yeah, it was Russia Propaganda Today.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is not that like it's
I know
potentially right. You see where I'm coming from. It's just we just accept it because that's the correct side.
Yeah, I don't
just
know.
I've got concerns about that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's good or bad or whatever.
As you should.
But to express it, you get people jump down your throat with what? You're really going to complain that they're being invaded? And it's like, yes, that's the point. That's why you need to be more scrutinous if you're able to. Obviously, I'm not going to say to a Ukrainian, you need to scrutinize what they're doing and sort the press out. But if in America, it just feels like kind of this this weird like, oh yeah, Slava Ukraini shit, and it's like you're not even Ukrainian. Like, sure, you can have that take as like a meme on Twitter, but if you want to be critical in America, you can be critical in America without going to extreme pro-Putin shit.
It annoys me because everyone in America, I feel like everyone's take on America and about Ukraine and Russia is literally just, from the left, it's, oh, we don't like Russia bad because they hacked Hillary's emails, and we think Donald Trump is a secret Russian stooge. Like that's, I think, where all the Slava Ukraine stuff from the left is coming from.
Sure, but then there's like the far left, the tanky types who love Russia because
well, see, that's what I want to ask you about, because what do you think is going on? Because it's weird because the far left and the far right have like teamed up, and they both don't like Ukraine.
Populism, isn't it? That's it. Populism often meets on those lines. It's an anti-American narrative, very popular amongst the populist types. America suck. Russia's good. Russia's got a strong leader. We've got a bunch of gays running things. I don't know. I'm simplifying it a bit, obviously, but that is kind of the mentality.
I think you're right on the money. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. The America bad lens, as I call it.
Yeah, which, America's got problem. I'm going to give the Senate take, I guess. America's got, but obviously America does have problems, but I think when the root of your politics is America bad, you're going to end up with some real shitty conclusions because you're working off a faulty logic or whatever.
I sent Mo a link. If he wants to come on, he can. So he doesn't have to, but yeah.
This is too political for Mo, but he's welcome.
We need to talk about how many black people are in Star Wars, don't we, to get more interested?
There you go. What do you? I feel like part of the problem. Right? I feel like part of the problem when we have these conversations, like with, I don't know if you get this with your audience, with our audience, is that so much when you talk about how shitty a lot of politics are and a lot of politicians are, I feel like it pushes a lot of people to be this sort of like just have like this blanket anti-establishment doomerism kind of attitude, which to me is just the other side of the coin. And is there a way to prevent that, to keep people in like the nuanced center?
I mean, the thing is, you have people, and this is Trump's secret to success, I guess, is he managed to connect with people that were deeply unhappy with how things were in America, felt like the Republican and Democrats were two sides of the same coin. And he was like, hey, I'm offering something different. And I think that, this is where the lefty takes over, I guess. But if you start to, as a government, fix the fundamental issues that people face in society, like healthcare, shitty pay, whatever, you're going to start to alleviate those problems that lead people to those conclusions. I think you could have stopped a lot of the QAnon problems if you were to press a button to alleviate the financial issues of people that believe in QAnon or whatever, social issues they're experiencing, and you press that, a lot of the people that believed in QAnon would not believe in it because they wouldn't need to, because they've got, satisfaction in their lives in other areas. That makes sense.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, my theory is that all this stuff comes from the housing crash, which showed that the American dream was not real anymore. And people were very thirsty for someone to be held accountable for that destruction. Essentially, people were very thirsty for revenge. And when Obama ran, he ran on hope and change. And people really wanted him to come in and change everything. And then he didn't really hold anyone accountable for the housing crash. He bailed everyone. He helped bail everyone out, as Bush did. And then people didn't feel like he really changed much of anything. It felt more like business as usual. And I think that's kind of what allowed this new form of like woke left progressivism to kind of dig its talons in, because now there was a bunch of left people that were disenfranchised when Obama didn't really do what they thought he was going to do.
That was the first punch. The gut punch was Bernie. That was the thing that people latched onto after Obama.
Right.
When Bernie went by the wayside in 2016, I think people still had some level of hope because he was going to run again. But if you notice, a lot of people after the Biden won the primary or whatever happened in early 2020, a bunch of people lost their minds. Like, do you know what Amy Therese is?
No.
Oh,
Amy Therese?
Yeah, she's typical of the kind of thing I'm talking about. And I'm not like a massive anti-Amy Therese person. I think she's got some based and sometimes funny takes. She's kind of conservative, but she was like a big Bernie stan. And then when Bernie went out, she went through this kind of arc of going like to the post-left side of things, which flirts a bit with the neo-reactionary shit, to being like a full-on conservative type now. And I think that's a pathway a lot of people followed. Chapo went through this on a lesser spectrum, but came out on the end kind of pro-Democrat. I'm simplifying things massively, but I think the point I'm making is 2020 Bernie shit turned a lot of people from hopeful progressives supporting Bernie to burnt out people who were looking for something new, and a lot of them like went down the MAGA communism route. That's something that is kind of popular on the internet and other angles, populist routes, Jimmy Dore style political analysis. I think a lot of people went these routes because they were disenfranchised and they saw that's the way to go. And that obviously loops back around to the populist stuff, and you got the left and the right populists that often agree on things. Does any of that make sense?
It does. No, it makes perfect sense. And to me, that's why it's hilarious that, you know, we hear the socialists always say that, you know, if you cut a fascist, a liberal, or if you cut a liberal, a fascist bleeds, or, you know, inverse of that. And they always say the liberals always side with fascists, when it feels like in reality, there's far more overlap and changing of the guard between the socialists and the fascists than there are between any of those parties and the liberals. I think the socialists and fascists can get along far better than they can with with the liberals.
Yeah, I mean, Short Batataku has got some good videos about this that I've watched, and I think that, you know, I think more moderate socialists who maybe support more of a social democracy style of politics probably aren't as you know, they're willing to push the Democrats to get elected. But when you get to like the Marxism, Leninism stuff and things like that, people either tend to pivot. You got this like hardcore woke Marxism, Leninism, which does a lot of the kind of anti-liberal shit you're talking about, or they pivot more towards, well, let's join forces with the MAGA, who are also populist, and maybe together we can dismantle the liberal hegemony that exists via support for China and Russia. And I think support for China and Russia is very much a sort of a convenience thing, because China and Russia are looking to dismantle American hegemony as nations, and that's going to benefit them and enable, in a weakened American state would enable communists to stage some sort of uprising. If you've got support of the MAGA types, you know, I think that's the mentality they go with broadly.
That's a good point. Yeah. I think to me, this is part of why I think it's so important to include in the definition of woke the anti-liberal narrative, because that to me explains why there is this weird overlap between the far left and the far right, because it's just like, I think most people's political decisions are based on vibes alone, essentially. And so they just get like, oh, I don't like if you're on the far left, you're like, I don't like liberals. And then or I don't like liberals, I don't like liberalism. And then you see the guy on the far right who's like, yeah, liberals and liberalism sucks. And I think just that like joint hatred of the joint enemy allows them to kind of unify in a very bizarre way. I tweeted this out. Some people got very upset because this actually happened in Nazi Germany. And this is part of what allowed the Nazis to take over, was that there was a liberal party. There was obviously the right-wing party, which essentially allowed the Nazis to come in. And then there was the socialist, the far left party. And the far left party refused to basically work with the center party to stop the right-wing party that allowed the Nazis in multiple times, and even worked together with the Nazi party very early in the game, you know, before they really realized the Nazis were going to win the fight, to sort of destroy the liberals.
Yeah, and I mean, there was also obviously the kind of the Nazis were left wing is a bit
that's all stupid,
reductive. But there was a socialist aspect of the Nazis who saw the racialized stuff as pro-worker shit. I mean, I'm not an expert on it by any means, but that was the Strasserite element, which was eventually purged from the party, I think.
Well, I do think that the Nazis, so the way that I conceptualize it is that, yeah, the Nazis economically had some socialist tendencies, and fascism obviously came out of socialism ideologically. So of course it's going to have that. And that both socialism and fascism are collectivist, anti-individual responses to liberalism. So they're going to have a lot of overlap. But I think the difference in my mind is, well, but without getting into my whole definition of left versus right, the socialists were generally concerned with the economics of class consciousness as their primary motivation, and the Nazis were generally motivated by racial, ethnic purity as their primary motivation, and that the economics they would employ were kind of just a means to that end.
Someone is expressing incredulity at the idea that socialism came from fascism, but it is actually true. Mussolini was like a Marxist, and some of the socialists thought...
You said it backwards. Fascism came out of socialism.
Sorry. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
No, that is true.
Yes.
Yeah, that is true.
But yeah. So Mussolini's ideas were rooted in his history as a Marxist, and I can't remember the fucking exact... I'm not a historian or whatever.
Dev has a video about it, yeah.
He does. It lays out pretty well.
It's essentially the way I think to conceptualize it is fascism is essentially right-wing socialism. It's basically taking the shell of socialism and putting it through the right-wing moral intuitions of being very concerned with tradition and coalescing along a I don't want to say like I guess an ethnic state, yeah. So
yeah, I mean, I think that one thing that I've come to realize in my time doing this, and I'm very skeptical about the ability, there's some provisos here, but the ability of any of this content to meaningfully change the political world in a broad sense. But you agree with that?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, no, we're very skeptical of our ability to change minds. I think being funny and likable helps, but I think like actually having good arguments and the truth doesn't help at all.
I'm not very, no one here is funny or likable, so it's not going to work. But.
We're both, what are you talking about? We're all three of us are funny and likable.
But I think a lot of this stuff is pie in the sky. Yeah, Doomer was sick of your bullshit, I think.
He always sneaks out like a little tramp.
Look, I took him off screen before he even snuck out. Nice. But
a lot of this stuff is very pie in the sky, like, if we're honest. And there's guardrails within capitalism now, particularly neoliberal market economics, that protects itself against dissent. Where, you know, someone like Hassan Piker, who talks about socialism all the time, his criticism gets commodified. And this is what I noticed when it was like everything I said, well, I'm putting it onto a capitalist platform. It's being packaged and sold as a commodity for people to consume. So, you know, even if you're criticizing the system, as part of the system, you become the system. It's kind of like I'm 14-year-old and this is deep kind of meme, but it's true that everything gets commodified. And I just don't think there's any way around it.
Do you think we're going to get to like UBI or maybe even like a 2-day work week with automation or any of that kind of stuff?
I think the hand will be forced eventually if we get to this high level of automation. Sure. Yeah. But I don't think it's going to happen because people think it's the right thing to do. It will happen because material reality forces politicians' hands to do something.
Totally.
I can't, you know. So I think that's why pushing for some of this stuff to me just seems a bit hopeless. I'm very, like black-pilled on some of this stuff, but yeah, some of it just seems hopeless, and it's going to come out of material reality, not someone going, this is a good idea and will help people.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam pulled me from the right to the center. Hey, there you go. Right there.
You go. But going back to what you're saying.
You're a secret right-winger?
Yes.
No. Yeah.
But performatively, Adam has to applaud that, even though secretly he's angry.
What do you mean?
Don't worry about it.
I think Andrew Clark was more convinced because like we're funny and he hangs out with us, and that we made some compelling argument for centrism, though.
Probably.
Okay, but here's the thing as well, right? I think this. Sorry, listen, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think this is a bit bullshit. Okay, all the people that are watching your show are consumers. They're consuming content. Okay, now they might change a few views here and there, right? But being like a centrist and a liberal, like we're all functionally liberals. That's the thing that I talk about a lot.
Yeah.
No matter what you do or what you say, no matter what your Twitter profile is, every action you take is supportive of the liberal economic system we live under. Right?
I love
We're doing it right now.
The neo-reactionaries, their heads are exploding.
I feel like you're kind of like I feel like you're kind of the guy in the well at this point. You make that argument.
What does that mean?
You know, the guy like, oh, you live under liberalism and yet you criticize it. The little guy in the well.
Well, no, I'm not. But no, I'm not. But the thing is, I'm not saying you can't criticize it. But I'm saying criticism in and of itself is pointless. You need to take action. Like, you know, someone calls themselves an anarchist, and it's like, what are they doing? They're posting on Twitter, literally just stuffing ad revenue into Elon Musk's pocket, and probably got a Twitter blue account,
to me, that's maybe this is just the way you're wording it. To me, and this is what I want to get back to about Hasan. To me, this is a criticism of the individual character of these people, not a criticism of the system overall. Like, if Hasan could still be a Twitch streamer who makes lots of money, but then he could actually use that money to promote actual socialist causes in the real world, as opposed to not doing any of that at all. And to me, that's his moral failing. That's not like this system entrapping him or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that there's certainly, if you're in a particular position like Hasan is, you probably can do more. You absolutely can do more. Well,
you should if he.
But every incentive works against that for Hasan, right?
Well, that proves socialism doesn't work.
Well, how? How does it prove socialism doesn't work?
Because it shows that it's a system where the incentives are not aligned with people's natural behaviors.
But no, when the thing is, the natural behavior that we engage in, or what we conceive as natural behavior, is put into our heads by the system itself.
Well,
why do you want to? Why do you want to accumulate money?
Because of what it represents.
What does it represent?
I think women like guys.
This is where we're going to start to disagree, and you're going to do your lib shit stuff, and I'm going to get annoyed.
Wait. Safety and status is what it represents.
Hell yeah.
What do you mean?
Okay, but why does it represent? But then that's a value we've attributed to it. We've created that thing.
Yes. Okay.
We're going to attribute that value to it.
So that's true-ish. I think the problem here is that, like, humans, we evolved for millions of years to be the human animal that we are currently, including a lot of our motivations and behaviors and intuitions. And to me, I think where capitalism and liberalism succeeds is it's able to take kind of the human animal that has all these, lower based feelings in them and kind of figure out a way to channel our shitty urges into somewhat productive pro-social urges. I think that's the goal of society.
Yep.
Channel our shitty animal urges into being pro-social. And to me, that's part of why socialism always fails, is because it doesn't take into account, and often socialism doesn't even believe this because most socialists believe in a blank slate theory. It doesn't take into account how to do that.
Sure. So the thing is, money represents the ability to get food and housing, which is basic human requirements we all have. But then what neoliberalism has succeeded in, and what market capitalism has really flourished in, is giving us all these other options that don't serve as a utility we need. It's a want that is, and a desire is created via marketing to go and purchase things. Because security now isn't just having a home to live in and food in your belly 3 meals a day. That would be considered a very austere existence.
But I said two things. I didn't just say safety. I said safety and status.
Okay. But
and why do we care about status?
But status is not status via having an iPhone is something that is created by companies and marketing within us.
No. Right? Okay, wait. So the desire for humans to achieve status is natural, but what we determine is a sign of status is created by humans. Right?
Yes, and it just so happens that now what is a sign of status are like expensive electronic goods that when we purchase them puts money into the pockets of business owners and shareholders. Over, I mean, what would it have been back in caveman days? Who could hit a fucking mammoth over the head the hardest? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, who could throw the little spear thing that they would throw the best? Yeah, sure. Right, who would bring home the best meat? And
which is like a substantive, real thing of who could bring home the most meat. Now it's who earns the most money to get the most.
But that is a
irrelevant
consumer
goods.
What do you mean?
Yeah, but it's okay. But owning a yacht is considered a very high status thing in society.
Right.
But it doesn't speak to an achievement in the same way, like an actual material achievement that's going to benefit you as a human, like bashing a mammoth over the head and bringing home the most meat.
I completely disagree with you, because owning a yacht shows that either you or your family has the skills to acquire lots of money and thus acquire this resource of a yacht.
But okay, wait, you've changed to your family.
Well, I'm just inherit a bunch of money. People inherit money, so yeah.
Exactly, but then that's not to do with you as an individual. You just happen to inherit millions of dollars.
No, of course it does. Wait, your family status affects your status. Of course it does.
Yeah, but in the fucking caveman times, it doesn't matter what status your family's got. If you're a little sickly fucker that can't bash a mammoth over the head to bring in the most meat, you're fucked as an individual.
Yeah, but I'm not disagreeing with you that status has changed. I'm just, you said you were using the word
but status
real.
Has changed and been manipulated. Okay.
Well, okay, you're saying manipulated implies like intention. I don't think there's an intention here. I think this is just a natural progression, kind of like the natural progression of language.
Yeah, sure. It's not like it's malicious. The capitalists aren't sat there rubbing their hands together with their,
how do we convince the caveman to buy the iPhone? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's a natural progression. And you know, people that run businesses are operating within their incentives as well and their means. It's not like they're evil and they're rubbing their hands together going, how can we rip people off? It's all a natural progression over time of all of these mechanisms and all of these systems. But we have reached a stage where, you know, status is represented by money, wealth, electronic goods, yachts, etc. And that is a construction that is contributed to by people in society to convince us to go and purchase and buy those things, even though we don't need them to actually live a life.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, when capitalism and liberalism first comes about, in my mind, it's easy for that ideology to kind of grip its fingers into countries that used to be monarchies and be appealing to people when it's in effect, because it plays on all of our natural intuitions in a way that's very, I think, on a base level. You know, people want money, they want to acquire wealth, they want to acquire stuff, you know, they want to acquire for safety, status reasons, blah, 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 blah. And I think the difficulty with socialism is that it doesn't really, on a natural level, I don't think it really applies or really appeals to us in our base instincts to achieve, you know, mates and selection, mates and status and safety and all these things, unless we were, as a society, to completely redefine all of the things that give us status. Like, moving from monarchy to capitalism, they didn't have to redefine what gave us status. Under monarchy, being rich gave you status. Under capitalism, being rich gives you status. Under socialism, what the fuck gives you status?
I guess, by the way, I don't even consider myself a socialist, by the way. I'm not
saying that you are.
I just want to make clear for your chat who think I'm some socialist, fucking whatever. I don't really play with the terminology. I think it's cringe or whatever. But okay, I guess under socialism, to play devil's advocate on that, the idea would be it's what you contribute to society. What the fuck was that? It's what you contribute to society, you know, as you know, from each according to the ability to each according to the need. So you're giving out to society what you're able to support those that maybe aren't able to. So, and that, I guess, is maybe what it wraps back round. And if someone wants to live to socialist principles, he's in a position where he is able to give out more than he maybe is at the moment. You know, he's able to give more according to his ability, but he chooses not to.
You guys turn your volume off on the watch together, because they're waiting for Trump to do a press conference. So,
okay,
I'll bring it up.
So we'll watch it live.
Turn your volume
off. Turn the volume on the watch together on.
Yeah. You got it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So but yeah, I think you're exactly right. It's kind of like, you know, people always use Star Trek as the example of like space socialism, where you know, how you contributed back to society was kind of the status because there was no money. But the thing is, that requires I don't think that's going to happen until it's forced upon people to happen, because money becomes meaningless because we have, you know, either infinite energy or robots do everything at that point. I think that's literally the only way that idea is going to be able to implement in humans on a broad scale.
Well, I don't think you can like politically achieve socialism or communism. I think that, to me, is a bastardization of my understanding of what it was supposed to be, which is the prediction was, to put simply, there's all these contradictions that are going to occur, which is going to lead to a catastrophic undermining of the system, which is going to lead to the proletariat rising up, et cetera, et cetera. So it feels like socialists now push this idea that, well, if we spread class consciousness enough, the American proletariat is going to rise up against the American state and take it over, which to me is just delusional because of the creature comforts and whatnot Americans have. I don't know.
And I think Hassan is playing into that exact thing. He's not seeking status by promoting the cause of socialism in his daily life or by being a good person. He's seeking status the same way all the good liberal capitalists do, by buying a house and expensive clothing and doing all that stuff.
Sure. And I'm critical of that too. I don't want it to seem like I'm giving cover to Hassan for not making a better personal choice. I think we need to talk about personal choices and how we engage, because otherwise, we need to be able to criticize behavior. But I just think that there is an aspect of the way that the incentive plays on the mind and affects people too. Having been through the process myself of being, oh yeah, I'm going to change the world with my content, to realizing the futility of that and pivoting towards making content that makes money and gets eyeballs on me.
Well, hopefully, maybe not. I would hope that we'd all be able to make content that makes money, but that doesn't contradict some kind of core value that we have?
Sure. I mean, yeah, I don't like gambling, so I'm not going to be a gambling streamer. But then, me not gambling doesn't negatively impact me, but expecting me to give away 30% of my income would negatively impact me, particularly when I'm still in the process of building what I've got going on. Right.
You don't have a guilty conscience, do you, Chud?
Yeah, but are you advocating your stream that everyone should give away 30% of their income? Or are you just using that like as a...
No, I don't really talk about politics and that anymore. I mean, I've got a lot of wacky political views, lefty political views, but I don't know, but advocate for them because it seems
no, but I mean, like, I'm assuming you're not censoring your opinion or changing... I'm assuming you're not censoring your opinion or sort of like changing your content because in like a cynical way. Like, you're not... I don't think you're grifting to like just get money.
No, I like making drama content. You know, and I mean, I meme a bit and like I'm doing it for the money and stuff like that. But obviously, I enjoy what I do. The whole point of being a content creator is you do the content you want to do, right? And you make money doing it.
Well, do you feel like are you saying that like you felt like you were trying to do more political content back in the day, and then you realized no one cared about that, so now you're leaning on your second interest, which is drama instead? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think when I first came into the space, I was very Voshized, really. I was a big Vosh fan. And
that why you look? I'm just kidding.
And I just thought, you know, yeah, look, we're going to change the world, and look, we're going to do socialism, we're going to talk about it, and we're going to de-radicalize people, and And I soon realized that's all bullshit. It's bullshit people say to get money from people, because the way this is set up is we all get commodified and turned into a product for YouTube or a product for Twitch, and so it just, unless you're doing something substantive, some serious political organizing, you're functionally liberal. You're not actually doing anything political. And if you've got the ability to, you should. I can't really make you do anything though. So I'm just going to do my little thing over here and build a channel and build a career for myself making content.
I think people should be like less political in their activism and more, and just vote. Like so many people, they don't even vote. And I just think, okay, that's not a good way to be.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I agree with voting, but I think some people feel disenfranchised by feeling they don't get what they want when they vote.
This is the thing that bugs me, because especially on the left, when they're saying, you know, I don't vote because voting, you know, it doesn't matter, my vote doesn't count. They use the argument though with climate change. They seem to accept the fact that, you know, everybody has a climate footprint, and that little, you know, your little climate footprint is just completely indistinguishable, but it all adds up to, you know, real change. Well, how come they don't apply that same logic to voting?
I guess because they're probably, well, I'm sure there are some people that do that. I don't know if know of a person. I'm sure they do, but it's a bit of a weird. So you're saying there's someone that won't vote, but will apply a super individualist analysis to their own climate usage?
Yes, totally. They understand they understand that everybody's collective use of carbon adds up to a problem with climate change, but they don't understand that everybody's collective voting adds up to various candidates getting elected. They only focus on the individual themselves. They're like, my vote doesn't count. I mean, if you applied that same logic to carbon, you'd go, I don't need to do anything. My carbon doesn't count. But if everybody does that, then all of a sudden it is a problem.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess that people are just inconsistent and don't consider that your individual impact. Yeah, I mean, it's just inconsistency. I mean, there's people that think if you organize, you can stop Hogwarts Legacy from being successful, even though that didn't really happen. But
right, but then they won't vote. That's hilarious.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, if someone that doesn't vote and does a Hogwarts Legacy boycott is inconsistent. Yeah, sure. Or there's the carbon thing.
I'm glad you brought up the Bernie thing, because I think that's important here. I think part of what happened with a lot of people and why they were so emotionally scarred by that was, I think people generally forget that the internet is not the real world, in terms of that there's a massive selection bias for people that engage on politics on the internet, and it's going to pull from very, you know, more extreme avenues of the political spectrum. So while there's like a crap ton of, you know, woke, you know, socialist or socialist leaning lefties on the internet and on Twitter, there's not really that many like in America overall, you know. in terms of being part of the voterage. So they're not going to vote for like Bernie Sanders or whoever over Joe Biden.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, I mean, the same happened with Jeremy Corbyn in the UK. Is that people were like, "Oh my God, look at all the upvotes Jeremy Corbyn's getting on Twitter."
Right.
And I remember looking at Boris's Twitter presence, and it was much lower. But then these people aren't going out to vote. The people that are going to vote, and they don't give a shit about what's going on Twitter. They just want Brexit done, so they're going to vote for Boris because he's going to do Brexit for them, even if they're a traditionally Labour voter.
Yeah, perfect example.
You know, and I think this is why, I mean, I don't want to delve into too much. Obviously, it's a lot of Americans watching, but Keir Starmer has taken it back more towards a more centre-left position with the Labour Party. I know lefties hate it, but that's what's needed. You're not going to beat Boris with more further lefty shit, even if some of his ideas are palatable to people. Like Jeremy Corbyn is just too far gone for people to accept. So, you know, and especially with like the trans and gender discourse, Keir Starmer has got a much more moderate line on the trans stuff. People obviously hate it, but it's like, you don't understand that some bricklayer up in the north doesn't give a shit about this gender shit. He cares about his back pocket and how much money he's making. So you've got to focus on that to win him back ground. And that's why some of the recent strike action has probably been good for the working class shit in the UK, as much as the press hasn't liked it. You know, people connecting with workers on stuff they care about too, pay, conditions, holiday, etc. And this is what working class people are interested in too. So if you're going to appeal on that line, you're onto a winner, I think, from the left.
Right. I agree.
No, we have to call women birthing people. Come on, Chud.
What is that? I tell you what, why? I thought we'd all agreed on the left, oh, that's kind of cringe. But then when Anna Kasparian said it's bullshit, everyone saw he's out. I'm like, I thought we agreed this was kind of cringe, you know? Like, why are we all defending this now?
When did everyone agree on the left about that? I don't remember that ever happening.
Nobody's ever agreed on the left about anything, Chud.
Okay, well, maybe, maybe I misconceived it, but maybe they didn't agree on it, but it just seems odd that we've gone from like, at the very least, like not really talking about it that much to big lefty accounts saying, oh no, actually Anna Kasparian's being kind of transphobic here. I don't know. The whole gender thing has been a whole journey for me with the progressives. I have had my mind changed on a lot of stuff about the trans stuff. The core beliefs, they're still there, but you know,
you become a transphobe is what you're saying.
Yes, I become a transphobe. I'm probably more transmedicalist now, I'd say.
That was always my position from day one.
I think that, like, I remember making arguments 3 years ago, oh, kids aren't getting gender confirmation surgery, what are you talking about? To now I'm like, 15-year-olds are getting double mastectomies. That's fucking insane. And right. You know, the fact people defend that shit is wild and a complete optics disaster. You know, so there's lots of progressive things I've seen which have just made me just not want to associate with that anymore.
Detransitioners aren't real.
Oh, but Adam, I don't think we should have this visual up so we don't get copyright strike.
Are you sure? Oh, maybe you're right.
I mean, we don't need it. We're not watching this thing.
Yeah.
So
I'll
thank you. But yeah, I mean, that was always my position in the trans stuff. So I'm glad you're coming around.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I always like to see what the evidence is and whatnot. And I read this British Medical Journal article about pediatric gender care, and there's lots of reports. There's a report in the UK from Hilary Cass looking at this stuff. There's obviously medical orgs in Europe that are pulling back from the puberty blockers.
Well, I mean, you had the whole Tavistock, disaster.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, and I think for me, looking at it, I'm like, yeah, this is like troubling, and I'm a father, and I'm very careful with my kids because I don't want them fucking getting into all this weird shit online that I see, you know, because yeah, nobody is troubling as a parent.
It's sad that nobody gets that. I was arguing with people online today about that, and they were like, oh, this is just a minuscule thing that's barely happening anywhere. And I'm like, it doesn't matter as a parent. Like, you're going to worry about it, even if it's a minuscule thing that it's going to come and target you, right?
Well, yeah, and yeah.
It feels kind of like the gaslighting with the you can't define woke thing. Is this like, why is the right so obsessed with trans people?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
It's like, well, annoying. I mean, they're reacting to something that's happening that was being pushed by the left primarily. It's not like they just came out of the blue and said, let's start talking about trans people.
There's always been a general air of like ignorance around trans issues that has persisted for a while. But generally people have got the liberty type position of, if you're an adult, do what you want, you know, fine, with a bit of like latent transphobia mixed in. But I think as progressives have pushed more, particularly around the children conversation, I think that's where we're seeing like more of a reaction. And there are extremes. I think like Matt Walsh's rhetoric around it is particularly
terrible,
egregious.
Well, Michael Knowles was, I think, worse, but yes, I agree.
Yeah, sure. And I think that obviously is like too far. But then I can understand, like, you know, there's a video the other day of a guy wearing a billboard that said, "I defend my kids from gender ideology." And then a trans activist comes up to him and starts screaming in his face. And this fella like puts his hand on this trans person to try and make some space. And then she goes for his throat. I mean, it was a pretty masculine act without getting too transphobic, but Jesus Christ. Did you see that video?
I did not, but no.
That sounds right up your street if you want to be transphobic.
Watching all the hate videos. Look at this.
I mean,
I did see the trans person with a MAGA hat on fighting with people in front of the indictment courthouse. And I was like, this is mixed messages here. There's this giant trans woman with a MAGA hat on fighting with a bunch of, they look like grandma lesbians.
Oh, there's like a trans cross-dresser MAGA person I've seen.
Yeah.
But the temperature is so crazy on the right. Confusing. Even like Blair White is getting like hardcore shit on by conservatives. And she was always someone that I thought was broadly accepted as like a good trans person. So it seems like the right have really gone ballistic in their anti-trans line of thinking where Blair White is getting attacked.
Yeah, I think, well, did that happen after Matt Walsh's statement or before that you were seeing her getting attacked?
I don't know the timeline. I think that there's over the last few months, there's been an escalation of rhetoric from people like Matt Walsh that I think is aligned to it. And I think that probably is an offshoot of that.
I think the way, because I think the way a lot of the political discourse works is like, there were a lot of people on the right who were adopting the libertarian argument. Like, well, once you're 18, you can do whatever you want. But I don't think they really believed it. I think they were against it always. And as soon as like Matt Walsh like signals that it's okay to have that position, I think all those people start coming out essentially.
Yeah, sure. But you know, like, and this is, I'm repeating a trans person's take, so this isn't transphobic, but I follow, there's people that are trans that I follow that have got actual decent takes on it. So I think they're trying to call themselves transsexual to separate themselves because they're sick of it. But they were saying, I understand why people hate us, because what's your representation in the media is some burly trans woman trying to grab a guy by the throat because he's saying he wants to protect kids from gender ideology. Most normies are going to look at that and be like, that's fucking crazy. What the hell? You know, and I think the optics thing people don't understand. You think back to gay rights. What were the gays doing? They were dressing up in suits trying to look normal. But now apparently that's assimilation and that's wrong. And you've got to look at the biggest freak going in order to fight for your rights. And that just seems like foolish to me. But what do I know? I'm cis after all. What do I know, hey?
Well, that's a really good point because, you know, when you had the civil rights movement and the gay rights movement, it was all under the framework of liberalism. And so there was a lot of people trying to show that, hey, we're just normal people. We want to exist in society under normal cultural values, except that we're gay, right? Or black or whatever. But I think since a lot of the transgender stuff has been come up now where we're throwing liberalism away and sort of adopt this idea of, well, we need to, deconstruct and tear down everything normative. You don't have a lot of that with a lot of it, not with every, but with a lot of trans activists. And I think that's where the drag queen story time thing comes into play. That's completely poisoned the discourse, I think, for most trans people. And instead of the left in America broadly just say, yeah, we're not in favor of that, they just downplay and try to dismiss it like it's not happening when it very clearly is happening. And it makes them look like they're defending it.
I'm looking after my kids tomorrow. I've got to go to bed soon, actually, because I wasn't going to be too tired. But I'm taking them to see the Super Mario movie at the theater, right?
Nice.
They're my twin boys are 5, my girl's 8. On what planet would I think, I'm going to take them to a drag show, actually? Like, what need is there to take kids that young to that sort of event? If you want to teach them being gay is okay, you can do it in ways that are much more appropriate than taking them to like a sexually provocative show. But the left are insistent on dying on this hill that either isn't happening. It's the classic thing. Either, it's not happening, but if it is happening, it's good that it's happening. Yeah. So that seems to be the mentality they're operating with it. It's just crazy to me. It's like an optical fucking disaster. And they don't seem to realize it. It's wild.
Yeah, I agree. But if you need to get out of here, go sleep.
Yeah, sure. Listen, I could talk about this stuff for ages and just shit on the left. and the right a little bit too. But yeah, I think I'll let you guys be.
Thanks for coming on. It was a great conversation.
Come back on again sometime. Yeah. We'll reach out.
Will do. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. Okay.
Take care, man.
Have a good one. Catch you later, guys. Later.
And we even had Chud's Mirror Mirror Doomer on too.
That was awesome. That was amazing. I've dug that. Very cool.
Doomer wanted me to let everyone know that I slandered him, that he left because his dog was barking or something. He got peed on by his cat. I think that's what happened. So
I mean, I was going to leave that part out. But...
Is that in the? Do we see that? Can we go back in the stream and see the cat peeing on Doomer?
I'd already taken him off screen, unfortunately. So.
Oh, Adam, why?
I know that would be the clip.
I can't believe we had the gold.
I know. Yeah,
we had the metaphorical and literal gold.
Yeah, we had the golden showers, the kitty showers.
Oh my god! So
How
sad.
Terrible.
So sad.
That was a great conversation, man. That was awesome. Big Joel is just a big doo-doo head. Why is it so difficult for him?
It's just, and it's funny how incredibly vapid and shallow, his videos were compared to, the conversations we were having and arguing with each other about these concepts.
We argued for 45 minutes just about the utility stuff. Like, why doesn't he have those conversations?
Because he's alone in a room talking to a camera with incredibly low effort 3-minute video where he just rambles off whatever came up the top of his head.
Why is this good content though? I don't understand. Like the whole.
I do understand. What do you mean? You don't understand? Because it validates people's preconceived moral intuition.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah. I feel like our content has a lot of conflict that is entertaining.
Yes. It can,
yeah. I guess
Sammy G said, "Doomer P tape is real."
What's up, Sammy? Always fun to see Sammy in the chat.
Oh yeah, I should get Chud Logic's channel and put it in the description, so I'll do that.
Nah, I thought about doing that, but then I thought, nah. No, I'm just kidding. I just last minute. I actually went and tried to take a 10-minute nap right before the stream because I wasn't feeling too good. But it's funny. I get on stream and I feel so much better. So,
because you get hyped up talking to me.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Yeah, the Doomer joke was just amazing. He did the background too. That was so sweet. I was like, holy cow.
That was pretty funny.
It is. It's Chud.
It's Chud's. It's Mirror Mirror Chud, yeah.
I watched, I think, 2 or 3 Doomer videos yesterday, and I was just doing that voice does not go with that face. Were you doing that? Did you have that same thing?
Well, I don't watch his videos, so I didn't have that experience.
Yeah. Now I feel like it's like I'm past it, but.
Yeah,
but I feel like people will have that with you too. They'll be like,
they will. Yeah. No, I feel like no one. I feel like very few people ever look how you think they'd sound.
They never do.
If you haven't seen
it. Never.
Unless some guy has like a really deep voice and then you see him, he's like a giant buff guy, then no.
Yeah.
No one looks the way you think they're gonna look.
He always has a very deep voice and you look at him and you're like, that's a skinny guy.
It was funny because we knew a guy like years and years and years ago when we played WoW. There was this guy that had like the deepest fucking voice. So we all assumed he was like some giant mountain man. And he was like some very skinny little guy. It's just like, I don't know. It's funny. Yeah, but anyway, let's read some super chats. And I guess if Trump
it comes up, we'll throw it on. If it doesn't come up, we won't, because
we'll see.
But you guys can watch it later.
Yep. Yeah, they released the charges weren't very interesting, but they also released the statements of fact, which is a 13-page thing. I don't know if you want to go through it or not, but
I mean, we can if you want. Do you? Is it any?
We can do that. We can do it. I mean, I don't know how tired you are.
I mean,
you have the energy to go through.
I'm doing okay.
Okay. I sent it to you and we can kind of scroll through it. The statement of facts for Donald J. Trump. I sent you a link. You bring it up and I'll read some super chats while you're doing that.
All right.
Let's see. I read insensitive for $20. Says the same office just threw a guy in jail for 4 years for saying text to vote. Oh, that was Bragg's office too? I didn't know that. Interesting. Interesting. Did he get 4 years, or were 4 years the maximum charge? Was he actually, do we know what the judge sentenced him to?
He threw the book at him.
What was the guy's name, Chad?
He threw the book at him.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you need to know.
I mean, I think I'm fine with that guy getting charged, because he definitely did something far more than just a meme. He created well, supposedly, I don't know if it's true. This is all hingent on supposedly, because I haven't looked into the case. Supposedly, they have information that he intentionally created this picture in order to prevent people from voting. That was the intention. It wasn't just a joke. So, and it did work, because people did call that number. So, but I don't think that's 4 years worthy.
Why don't they ever do the joke when it's like the candidate that they want to win? You know, the joke always aligns with their political views somehow.
Right. Mary for $20 says Vosh is the shape of the first letter in his name, but upside down. Sitch, I love you. Thank you, Mary. I'm not sure. Vosh is the shape of the first letter in his name, upside down. So he's like a triangle. Do you understand what they're saying?
No.
Chat, help me out here.
Vosh is...
He's a triangle? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Okay.
Triangle man. Triangle man.
Thank you, Mary. Mitchell Line for $20 says, Dear Adam, I can't support UBI. I've had low points in life where having to go to work to make ends meet is all that got me out of bed some days. Well, that's an argument. That's a fair argument, I think.
Sure.
To some extent.
Well, I mean, you will be able to work just because you get UBI. Doesn't mean you can work. Sure.
It means he's a pinhead. Oh. Okay. I don't disagree with that. Stoner4311 for $20 says, will you guys cover Sam Herrick's on the Lex Friedman show? Also, I have your plushies hanging in my rearview mirror, and the Adam plushie dominates Sitch on Bumpy Run. Because A-Team is domination team. Wow.
Nice. It's a little like pelvis to face type thing going on. Yeah.
Well, I believe you can take can you take the Adam shorts off?
Well, don't make it weird.
No, they're like set on. Or are they? I don't know. I know Sammy had a picture where the shorts were off. So, and it was pretty spicy. Was he on recently? I haven't seen it. So, I mean, we'll cover it if it's interesting. But I'll have to go check it out. J-Mac for $20 says, based Chud Logic, I'm also taking a 9 and 5-year-old to watch Super Mario Brothers this weekend. Being a parent definitely changes your perspective on a lot of things. Oh, definitely. Not bad.
All you parents. Ugh.
You didn't bring up the...
What do you mean?
The statement of facts paper.
I did. I just realized I hadn't clicked it on, but I do have it up now. I got it way up right now. Way up.
Okay.
For all the kids.
Let's go through this, guys. Statement of facts. Introduction. The defendant, Donald J. Trump, repeatedly and fraudulently falsified New York business records to conceal criminal conduct that hid damaging info from the voting public during the 2016 presidential election. From August 2015 to December 2017, the defendant orchestrated a scheme with others to influence the 2016 presidential election. You like how that makes it sound so bad? He orchestrated a scheme to influence the presidential election.
Yeah, of course. They always do that. They want to make it sound as terrible as possible.
I know, but that is kind of funny, because that's if Donald Trump sat around with a bunch of people to plan like a campaign ad. They're like, he orchestrated a scheme to influence the election. I mean, yeah, I guess.
Oh, anyway. You're right. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Every single campaign ad was a organized scheme.
Yeah, it's just very broad language. But anyway, by identifying and purchasing negative information about him to suppress its publication and benefit the defendant's electoral prospects in order to execute the unlawful scheme. Well, wait a minute. I thought that maybe we'll read into it in this thing. I thought it would have been everything he did was legal except that he used campaign funds.
Well, like, I mean,
you can pay someone to not tell a story, right? Or you can pay a publication to bury a story, can't you? Isn't that allowed?
I don't know. It's probably
in order to execute the unlawful scheme, the participants violated election laws and made and caused false entries in business records of various entities in New York. The participants also took steps that mischaracterized, for tax purposes, the true nature of the payments made in furtherance of the scheme.
No way. He did it as a tax write-off too. It's based right there.
Well, how stupid would it be if he just, like, none of this, again, I don't think any of this would be a problem if it wasn't for, the tax write-off element of it.
Look, I paid my whore and I wrote it off as a business expense.
Right.
That's full on. That's gangster shit right there.
Mr. Bacross says he didn't use campaign funds. Oh, I thought that was the whole issue here. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I guess we'll find out. One component of the scheme was that at the defendant's request, a lawyer, the defendant being Donald Trump, a lawyer who worked for the Trump organization as special counsel to defendant, lawyer A, who was Cohen, I assume, covertly paid $130,000 to an adult film actress, Stormy Daniels, shortly before the election to prevent her from publicizing a sexual encounter with Donald Trump. Lawyer A, Cohen, made the payment through a shell corporation he set up and funded at a bank in Manhattan. This payment was illegal, and Lawyer A has since pleaded guilty to making an illegal campaign contribution and served time in prison. Oh, okay. So the payment was illegal because it would the payment was illegal because the payment is considered a campaign contribution, and it exceeds the maximum amount for a campaign contribution, right?
Yeah, $130,000. But so Cohen said that he paid the $130,000 and he never got paid back. So they're basically calling that a campaign contribution now.
Well, see, but that's interesting.
Like if Trump just paid him back, it wouldn't be a campaign contribution.
Right. Or would it still be?
Trump is like, you're going to jail because I'm not paying you back. That's a little sinister, isn't it?
Well, that'd be my question. That'd be my question. If Trump paid him back, would they not have a case against Cohen because it wouldn't be a campaign contribution? Like if you give a political candidate money and then they pay you back later, is that considered a campaign contribution? I don't know the answer to that.
Maybe a loan? I don't know. That is pretty hardcore though.
Mr. Bacross says the allegations are that he did get paid back. Oh,
okay.
Interesting. Okay. Let's continue. After the election, I didn't finish. Further false entries were made in the New York business records to effectuate this payment, separate and apart from the New York business records used to conceal the payment. After the election, the defendant reimbursed. Oh, there you go. After the election, the defendant reimbursed Lawyer A, Cohen, for the illegal payment through a series of monthly checks. First from the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust.
That's the 36 forged documents right there.
Yes.
Payments.
Yes. A trust created under the laws of New York, which held the Trump Organization entity assets after the defendant was elected president, and then from the defendant's bank account. Each check was processed by the Trump Organization, and each check was disguised as a payment for legal services rendered in a given month of 2017, pursuant to a retainer agreement. The payment records kept and maintained by the Trump Organization were false New York business records. In truth, there was no retainer agreement, and Lawyer A was not being paid for legal services rendered in 2017. The defendant caused his entity's business records to be falsified to disguise his and others' criminal conduct. So
I knew it. It was the checks.
Right. So to be clear, what they're saying is that Cohen, for whatever reason, I don't know why they did it in this fakakta, convoluted way, but Cohen is the one who gives the money to Stormy Daniels to prevent her story from getting out. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then Trump pays Cohen back by pretending like he's paying him for being on retainer for services past rendered. And he's lying about the reason for the payments, presumably, as they're claiming.
He can get out of this so easy. All he has to do is say, listen, I thought I was paying him for legal services.
Well, is paying off a porn star to not leak a story on you a legal service? I don't know if that constitutes a legal service. I mean, maybe if Better Call Saul is your lawyer, it's a legal service.
I'm telling you, the conversation goes something like, the less you know about this, the better. That's what your attorney says to you.
You're okay. This isn't like the mafia. I'm assuming, and I don't know if you want to bring on Mr. Ubercross to talk about this, but I'm assuming your lawyer can't just say like, I'll handle the problem. you just pay me, and like you just can accept that, and if your lawyer can do whatever the fuck they want, and you're like off the hook. I'm assuming that's not the way any of this works.
Well, I mean, I've had conversations with attorneys where they've said, listen, you know, it's like off the record versus on the record conversation.
Sure.
Yeah. You haven't done that?
Well, I haven't had that. I haven't had the need for an attorney in that way.
Oh, okay. Good.
But
Lucky
off the record,
you.
on the
Good
record
for
is
you.
not quite the same thing that I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to bring Mr. Ubercross on?
We can. I don't care. Yeah,
Okay.
bring him on.
Yeah, I'll send you the link. Now, of course, you don't have to come on, but if you want,
Is
you come on.
Is he asking to come on, or are you bullying him into coming on?
I'm bullying him in. Well, he's in the chat. He's a lawyer. He's expressed interest in the DMs that I never responded to because I'm an asshole.
He's but has he ever paid a porn star $130,000 to go away?
That's the real question.
Yeah.
I bet he has.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Right. Every rich dude has a fixer. Yeah, but that's why I'm wondering. I don't know what the legality of like the fixer is, or any of the stuff. So
the legality is, I pay you a lot of money and you don't tell me how you're fixing things. That's the legality of it.
Yeah, but is that legal to do it? To just do that? Is that legal?
Yeah. Look, anything that's
like, well, okay.
Yeah,
so
anything's legal.
If the check didn't say for legal services in 2017, okay, if it didn't say that, if it said because you're my fixer, or if it said because you paid Stormy Daniel, right? Would he have?
Then you're in big trouble.
No, but wouldn't he be fine then if he just said what it was? If he didn't falsify the records, he just said it was for paying off Stormy Daniel. Would everything be fine?
I don't know the situation. I don't know what the bill says. If the bill just says legal services, here it is, and he just pays it.
It says for legal services rendered. Each check was disguised as a payment for legal services rendered in a given month of 2017 pursuant to a retainer agreement.
Yeah, but what's the bill look like? Because usually when you're writing a check, you're paying a bill. So there's some sort of invoice.
Okay.
And if the
Mr.
invoice
says, give me 5 minutes. Okay, sure.
If the invoice comes and the invoice says hush money for Stormy Daniels, you don't pay that invoice, right? But if the invoice says legal services and you're like, I don't know, he's my attorney, fuck, pay the bill.
Well, I guess so. I guess the issue is since Cohen doing this, paying Stormy Daniel constitutes an illegal campaign contribution, Trump wouldn't be able to write on the check what it was really for, right?
Trump writes illegal campaign contribution.
Yeah, right. But that's why, like, if it wasn't considered an illegal campaign contribution, could this all have been done, more in the open, I guess?
Who knows?
Okay, well, we'll ask Mr. Cross when he comes in.
Oh, I think he's coming out soon. So the live stream jumped up to like 15,000 viewers pretty quick. So I don't know.
I guess we'll see.
I'm just looking at flags right now.
Yeah.
I said flags. Damn it. I don't want to have another.
Is this being streamed on C-SPAN too, as well?
I kind of looked and I didn't see a C-SPAN, but check out. Is there a C-SPAN? I don't know.
Well, I'm just questioning because they're usually better at not.
No, I know. Yeah.
With,
I just searched Trump and tried to see if there was a C-SPAN, but I'll search C-SPAN and see what's up.
I don't see it there. But...
They don't care. C-SPAN's not following.
Well, C-SPAN usually does. They don't do press conferences. They usually do like.
This is like a private press conference. So.
Yeah, they usually do actual.
There's a bunch of different. I mean, there's local Florida is covering it too, but.
I think the local. I don't know if you're more likely to get hit on local or not, but.
I don't either.
Whatever.
Yeah.
We'll roll a dice. We'll take a chance.
I'm gonna crop in on just his speech anyway. So.
Okay, you can cut out the Chiron and all that garbage.
Yeah.
Background. The defendant is the beneficial owner of a collection of business entities known by the trade name the Trump Organization. The Trump Organization compromises approximately 500 separate entities that, among other business activities, own and manage hotels, golf courses, commercial real estate, condominium developments, and other properties. The Trump Organization is headquartered at 725 Fifth Avenue in New York County. From approximately June 2015 to November 2016, the defendant was a candidate for the office of the presidency of the United States. On January 20th, 2017, he became president of the United States. The scheme.
Boring. Oh yeah, the scheme. Get to the scheme.
Oh,
that's what we want.
Mr. Supercross, you're here. Though you have your name on screen.
I don't care.
But we won't show it.
I think that's fine. I think I've said my name before, so it doesn't matter that much probably.
Your name is Mr. Ubercroft.
That's right.
Yeah.
His name is Bilbo Baggins, guys.
Bilbo. Okay. So
what's what's going on is that the charges essentially, sorry, I missed the last couple minutes. I had to go do something real quick, which is why I came back. But the charges are essentially that he, it stems from Cohen and from this other group called the AMI group, paying off 2 or 3 people to keep them from spreading news about him during the election. And that in the one case of AMI, it was theoretically at Trump's direction, and that with Cohen, it was done with the use of Cohen's funds, which Trump paid him back for, which would, their argument is that would make it a campaign contribution. And so therefore violates campaign finance laws. And so that all of this has to stem from some other felony being committed, because the only way that these all become a felony, my understanding, at least in New York, is that the only way these 34 counts, which are all misdemeanors, become felonies is if they were done in furtherance of a felony. But that is not disclosed. That is not, that charge, which would be the underlying charge, is not disclosed in these indictments.
So wait, so this is all done in service of the illegal campaign contribution.
Correct.
A court has already ruled was an illegal campaign contribution because he went to jail, right?
Cohen? Well, so yeah, I don't know what's going on with Cohen. To be honest with you, I really haven't looked into that. He admitted, so he said at various times different things. He said, one, that he's never been paid back, and then other times he said that he was paid back. I don't know that they can necessarily use his testimony. I think that there's going to be some ethical issues because we've got attorney-client privilege. I don't know that testimony can necessarily. Trump could probably assert privilege and prevent him from being able to testify. I think they could challenge that because they'd say, well, even though it's privilege, that it was in furtherance of a crime, but then they'd have to prove that it's in furtherance of the crime to get the testimony in, and which is kind of backwards thinking. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that they can prove the crime without the testimony that shows that it was a crime. Well, so I don't know his testimony can come in.
If Trump just paid Stormy Daniel out of his pocket, there's nothing illegal about that, right?
So yeah, that's kind of the thing, is that that's the argument. That's the issue, is that if they would say, their claim is that yes, that would be a violation of campaign finance, because then Trump is kind of illegally or unlawfully contributing or using funds
to himself.
Yeah, right.
Wait, what?
Right.
Is that true? That's a thing?
I don't think it shouldn't be, but that's the argument that they would use.
Okay. That sounds insane.
Because other people have done similar things. Other people have used funds. If he paid it directly from the campaign, then it wouldn't be unlawful. Or if they would have gotten a super PAC and then the funds were collected in a super PAC, the super PAC then paid for it, that wouldn't be unlawful, or at least probably not directly. The reason it's unlawful is that it was paid, and then because it was paid in furtherance of the campaign, which is a pretty tenuous argument, in my opinion, because it was paid in furtherance of the campaign, that's what makes it a campaign contribution, an unlawful campaign finance.
I think Trump is coming out now. So
yeah, he is. But
okay,
he's not speaking yet. But so wait, I don't know. To me, that's kind of wild.
It is.
So if Trump set up a super PAC that was the Hush Money, Inc. super PAC,
right. Yeah,
everything about this would have been fine.
Yeah, I think so. Which is part of the reason that it seems like why nobody ever goes after people on this campaign finance stuff when it comes from when essentially it's coming from the candidate. Because if it's candidate that's doing it, because Trump could have, if he wasn't running for office, then he could have paid everybody exactly the way that he did, give them NDAs, paid them personally, and there's nothing unlawful about it. But because they're saying, well, you're using it to influence the election, which seems like, well, yes, everything that's done in the election is used to influence the election. So that seems like a distinction without a difference. Everything's being used to influence the election. So who cares that this is, because everything is. That I think is why nobody ever goes after this stuff, because it's impossible to prove. And I think Trump's also, they filed a change of venue as well. They're trying to move it out to, I think, Staten Island, away from Manhattan, because they're saying that it's an unfair venue for them. I don't think they'll get it, but he is trying to move it. Because Staten Island's largely Republican, for what it's worth.
It seems weird, because it's like, under that logic, couldn't, if Trump uses his own money to, I don't know, fly somewhere to give a speech. Right there on the podium,
once again, make America great again, as we prepare to listen.
Well, so then the issue...
All right.
You can't...
It's coming up. Send Mr. Ubercross the link.
I sent you a link.
Oh, I can't. Here's what I'm going to do. I'll ditch out on it for a second, because I can't do it. I'm on my phone. I don't have my mic or camera set up here. That's all in my office. So I'll ditch out for a second.
And
I'll
I never
hop back
thought
on after.
anything like this could happen in America. Never thought it could happen. The only crime that I've committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it.
No, put in the chat.
From the beginning, the Democrats spied on my campaign. Remember that? They attacked me with an onslaught of fraudulent investigations. Russia, Russia, Russia. Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. Impeachment hoax number 1. Impeachment hoax number 2. The illegal and unconstitutional raid on Mar-a-Lago, right here. The lying to the FISA courts, the FBI and DOJ relentlessly pursuing Republicans, the unconstitutional changes to election laws by not getting approvals from state legislators, the millions of votes illegally stuffed into ballot boxes and all caught on government cameras. And just recently, the FBI and DOJ in collusion with Twitter and Facebook, in order not to say anything bad about the Hunter Biden laptop from hell, which exposes the Biden family as criminals, and which, according to the pollsters, would have made a 17-point difference in the election result. We needed a lot less than that, like about 16.9. It would have been in our favor, not my favor, our favor, because our country is going to hell. And we remember the 51 intelligence agents who said Hunter Biden's laptop was Russian disinformation. It didn't exist. It was Russian disinformation. Remember that? And that was all confirmed strongly by the FBI when they all knew that it wasn't Russian disinformation. And so much more. Our elections were like those of a third world country. And now this massive election interference at a scale never seen before in our country, beginning with the radical left, George Soros-backed prosecutor Alvin Bragg of New York, who campaigned on the fact that he would get President Trump. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. This is a guy campaigning. He wanted to get President Trump at any cost, and this before he knew anything about me, didn't know a thing about me. He was campaigning. As it turns out, virtually everybody that has looked at this case, including rhinos and even hardcore Democrats, say there is no crime and that it should never have been brought. Never have been brought. Everybody. Even people that aren't big fans have said it. They said this is not the right thing to do. It's an insult to our country, as the world is already laughing at us for so many other reasons, like our open borders, our incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan, where we left behind American citizens, $85 billion worth of the best military equipment in the world, lost 13 magnificent young lives, and far too many to mention that are so badly hurt with the loss of arms and legs and facial obliteration. The most embarrassing time in our country's history, in my opinion. Then our give up on energy independence and even energy dominance. We're going to be dominant within 6 months, more than any other nation ×2. We had this all just 3 years ago. Our raging crime statistics, if you look in Democrat-run cities, numbers the likes of which we have never seen before. The open threats by various countries of the use of nuclear weapons, something never mentioned or discussed by outside nations during the Trump administration, and which could very well lead under the Biden administration's leadership to an all-out nuclear World War III can happen. We're not very far away from it, believe it or not. An economy that has been crippled by the biggest inflation we have seen in more than 60 years.
We will continue monitoring the remarks from former President Trump and bring them to you as we see fit throughout the show. Do you want to talk about a little that he was mentioning disinformation, and of course he did suggest.
How dare they cut off the president of the United States?
Wow. Well, he's not gonna be.
Look, I'm on it.
That was fucking boring.
I gotta find the Florida feed. We'll get the Florida feed, guys.
Oh no.
What?
It's on CNN.
Yeah, but are they gonna go away?
I don't know. Are they?
Who knows?
Yeah, I'll replace it. I mean, it's kind of boring.
Racist Democrat district attorney in Atlanta.
What is this echo? Oh my god.
What did they cut away to?
That's a perfect call.
Wait, how does Chud know I'm covered in piss?
That's a perfect call.
I might have told
an absolutely perfect phone call, even more perfect than the one I made with the president.
I guess the piss is out of the bag.
Kept saying that's a perfect call. This one was more perfect. Nobody said, "Sir, you shouldn't say that." Many people on the phone.
Perfect call.
Or hung up in disgust because of something I inappropriately said. Because nothing was said wrong. In fact, at the end of the call, we agreed to continue the conversation about election fraud.
The echo is killing me.
You can live with it.
No. Specifically in Georgia.
It's pretty bad.
At a later time, many people on the phone, including lots of lawyers, nobody.
Okay, I think it sounds good. It sounds like, look, it sounds like he's at the bottom. Look, it sounds like he's in a jail cell already.
All of a sudden, they say, I remember Trump.
I remember that perfect call.
Let's look at that.
That perfect call.
This fake case was wrong. All of a sudden, they say, I remember Trump making a call. All of a sudden, they say, I remember people on the phone, including lots of lawyers. Nobody found anything wrong with that perfect call until a book promotion tour.
I can turn it up a bit on my end.
All of a sudden, they say, I remember Trump making a call. Let's look at that. This fake case was brought only to interfere with the upcoming 2024 election, and it should be dropped immediately.
We're professionals here.
With great specificity, how you got
known as the Presidential Records Act, which one is the Presidential Records Act, over the boxes hoax. The boxes hoax.
The boxes.
As we call it.
The boxes.
Just so everyone knows, I come under what's known as the Presidential Records Act, which was designed and approved by Congress long ago just for this reason. Under the Act, I'm supposed to negotiate with NARA, the National Archives and Records Administration, which as of this date is a radical left troublemaking organization that red flags the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights as dangerous and triggering. Can you imagine? This is what we have to deal with. But there is no criminality under the Presidential Records Act. That is not what it's all about. We were negotiating in very good faith, proper way, in order to return some or all of the documents that I openly and in very plain sight brought with me to Mar-a-Lago from our beautiful White House, just as virtually every other president has done in the past.
Okay, we've been listening into the former president as he makes remarks at Mar-a-Lago. We initially took this event thinking he was going to talk about the indictment.
I'm telling you, why didn't you just do the Florida feed? The Florida feed is never going to go down. They got nothing.
It's like Like, President Trump.
They got nothing going on there.
Country.
They got
nothing
going on.
This is a day that will live in infamy when I have been indicted.
They literally have nothing going on in Florida.
Wait, my man got clapped with 34 felony counts? Get fucked.
It's 34 checks. He did it in payments. He's like, why couldn't I have just written one check?
That is hilarious.
It's still on the CNN thing. You just turn on the volume.
What happened today?
Like super
I immediately thought nobody had ever heard of such a raid before. We can't even believe it. Who would think that that could happen today? I immediately thought of the Fourth Amendment that protects against unreasonable search and seizure. But they did it anyway because our justice system has become lawless. They're using it now, in addition to everything else, to win elections. Apparently, they're not looking at me through the view of the Non-Criminal Presidential Records Act. They came up with a new one. This is a new one. And they're looking at me through the Espionage Act. Think of that. How does that sound? Of 1917, where the penalty is death. Even though that has absolutely nothing to do with openly taking boxes of documents and mostly clothing and other things to my home.
You happy doing
Which President Obama has done, the Bushes have done.
They tried to steal his shorts. Did you hear that?
They're going to put him to death.
Everybody's done. In fact, Hillary Clinton.
Doomer, say no. You better say no. Don't make us kick you.
Steal all of his shit and reappropriate it.
Nobody's done it like
the people that he has harmed in his attacks on democracy.
This lunatic special prosecutor named Jack Smith. I wonder what it was prior to a change.
What?
Who others of his ilk say.
What does that mean?
He is even worse than they are. Is only looking at Trump. Yet Joe Biden took massive amounts more documents. Even removed many boxes to Chinatown. You believe that? He's got $10 million from China. Where did that come from? I guess they were banking on Hunter's expertise. And had others stored in unsecured offices in Pennsylvania and strewn all over his garage floor where his now very famous Corvette is also stored. All over the floor.
Is he schizo posting? What is he talking about?
But that's
You don't know about this?
Perhaps most importantly, he has 1,850 boxes in Delaware, which he is refusing to give up. But isn't that real obstruction? That's
Hell
obstruction.
yeah, it is.
As president, I have the right to declassify documents. And the process is automatic. If I take them with me, it's automatic. Declassify. Biden was
Didn't Barr say that was bullshit?
He had absolutely no right to declassify as vice president. He doesn't come under the Non-Criminal Presidential Records Act. He comes under the very criminal Federal Records Act, unfortunately for him, but it's not going to matter because they don't follow the law, which has very severe penalties. He had classified documents that he took while he was a senator, which is absolutely inexcusable. And other senators, including Democrats, are outraged. But he's not being harassed and hounded like the people who work for me are. In fact, they seem to have forgotten about his documents entirely. So many, thousands and thousands. It's okay with him. They like to say that I'm obstructing, which I'm not, because I was working with NARA very nicely until the raid on my home. But Biden is obstructing by making it impossible to get the 1,850 boxes or explain why many documents were located in Chinatown. Can't explain it. Why were they in Chinatown? I don't know. Lastly, I'm under investigation.
Probably because of racism.
This time a civil investigation by another racist in reverse, who also campaigned on, I will get Trump. I will get him. This was her campaign. Never ran for office. I will get him. Her name is Letitia James. And she proclaimed while campaigning, quote, I look forward to going into the office of the Attorney General every single day, suing him, and then going home. Just before she knew me. She announced, what is fueling my soul right now is Trump. And that she had her eyes on Trump Tower. Those eyes are focused on Trump Tower.
People are so stupid.
Didn't know the young lady.
For tweeting this shit out.
She even assured her supporters in an election promise that we're going to definitely sue him. We're going to be a real pain in the ass. He's going to know my name personally. Yeah. And then she claimed that I was an illegitimate president. Think of that. With all we did on internet. James vowed to use every area of the law to, quote, investigate.
What is happening?
Sitch, what'd you do?
I didn't do anything.
Wait, it changed for you guys too?
Yeah.
Some idiot changed.
That was CNN did that.
Oh, man. I shifted my headset and I thought I fucked it up. Like right as that happened.
No, what the fuck?
And we're going after them hard. This is all before entering office and all before knowing
Jesus Christ.
about me. But you're gonna get me. This is why, along with unrelenting...
They're sabotaging him on purpose. Why did you have to pick CNN?
They didn't have to. It was fucking boring content without fucking the echo.
She said that I falsified my financial statements, but in fact we're proving and will prove that my financial statements were substantial assets. And importantly, not one bank leverage. They can't believe it. All the stuff they read and gave, and have very little debt relative to the value of assets. And importantly, not one bank has lost even $1. She was investigating me to save banks.
What is he talking about?
But they didn't lose $1 with us during this period of time.
They didn't lose $1.
In fact, the banks we're talking about made almost $200 million off Donald Trump. And they liked me very much. We never missed a payment, never got a default notice, had a great relationship with all of them. I don't need banks. We have a lot of cash. I built a great business with my family, built a fantastic business.
Yeah, you can tell all this is way too much me.
But, I mean, this, what did...
What?
I don't understand anything that's going on right now.
I have a son here who's done a great job.
Why is he talking about any of this?
Because they have to get him.
Because he built a great business and didn't bounce a check or something?
And Ivanka and Barron will be great someday. He's tall.
Doomer,
Smart.
don't get too much TDS here, okay? We're trying to listen to this.
We appreciate it very much. They've gone through So she's suing me over banks that weren't defrauded, when she should be focused on violent crime that's driving people out of the state. This is a persecution, not an investigation. She's put our family through hell. It's cost hundreds of millions of dollars to defend, but our heads are held very, very high. They want to settle the case, but I want no part of that. So here we are now. It's where we were today, in a city that was so great just 4 or 5 years ago. But now we're there. Spend time there today, as you possibly read.
Did you see the little fact check they're dropping in at the bottom there?
No, I'm not. Watch what happened.
This is PBS, the NewsHour, and they came up with a little fact check on the number of felonies. They're like, there were 34,000 felonies in 2023, and there were 150,000 felonies in 1990.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to be like, fact check. Donald Trump is, in fact, a racist.
With a local failed district attorney charging a former president of the United States for the first time in history on a basis that every single pundit and legal analyst said, there is no case. There's no case. They kept saying, there's no case. Virtually everyone But it's far worse than that, because he knew there was no case. That's why last week he delayed for a month and then immediately took that back and threw this ridiculous indictment together. Came out today, everybody said, this is not really an indictment, there's nothing here. My lawyers came to me and they said, there's nothing here, they're not even saying what you did. The criminal is the district attorney because he illegally leaked massive amounts of grand jury information, for which he should be prosecuted, or at a minimum, he should resign. And Alvin Bragg's wife confirmed a report that claimed her husband has Trump nailed on felonies. She has since locked down her Twitter account.
So?
His chief prosecutor, who represented the Democrats and crooked Hillary Clinton in a firm run by Chuck Schumer's brother, Robert, he quit the firm in order to go to work in the DA office in order to get Trump. Can you imagine that? Hillary Clinton's lawyer, Democrat firm. Ultimately, he quit as chief prosecutor because Bragg didn't think he had a case. Think of that same guy that brought this ridiculous thing today. Yet during his investigation, this prosecutor named...
See this? Alvin Bragg became the Manhattan DA in January 2023. The office's investigation into Trump began under his predecessor. See? They're totally... PBS NewsHour totally...
Yeah, but is that true or not?
Well, I'm sure it is true. But listen, Trump needs to control the narrative. He can't have these leftist scumbags coming in here and posting these
facts,
maybe factual information, maybe. Look, I'm waiting for the one to context. Trump praised neo-Nazis during the Charlottesville rally in 2016, right?
I thought Bragg reopened the case or something.
Yeah. Okay, well.
That'd be kind of dishonest if you say like, oh, well, yeah, he wasn't started by him, but if he reopened it after it was closed / went cold.
No, that's what they're doing. They're fact checking him in real time. It's interesting. They're like, we got to take care of this guy.
Comrades wrote and published a book saying all sorts of privileged things, and has been very strongly reprimanded. He was reprimanded so strongly. I've never seen anything like it. That's probably the end of it. But what he did was probably very illegal. But he was very, very strongly reprimanded. Even District Attorney Bragg was furious with him. They were having a tremendous fight in the office because of it. But hope is never lost because various prosecutors in the DA's office also quit because they thought President Trump was being treated very unfairly. How about that? Isn't that great? Oh, I love them. I'd like to meet them. I'd like to meet them. The DA's office even had a web page. Meet the team of executives who have done this to President Trump. That was the title. Isn't that nice? They immediately had to take it down.
Really fucking do that.
Meanwhile, overall, crime in New York was up 30% last year. Much more than that the year before, with felony assaults, robberies, and burglaries all up by massive, massive numbers. Not the same place that I know, not the same place that you know. And this is where we are right now. I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family. Whose daughter worked for Kamala Harris and now receives money from the Biden-Harris campaign and a lot of men. We recently had another trial, and the same judge told the fine man who worked for me for many, many years that if you admit your guilt, you will be in jail for 90 days. But if you don't, if we go through a trial and you're found guilty, you're going away for 10 years and maybe longer, which for a 75-year-old man with a great family really means life. What the prosecutors and judge did to that man, I will never forget, because it's right out of the old Soviet Union. That's where we are. They said, you say anything about Trump, meaning that's bad, and you won't even have to serve the 90 days. You'll walk free. And they say that to many of my employees. We have this Jack Smith lunatic threatening people every single day through his representatives. They're threatening jail terms. But talk about Trump and you'll go free. This is where we are as a nation. Who would have thought they can't beat us at the ballot box, so they try and beat us through the law. That's the country in which we live, however, right now. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. Russia has joined with China. Can you believe that? Saudi Arabia has joined with Iran. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Would have never happened if I were your president. Would never have happened. Nor would Russia attacking Ukraine have happened. All of those lives would be saved. All of those beautiful cities would be standing. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. There will be no defeat like that. That will take us away from being even a great power. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. Incredibly, we are now a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. We can't let that happen. With all of this being said, and with a very dark cloud over our beloved country, I have no doubt, nevertheless, that we will make America great again. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much,
everybody. Woo! Woo! Doomer, how's the TDS?
It's not TDS, it's just boring. It's bad.
Is it over?
How's the TDS, Doomer?
Okay. Okay.
Well, no, let it play. What are you talking about?
Sitch was clearly fucking bored too.
I turned the volume down. You can turn your volumes down. We'll just watch him walk off and walk off into the
kind of boring.
Great American sunset.
You know, what do you expect them to say? They're coming after me. I'm totally innocent. You know, not my fault. Blah 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 blah.
We'll see the poll numbers tomorrow, though, right? That's the
I'm sure it's going to help them. I mean, I'm sure it's going to help them, obviously. So.
Yeah, nobody's talking about any of his challengers. Did you see the one guy who doesn't have a chance in hell? I never even heard of him before, and he looks like he's older than dirt.
No.
Trump should step down. I'm running for president. Vote for me.
Oh, of course.
I'm Mickey McGillicuddy.
Is that his name?
No, I just made that up. But you know,
so wait, is he running?
Yeah, he's some Republican.
Yeah, he's running.
Mickey McGillicuddy.
No, I mean Trump.
Trump is running for what? Doomer.
Of course he's running. What do you mean?
Wake up. Doomer. Yes, Trump is running for president.
Trump is officially running for president. Do you know this?
I mean, he looked good. I mean, that was a very energetic speech. I think he drifted off.
Wait, what? Yeah, I don't. You thought that was energetic?
What are you talking about?
I think he drifted off a little bit into the details of the bank situation were a little. I mean, that was a little slow. But I think overall,
yeah. I mean, it wasn't it was what I expected. It wasn't like a bad speech, but I wouldn't say it was very like mild energy.
The thing that I have trouble with is, I mean, Trump brought a bunch of people into the electoral process that voted for him that had never voted in an election before in their lives. And he has to get all of those people, because he squeaked by in 2016. And, you know, he lost in 2020. So he has to get back all of the people that he had in 2016 and then some, right? I mean, I don't know that it's possible. Oh, MTG. Look at that.
How exciting.
Did you watch the 60 Minutes interview with MTG?
No, but I watched the clip that everyone was talking about.
I watched the interview, and for the first time I was like, she seems kind of cool to me.
Oh my God, she's like a buffoon. Jesus, Adam.
I know. The whole time I was thinking, I was like, oh, Sitch is going to hate me.
I am.
Sitch is going to hate me. But I like that she just came out as strong. Oh, look, it's the Mr. Pillow guy.
Mike Lindell, yeah.
The Mr. Pillow guy is there.
Wait, Mike Lindell?
Look, he's got cocaine on his mustache. Oh my God, no.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, I made you look.
That's pillow foam, Adam.
I made you look.
That's just pillow foam.
I made you look.
You did. Yeah.
No,
who's that guy? He's hiding his face.
Adam, I hope you turn this down. You're gonna get copyright claimed.
No, I turned the sound completely off. I'm just watching the picture. Yeah. And I also have it cropped into a bit, so in case we get in trouble. No, I thought. I mean, the speech was adequate. What are you talking about?
I thought it was adequate, but I think it was very low energy. Now that could be because one, he's either old, or two, he literally flew to New York and back today, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of stuff for an old man to do.
This is a lot of. Well, I mean, he lives on that jet. He's got any drink he wants and probably a bed to lie down and sleep. I mean,
yeah, I guess still travel does take it out of you. You know,
he's not sitting in a seat and coach. Sitch. He's like in his
bed. I know, but I feel like 4 to 6 years ago, the speech would have been a lot more fiery, energy-wise. Don't you think?
He's pacing himself. This guy is.
What is going on with that guy's facial hair?
This guy's. Oh, look! It's the guy, Roger Stone. Look,
yeah, it's Roger Stone. See the guy in front of Roger Stone?
Wait, is he wearing wax paper on his face?
No, it's shaped very bizarrely.
It is a little
and
weird.
Unnaturally. So it looks super weird.
Yeah. He looks like he should be sleeping in a coffin or something. Oh my God. Somebody kissed Roger Stone. How terrible.
Disgusting.
Oh, look, it's Laura Loomer. It's Laura Loomer.
Oh my God, you're right. That's hilarious.
Laura Loomer's hanging out with Roger Stone. Look at that.
There you go.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
Who's that? Who's the chick?
Adam saw the tits and was like, "Wait a minute,
who is that?"
You know that scene in Game of Thrones.
That beard is unnerving, you guys. Yeah. That looks like a photoshopped beard there.
Yeah.
The scene where all of Cersei's enemies are gathered in one place and she blows it up.
Oh yes.
Is that what this is?
I'm just thinking about that right now.
For no reason.
You're terrible, Doomer.
For no reason.
How dare you?
In a fantasy fictional media, right?
In Minecraft.
There's that guy's beard again.
In Westeros.
There's Laura Loomer. Why is the crowd fixated on Laura Loomer? Why is the camera?
Laura Loomer, tell that guy to fix his beard, please.
Oh, they finally cut it off. They finally cut us off. Oh man,
cut it off.
That was like crack cocaine. That was amazing.
Okay. You can come back on, Mr. Ubercross, if you want, if you desire. Continue talking about the law stuff. Getting back into the statement of the facts of the case. I got too many tabs open.
We could just read super chats and like.
Well, I kind of want to get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
To help
we can
form
do
an
that.
opinion.
Wait, the bottom of what?
You have an opinion?
Well, because I pulled up a thing, I think that said.
I mean, I got my opinion from Trump. I've heard enough. I think he's innocent.
Using the personal funds, this is from the FEC official website. Using the personal funds of the candidate. When candidates use their personal funds for campaign purposes, they are making contributions to their campaigns. Candidate contributions to their campaigns are not subject to any limits, but they must be reported. So doesn't that mean that Trump could have paid Stormy Daniels off himself as long as he reported it?
Doomer, are you allowed to talk?
Huh? Oh, what's going on?
No one's listening to
me. He's asking a question.
Well, I was asking a question.
What was the question again?
So this says that a person is allowed to make unlimited campaign contributions to themselves as long as they report it. So if that's true, that should mean that Trump would have been able himself to pay off Stormy Daniels, but maybe he didn't just because he didn't want to report that he was paying off Stormy Daniels. So that's why they did it this weird way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's got to report it as payment to a porn star. Well, what are the reporting rules? That's what we need to know.
Well, you'd have to report it as a campaign contribution to yourself.
Right, but do you have to report how you spend the money for the campaign?
Probably.
Wait, hold on. So I can run for president. I can like raise $10 million of campaign funds and then just put it all in my bank account and drop out?
No. I don't think so. That's a completely different issue.
You can do that, but the money has to be spent on campaigns or given to charity.
Yeah, I don't think you can just pocket a bunch of
You can't just take the money.
Yeah.
But if you spend it on, yourself campaigning for another politician, you could probably get away with that. Like you could probably write yourself fat checks for giving speeches for other. Mr. Ubercross.
Did you drop a glass plate, Mr. Ubercross? What just happened? What happened?
No, I was sorry. I was drinking a glass of water.
My mic is going to go off for a sec, Sitch, just to let you know.
Okay. You're allowed. Okay. So Mr. Ubercross, this thing says that you can give unlimited campaign contributions to yourself, but you just have to report it.
Yeah, I think that there's a second rule that's in there in regard to what you can use it for in relation to your campaign.
Oh, okay.
I don't recall what it is, and I'm not. To be fair, this is not what it's not what I specialize in.
I understand.
So, in looking at, I just wanted to double check this stuff to make sure that I was correct about it. So the falsifying business records in the first degree, it's an E-level felony. And the only thing that makes it a felony as opposed to the misdemeanor, which is the second degree, the only difference is that it is done with the intent to commit another crime or to conceal another crime. But that's not in nowhere in the indictment does it say. I mean, every single count is just falsifying business records in the first degree, but it never states as part of any of the allegations what the secondary crime is that's being committed. I guess maybe they're trying to make that argument in their statement of facts, but I don't really see it there either. So, which is
the secondary crime is the illegal campaign contribution?
I maybe that's what it is, but they don't say it in the indictment. I mean, normally in an indictment you say, here's what the crime is, here's how it happened. Like on this date you did, like you kind of have to meet the elements of the charge. So you have to have element 1, which is falsifying business records in the first degree, and element 2, that it was in furtherance of the second crime. And it doesn't say, it says that it's a bare allegation of the fact. It says with the intent to defraud or commit another crime, but it doesn't say what the other crime is. It doesn't tell you that. And normally, I mean, if you're going to charge somebody with a crime, you have to tell them what they're being accused of. That's one of the fundamental rules of criminal justice here.
Why do you think that's weird? Yeah, why didn't they do that?
So I don't know. Either there's something else that they're charging him with that they're not telling us about, and they're not telling us about it because they're still doing an investigation, but the grand jury's already approved it, so they couldn't release it as part of this indictment, or they don't have something. And it's not hard to get a grand jury to, if they just tell them like, yeah, we think he may have done something else, then the grand jury could sign off on it.
Yeah, all the charges just say intent to defraud and intent to commit a crime, but they don't say what the other crime was.
Right. Yeah, the intent to defraud is the first thing, and the second thing is, or the falsifying, and then the second thing is that you have to have I don't know. And the thing is that if they don't have that, then they run out of the statute of limitations runs, and they can't bring it as a misdemeanor. They can only bring it as a felony.
Wasn't there something about the statute of limitations had run, except that there was some argument that because it was a national election, it was like a different charge or something?
So no, I think the only issue is that the felony has a longer statute of limitations than the misdemeanor does.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, like usually felonies they'll have like a 6 to 10 year statute of limitations. Now, again, I don't really know a lot about New York law, but That's how most places are. Is you'll have somewhere between 6 and 10 years on a statute of a felony, non-violent crime felonies, and then you have, like usually 6 months to 2 years on misdemeanors.
All right, enough of this legal stuff. Tell us the God honest truth here. Is Big Joel stupid?
He appears to be functionally retarded. Yeah.
Okay, good, because I think we're all on the same page in that.
Yeah. No, I think that's 100% correct. Yeah, so, poor guy. He really can't get out of his own way.
Yeah, listen. But no, unlike Adam, I am interested in the legal stuff. I am just curious as to why did they do it in this circuitous way where, like, Cohen's going to pay and then Trump's going to pay him back? Like, what is that all just to keep it under the table? Just so
I think so. I think because, they would have had to have announced that they're paying people. They would have had to have announced that they were paying, because there were two. I don't remember the first lady. I mean, I remember it at the time. I just can't remember her name. But yeah, they paid off the first chick, and she wasn't even really paid off by Trump. Like, that one seems like it's completely fine. Like, I don't see an issue with that at all, because that was purchased by a newspaper. I mean, they just basically bought the rights to her story, and then she signed an NDA outside of releasing the story to them. And the same thing with, like, this doorman thing, which ended up being a fake story anyway, but the newspaper bought the rights to it. And the only one that really stands out as something that could be an issue is the one with Cohen, where he's paying her. And he took out like a HELOC loan on his house to pay her.
Well, presumably, you're talking about the National Enquirer. They bought some story and squashed it. But I'm assuming they didn't do that out of the charity of their heart. I'm assuming Trump paid them back somehow, right?
Well, I think that he had a relationship with them, and I think that they were doing it because they were supporting Trump. But I mean, they're a newspaper. I mean, they're in the business of buying stories from people. So I mean, the fact that they chose to buy it, I mean, they could do that.
Well, wouldn't they still make the argument as a campaign contribution? Like,
yeah, I think they could, but then, what do they do about any time that the New York Times doesn't want to run a story, or MSNBC? I mean, it just seems like it seems like it's too much. I mean, it's pushing a little bit too much.
Yeah, like if a private person did that, but since they're the National Enquirer,
yeah. I mean, it seems like that'd be really drifting into. I mean, that'd be a pretty good constitutional case, because then we're violating freedom of the press. The press has the right to do what they want with stories, and now we're infringing on their right to be able to do what they choose to do with the story. That seems like a pretty good First Amendment violation.
So to me, the thing that makes this seems very weak is if it's like, well, Trump could have literally just done this whole thing by just literally giving her a bag of money.
Right.
And the only reason he didn't do it was because they just didn't want people to know that he was doing it. So they did this kind of like, I'm paying you through Cohen like mechanism. Right. To me, it's like, well, it's like, I mean, it's technically illegal, but just like, this is so like such a technicality that it's like, oh, who cares,
It is. And I think that their claim that in the paying back of Cohen, they said, well, there was never a retainer agreement that they had. And I mean, I'm sure that's true. But if you've got a long-lasting relationship with an attorney, you don't always get an individual retainer agreement for anything that necessarily is happening. You may just be like, hey, I need you to do this too, and then they'll just bill you. So that doesn't seem like it's anything that's too crazy. And my understanding is the payments that went back to Cohen were far exceeded the 130,000. It was like 430 or 440, something like that. So it was significantly more than just the 130.
Good job. He did a good job.
Yeah, he did a great job. Yeah.
Well, he didn't do such a good job because he got caught.
Well, no, it turns out he's not a very good attorney.
Yes. How did he get caught? Or is it just because she went public anyway?
I think that was part of it. And I think that part of it was that he got busted on something else. Like they raided I think that he was doing some other criminal stuff. And I think that he pled out. Now, this is just memory, so I could be totally wrong, but I thought that he got caught for something else. And then they pled him out on this and dropped everything else, essentially trying to use that as leverage to be able to charge Trump with this stuff.
That seems to be my recollection as well. Yeah.
And I guess the only thing I could think is, I guess what they could be saying is that each count is in furtherance of the next count. Yes. And so kind of like a circular reasoning. So count 1 was there to influence count 34, which is there to influence count 23. They're all so enmeshed that all of them became, each of them is in furtherance of the other one. I mean, that's pretty weak, though.
Did someone say math?
I didn't, but I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
It's funny in the statements of fact, they literally bring up the ground by the pussy tape.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
they read it. I don't know.
Genitals.
What does this have to do?
Why did they bring it? They just threw it in there?
Yeah. Well,
apparently,
they're talking about it.
Apparently, so they tried to suppress that tape or something. So.
Right. Yeah. Well, or I think that what they're trying to say, the way that I took it when I read it was that I thought they were trying to say that because that came out, like now they've got a driving reason to really try and tamp down on anything else getting out. Yeah, I thought it was funny the way that they wrote it in there is like, you can do anything, grab them by the genitals. Like,
why did they censor pussy?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they can't say pussy.
It says the evidence shows that both the defendant and his campaign staff were concerned that the tape would harm his viability as a candidate and reduce his standing with the female voters in particular. I don't know. I think
that's true.
It is true, but I feel like they could kind of shove that in there because they wanted to have that
right
by the pussy in there just to have it in there,
I had the same thought. It seemed like they were really trying to just like, we want to remind everybody how terrible he is.
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't think this is going to go very far.
It doesn't. Yeah, I don't see how. I mean, it could. I've seen crazier things happen. The thing is, like, even if he pled out, like he just straight up pled out, and said, "Fine, you know what? I'm guilty on all counts." I think they'd have a really hard time. So the maximum that he could get would be 5 years. So it's 1 to 5 years. Now it's 1 to 5 years per count, but most of the time, the way they do sentencing is they do it all concurrent, meaning that you do all of those 5 years all at the same time. So it's not like you're doing whatever that would be like. I don't know. I can't do math.
There's no way it's going to get any jail time.
5 divided by 32.
Yeah. So so he'd be doing all that time all at once. He'd be just doing 5 years, but then it's a nonviolent crime, and so usually you're eligible out early, and they're all Class E felonies. So which is the lowest. I mean, if this was anybody else, it wouldn't be a felony. They'd just be getting charged as a misdemeanor, and they'd plead him down. You do probation, and you'd be done. I mean, there's almost no precedent for having somebody, who's got no prior felonies, no prior convictions, and it's all just every charge is just he wrote another check. Arguably, that should all be one charge, one count.
Plus, he was president of the United States.
Right. Yeah, which you would think. It seems like maybe we shouldn't be charging him.
Well, I think it would actually be not in Trump's interest to plead it down because
I don't think it would be
this. You want to keep this going as long as possible. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it'd be funny if he got elected and he's sitting in, I mean, the funniest thing would be is if he was in jail on the night of the election and won.
What the fuck happens at that point?
I don't know. He runs the country from inside of
a jail cell.
The simulation shuts down.
Oh my god!
Manually reboots.
This should be maximum clown world if that happened. Oh my god!
It seems like it'd be the funniest result. That certainly.
I mean, it would be the funniest, but I also think it'd be the most damaging to the country.
It'd be pretty bad. Yeah.
I'm not that much of a for the lulz. That's too far. That's too far.
It is. I mean, it'd go down in history books.
Yeah.
So there's something to be said for that, I guess.
True.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's about.
He couldn't pardon himself because the president can only pardon for federal crimes.
Federal crimes, correct?
Yeah, this is a state crime, so he cannot pardon himself. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know what happened.
He can't pardon when he's out of office, right?
No, I'm saying if he won and he's found guilty of a state crime and goes to state prison, he cannot pardon himself from a state crime.
Interesting.
Right. So.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that if he pled guilty to it like immediately right now, by the time the election came, he'd be out of jail.
I found
because the way that the time goes.
What's the solution?
You just have the military arrest the DA as a war criminal.
Makes perfect sense.
Right? I mean,
Yeah, wait. What's gonna is that what's gonna happen? Like if Donald Trump wins and he's in state prison, is the fucking military gonna be like, we have to bust Donald Trump out?
I know he's commander in chief. I would just call us an airstrike or something, right?
Oh my God.
If I was his attorney, what I would do is I'd file a motion for early release on the grounds that he needs to be at the White House tomorrow morning.
That's way stop. That's way too grounded and boring. Yeah. Okay, we need something exciting. Yeah, we need SEAL Team 6 to break into the prison and remove Trump.
Yeah, he just needs to be on a temporary furlough, or let him operate from house arrest at the White House.
He's got an bracelet in the White House.
Yes, he's got the leg bracelet in the White House.
Yeah,
be amazing.
White House arrest.
Oh my God.
Oh, that should be a sitcom. White House arrest.
Well, yeah, there you go.
With Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr.
Oh. Well, okay. Is there anything else about the case that we should know?
No, I think that's pretty much it. Unless there's anything else you got for me.
Well, you got some more insults for Big Joel. I kind of like what you had to say before.
He's I don't know, he's like a sloppy looking Muppet. I don't know.
Sloppy looking Muppet. That's 5 stars.
I like that.
Right there.
Good.
5
Impressive.
out of 5. That's amazing.
Good job. Yeah.
You hear that, Big Joel? Our fans even think you're a sloppy looking Muppet.
I mean, I don't know that it's his fault. I mean, he could groom himself, I guess, a little bit. That wouldn't hurt.
It would ruin the illusion, though. People would think, "Oh my God, maybe he has some money to his name."
So wait,
something.
Let me get this straight. You think the biggest problem with Big Joel is that he's not a groomer?
Oh man!
No,
Doomer comes in with a solid right there. That's
comes in hot.
That's a great.
That's why he doesn't groom, so no one can accuse him of being a groomer.
Right.
Well, that's true. Yeah. No, it's a smart
that's
move.
the best strategy if you think about it.
Yeah.
It just
it's the way to go.
False on the face of it. You just look at him and you're like, nah.
This guy's
Very
never
clever.
groomed anything.
Very clever.
Excellent.
Okay. Anyway, but thanks
All
for
right.
coming, Supercross. We do appreciate
No
it.
problem at all. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night.
Take care,
Take
man.
care.
All
Okay.
right.
I guess Super Chats.
Doomer, what's your situation right now? I got my little bed in my office. So I'm like, it's great.
I'm maximum reclined. I'm basically lying down. It's pretty nice.
Oh, nice. Sitch, how about you?
I'm actually sitting up at my computer chair like an adult from this job that is streaming. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't believe you. Sitch, you think my dog's cute?
You had a dog? I didn't see the dog.
I didn't even see it. Yeah.
The dog was on stream for 15 minutes.
I was watching Trump's press conference.
I thought it was
no. This was a long time ago. Well, I had a cat, and then I had the dog on stream. Chat was going nuts over it. I can't believe you didn't see him.
You think I was looking at you? Try not to look at you.
I got to back it up. I got to check it out. What kind of dog is it? Is it one of those hairless dogs?
No.
Oh, damn it.
He's a good boy.
Oh my God, you had Baby Sitch on forever, Adam.
I know. I'm sorry.
Okay, go back.
You're
go back 2 hours and
stupid,
15 minutes.
I forgot about it. Okay.
Oh my God.
Look, I made a joke and I moved on.
Go back 2 hours and 15 minutes. Okay.
We've been streaming that long. Come on, that can't be true.
Doomer's dog is a groomer. I believe it.
If I fall asleep on stream, I give you permission to stop the stream without me.
Okay. Anyway, let me read the super chats. We'll start from the beginning. Let's see. Degenerate Milk Toast for $10. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Says, today I learned that the term... Oh, no, that was... I'm glad how much you like my Sitch's mom super chats. Oh, that's you.
Oh, nice. Yeah, those are
thank you,
funny.
Degenerate Milk Toast. That's my mother, Degenerate Milk Toast.
Nice.
Today's my birthday. How many buckets of free will does that net me? Well, first of all, happy
10,
birthday,
000.
Degenerate Milk Toast. Happy birthday. I'm gonna say for all your amazing Sitch's mom supers that you get 100 free will points. 10,000 is too much, Adam. That's how people die.
I feel like you can never have enough free will, though.
You say that, and then I give you an example, and then you say, "Okay, you're right, Sitch," and then you forget, and then we just repeat the conversation again.
I immediately forget. You're right.
Yes.
Never mind.
You know why? Because you have too much free will.
I don't think. In all honesty, I don't think I really have enough to be.
Okay, there you go.
Just to be truthful with you, yeah, I'd try.
Vincent Martin for 8 months says, "Nice, you finally got Chud Logic on. The only other guest that I'd say you should get is Glitch Poachers. Also, nice play, Doomer." There you go.
Yeah, no, Chud's a great guest. That was fun. He's smart and he knows. I mean, he has a lot of the same beliefs that we do, which makes.
That's why we know he's smart.
Right? Yeah. People who disagree with us, not smart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Black Hat 0061 for $5 says, "Today I learned the term Gish Gallop was named after Dwan Gish, a man who made a theory that the some kind of dinosaur, Parasaurolophus, could breathe fire." This feels like something you just made up and is not true.
That could be interesting, though. Did they believe dinosaurs could breathe fire? I mean, that's kind of dragonish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dwan Gish was an American biochemist and prominent member of the creationist movement.
Nice. The Gish Gallop comes from the creationists. That's pretty.
I knew it came from creationism. I don't know if he made the claim about fire, but that makes sense. Maybe he did say they could breathe fire.
Sweet.
That sounds like something a creationist would say. Okay. Thos Apprentice for 2 months says, "Why is the quartering on here twice? LOL."
That was a great joke, man. Whose idea was that?
That was Doomer's idea. It's all Doomer's idea.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Sitch, before the stream, Sitch was like, "I'll send you a link later." And then like the second the stream starts, he sends me a link. I'm like, I thought it was going to be like an hour into the fucking stream. What the fuck?
That's okay. We covered for you.
Oh, see, I said I'll send you a link after a bit. I didn't mean a bit of time. I mean after a bit, like I'm doing an opening bit. But I understand.
Oh, okay.
Fine. No problem. My bad. Oh my God. Our surrogate
Sitch's
father.
Mom? Oh.
Our surrogate father, Daddy, J-Mac, for $400. Holy shit.
Did he really? Oh my goodness.
$400.
Now I'm awake.
Thank you. J-Mac says, "I'm here to argue against the spurious comments made by the notorious TDS haver, Doomer Media." Oh my
nice.
God. His lies and slander are destroying this great nation, and the American people demand answers. The crooked Doomer Media hates this wonderful country, and some say he even has connections to China. Some say that. I don't, but some do. Thank you, Jay. Very generous.
I should do an analysis. An analysis about whether or not you guys make more super chats when I'm on. Some people fucking hating on me.
Probably. You're a little cash cow. People like to hate you. It's amazing. It's wonderful.
Just think.
Bring me on, trot me out.
Just think.
Fucking have the crowd throw tomatoes at me.
Yes.
One day you'll be making money streaming, Doomer. Just think.
Not streaming. I'll make proper content.
Why are you? Why? Yeah, I was wondering why you aren't. Well, first of all, I don't think you have enough subs or watch time to stream just yet. But I mean, why those videos that you make are pretty good? Why wouldn't you just stream them?
I mean, I don't know.
Well, you could stream it and then edit it down like into a video.
If you watch the unedited things, it would be way less entertaining. I'm like straight up. So I would say that I'm decent at being like a third wheel on a stream or something like that, like coming in occasionally, giving a joke, but I would not be good at talking constantly and like leading the show for like hours. I just don't think I would be good at it, and I wouldn't enjoy it.
Well,
I would compare myself to like Opie and Anthony had that other guy. What was that other guy's name?
I
forget. Anthony Bourdain.
Knows.
No, it's
Howard.
I think his name's. I want to say his name is Jimmy. He was like
Jimmy Dore.
No, it's not Jimmy Dore. Yeah, no. I don't know. I don't have much of an interest in actually being a streamer. I think I do a lot better just coming on to other people's streams and
you're
cracking
you're not
jokes.
bad at it though. I don't see why. Look, I don't get it. You do it and you get better.
Robin Quivers.
You're already
Artie
like,
Lang.
You're already kind of in our clique, and you've been on EFAP a bunch of times, and people have done response videos about you, and this is the thing. You got to capitalize on. You got to get it while it's hot.
Yeah. I mean, I've never streamed alone, so I'll probably suck at it too when I first start.
Yeah.
Just takes time.
I mean, you do suck at it right now, Sitch.
I mean, that's a fair point.
I've streamed alone a bunch, and it's just, well, I can't read, so that makes it a little more
that kind of hurts. His ability to interact with chat.
Oh yeah, Jimmy Norton. Yeah. I can serve like the role of Jim Norton basically, but I wouldn't want to be Opie or Anthony. I'm not good enough to do that.
It sounds like fake news doomer from China.
From China.
J-Mac for $20 says, I don't need you, Doomer, to help support my boys and their lemonade stand. Well, look at that.
Oh, nice.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Another super chat with my name in it. How about that?
There you go. There you go. Just keep spiting on Doomer. I love it. Doomer equal moldy leftovers. I mean, that's fair.
Doomer's coming around. Doomer's starting to realize, I got to win the chat over here. I can't just always be the heel. I got to, people have to like me at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I'm thinking.
Really? I mean, I feel like I've tried to have these conversations with you, Doomer, but I guess you're saying it's not sinking in.
He doesn't want to do it, William.
Very disappointing. Oh, well.
Just doesn't want to do it, Adam.
I mean, Adam, I'm pursuing a different form of content.
Yeah.
Another thing about
watched
streaming.
Your last video. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, but another thing is that, first of all, I don't watch very many streams. Like, you guys are basically the only stream that I watch. It's legitimately not a form of content that I watch all that much, or that I enjoy all that much.
I knew you.
And then beyond that, like, succeeding as a streamer, one of the most important things is to stream a lot. Like, you guys get away only streaming 2 days a week. That's pretty rare. Most people who stream, they have to stream all the fucking time, and I just could not deal with that.
We do like 20 hours a week. We do it in 2 days. So, I mean, that's like a part-time job right there.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people do 6-8 hours every day, though, don't they?
Yeah, Destiny streams like 70 hours a week or some shit.
I don't. Yeah. I guess I don't get that. I mean, Sitch and I have talked about streaming more, like streaming every day. So I mean,
the only reason I feel like we're not is because it's a comic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought so.
I mean, well, obviously we can't stream 10 hours a day, but we could stream a couple hours a day.
Okay, well,
I don't. Okay. This is the thing. I don't know. At some point, you reach, market saturation. Like, I feel like people are spending enough time with us already. They don't want to spend more time. They want to spend less time. So,
well, I think that's sort of true. But you could cover. I mean, we've talked about doing, daily streams where we, just cover whatever the news stories are. If there's something interesting going on.
Look, I guess the comic is close to being done. Like, I've been kind of on hold because I've had a bit of an injury, but like, as soon as I get back,
your karate injury.
Yeah, as soon as I get back on my feet, I'm gonna bust this out, and we're gonna be whatever we want to do. So, but I kind of want to do another comic, but I guess, I mean, we could work with some other artists.
We're not okay. I'm not letting you do another comic.
Oh, I know, this comic has almost killed me.
Yeah,
literally.
I'm just like if we do another comic, which I want to do, we'll have someone else draw it because this is like the death of Adam Friend.
Well, I honestly think I really like Richard Conley's style, and I want to work with Richard Conley. And the only stopping with Richard is that he doesn't color. But I honestly think if we finished another comic in like a year with Richard, I think AI coloring will be a thing in a year. And we could just color it art with AI.
Yeah, or just pay someone else to color it.
Well, just scan in stuff and open up MS Paint with the little fill tool. Yellow fill.
Coloring is hard. I see a lot of these pages that are colored by other people in Comicsgate, and I'm just like, that's not great coloring. So there are a couple guys that are just phenomenal, but I mean, we're not going to get one of those phenomenal guys. We're going to get someone who is like not very good.
Yeah, just do it manga style, black and white. It may be a little hard because the first comic is colored.
I started asking around about the black and white thing, and people are pretty set on they want color. So,
well, it depends who your audience is. If your audience is manga readers, everyone's fine with black and white. If your audience is like American comic readers, then they're very anti-black and white.
This is the thing. I asked our actual audience, and they were like, "Nah, we'd rather have color."
Right.
But yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says it's amazing people actually like a guy who says he's attracted to children. Who were we talking about?
Oh, that's Mr. Girl.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. Mr. Girl's a weirdo, but
Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $5 says, I messed up my Super Chat Sunday. It was Richard Spencer, not Fuentes, who talked in a homoerotic way about the dark, powerful beauty of Hitler. Oh, you're talking about to Alex Jones? Okay.
Oh, wow.
Why is it that, like, the two biggest white nationalists both seem to be closeted gay? Like, what's up with that?
Yeah.
Isn't that, like, Republicans' thing?
I guess, isn't it? It's just
That's
weird.
A horrible stereotype.
Yeah, it's horrible that that's always true.
Listen, I used to think that was a stereotype that wasn't true. And then Adam showed me the Michael Knowles video. I was like, okay, maybe it is true. You got Michael Knowles, you got Crowder. I mean, fuck, we're going to find out like a year from now that Matt Walsh had like a gay tryst in college. I'm telling you.
I've been in a bunch of plays.
Gay relationships?
No, plays and student films and stuff like that. I'm not, I never did any gay scene. How come Michael Knowles is like the first student film he does? He plays a gay guy.
He plays a gay guy who's about him discovering he's gay and he's making out with a guy shirtless in bed.
Oh my God.
So it's not just that he played a gay guy in a student film. It's very like, I don't know. It's just weird.
He went for broke basically, right?
He did. He went full broke back. Yeah, on that one. So anyway. Dr. Fire for 6 Canadians says, I heard the algorithms of social media might be affecting people's perceptions of reality. Well, I think you heard right.
I heard that from Tim Pool.
Idiot Tosin for $2. Hey, Tosin. Says, Nick DeOrio, misrepresenting, say it ain't so. There you go.
Yep.
I don't know if you heard this. Yeah, you heard me. Jabslant said he thought you're sexy, Doomer. So you want to hook up with him or something?
Is he a Republican politician?
Doomer, aren't you married?
Probably.
Don't you have a loving wife?
Yeah, I'm married.
He's married to his work and his dog.
Yeah, married to my dog.
Oh, I didn't know it was like a bestiality marriage. Oh, interesting.
Look, he's pretty cute.
Well, from what I hear, but I didn't see him on the video, so.
Well, you got to rewind it. Stop watching my fucking YouTube videos and go look at my dog.
Oh, okay.
I like your YouTube videos. I just,
You know what you should do? Here's an idea for your main channel videos. Since your dog's very cute, you should pretend that you're your dog, and for your audio, when it cuts to you, you instead cut to your dog, like your dog's talking.
It's like a rant Sona, but it's my dog.
And you should call yourself Creationist Dog.
It's just if you if you do a live stream, you're gonna get like if you do it the way you're doing, you're gonna get like $10 in ad revenue, and just like one super chat is more money than that. So that's just I'm just looking at the economics of it.
I mean, the second channel is the second purpose of the second channel isn't to directly drive income.
Right.
What's the name of your second channel?
Second
Parallax.
Lessons from the Screenplay is a great channel.
Adam cut you off. I don't know what you said.
Second Parallax.
Second Parallax, guys.
Yeah. And Parallax is a terrible name just because there are literally hundreds of Parallax channels. If you search Parallax.
Hey, that's fine. I'll be the biggest one.
Well, hopefully. It's not a big deal because if you're not wanting people to search your channel name, you're wanting people to discover you in the algorithm. So,
yeah.
But you're going to do like lessons of the screenplay style content, right?
Not really. I mean, this is a whole. I'm actually about to release a video where I talk about what I'm going to do. So, I mean, you could watch that.
Okay.
But I would have to go on like a rant. I don't know if you want me to rant about this for a couple of minutes.
Can we argue with the rant, or do we just have to sit in silent disgust?
I mean, you can argue with it if you want.
Okay, let's rant.
All right. So there's like.
Oh my God.
What?
I was thinking the same thing, Sitch. Here we go.
What now?
Here we go again.
I was just trolling you.
Oh my God. Okay. So like the three main styles of content when people are making film videos on YouTube are reviews, angry rants, and video essays, basically. Okay. And like reviews are usually shorter form content where the goal is just to like give you an overview and tell you whether or not you want to watch something, right? I just have no interest in that. And it has the same kind of problem with gaming content where there's a low barrier to entry. So like it's almost impossible to break into that. Even if you're really good at it, it would take years to get really any kind of success.
Or you gotta be really lucky.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just competing with like YMS. He has a backlog of thousands of videos. Like it's almost impossible to do. Whereas
what's a review? If you're like a movie review?
Yeah, like a short form piece of content where the goal is to try and tell you whether or not you want to watch it. Basically,
right? Gotcha. Yeah, like
I feel like I don't know. I feel like you could break into that.
Yeah, I feel like it too.
I think it is one of the hardest things to break into. Well, that's the thing is it's very difficult. Like I know that there's a difference between in quality. Like I enjoy watching Anthony Fantano and YMS more than the vast majority of people who do that stuff. There's clearly an element of quality there, but it's very difficult to say what exactly that is. And then like, even if you're able to establish your brand, like let's say that I was able to snap my fingers and get like YMS level quality on my videos just immediately. Like I would basically never catch him. And I don't think I would even be making a living for like 6 months to maybe a year. It just takes
That's true.
Because of the style of content, it takes a very long time to catch on. Whereas like if you do something that's very difficult to replicate, like if I created one of the best video essays on film, I could be making a living in 3 months very easily, just because the barrier to entry to that is high. There's not nearly as much competition, and the demand is high enough that if you actually do a good job, I mean, you will get success fairly quickly.
Okay.
So I might do reviews a bit on the second channel, but I'm not really interested in that. And then the other two formats, there's kind of a problem because angry rants, I think, are a much better format for a lot of reasons. First of all, you want to cover more recent stuff. That's better for SEO, that people are more interested in that. Yep. Covering, whatever is coming out right now is usually the best thing to do. And almost everything that comes out is terrible. So if you're doing angry rant style content, you get to cover yeah, you get to cover the good SEO topics. And then beyond that, like I said, Adam heard this, but Sitch doesn't, because he obviously doesn't want to watch a good YouTube channel, right? YouTube is basically entertainment. That's like the main thing. Oh, yeah. And it's really easy to be entertaining when you're just ranting about how stupid something is. That's one of the easiest ways to be entertaining.
Yeah.
So like the angry rant format, I think, is a very good format. The problem is I just don't want to have that emotional charge in my content. I don't enjoy it. I don't personally enjoy watching those videos anymore. And I definitely don't want to make them. That's part of why I stopped making videos on Doomer. It was because I wanted to make positive content. And I mean, it's obviously very bad branding. Be like, oh, my name's Doomer Media. I want to talk about good things. It doesn't really match. And it didn't match the content that I was making before. So basically my challenge is like, on a certain level, video essay content is more of what I want to do, but I want to make it way more entertaining. I want it to be more fast-paced. I want to have a lot more, basically, visual interest going on. I'm doing a lot of stuff with 3D motion graphics and like Blender. I want to have a lot more like jokes and entertainment and stuff. And just generally speaking, I want to take the video essay format and make it entertaining in the way that the angry rant format is, because I find most of the video essays to just be kind of boring, honestly, even if I agree with what they're saying.
Can I just overall like a video essay from you?
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Can you do a video essay on cuties?
Can you do a video essay on how Big Joel loves the movie Cuties?
I think that would be slander.
I'll commission you. Look, it's art. We'll just disclaimer. This is a work of fiction about
yeah, exactly.
Big Joel loves the movie Huge.
You don't know he doesn't.
Jesus Christ.
Come on, this is our fictional character, Big Joel. You can't copyright names. You can't trade.
Look, I'm a fan of Little Joel. Okay, I watch Little Joel more than I watch you guys.
Right. You're a Little Joel simp. Oh my God.
Sad,
we're fraternizing with the enemy here, Sitch. We got to get this guy off our show.
No, even the Little Joel simp understood that his arguments against us were pathetically underwhelming.
Yeah, he knew what was up.
So sad.
Oh, yeah, and one thing to point out is that I think that one of the biggest crutches that like film content has is basically just using a bunch of movie clips. I think that is almost always really, really boring. So one of the things I'm trying to do is avoid using movie clips as much as possible.
Nobody watches
create other
videos.
Stuff.
That's why. I mean, you said this in your thing. It's like radio. It really is. That's why I don't like. Who cares?
Well, it's really important for. This is the thing I wasn't getting into. It's really important because of the way the algorithm actually works, like the way the recommendations work. So, like the most important metric is average view duration.
Yeah, I agree.
So even if 75% of people are only listening, the 25% of people who are watching are like really, really important. And like visual content is really important for enough people that it's a really big deal. Like the difference in 70% retention and 50% retention could be, I mean, that could be the difference between 1 and 15 million views on a video.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
That's not untrue, yeah. But I guess usually you have to weigh it with, if you spend a lot on the visuals, as I used to do, it drastically slows the amount of content you can produce.
What if we did like a reverse Mr. Beast and we we took the eyesight of 1,000 people away? You think that would get a lot of views?
I don't think so.
I mean,
literally, or
might get you on a watch list.
I'm just, I'm trying to come up with some viral ideas here for your channel.
Well, basically, Sitch, the idea behind the two channels is that the main channel is going to take a long time to get content done, and it's going to be like really visually engaging and stuff. The second channel, I can just make content very quickly. So that's kind of the point, is that if people like my main channel, they can get a lot of second channel content.
Right. Okay. Because I feel like the only content I ever watch is if I watch CGP Grey videos, and I'll watch like ER because he does a lot of effort into the visuals that are very funny, that you miss if you just listen to it. But like most other content, I don't really ever watch it. I just kind of listen to it.
Yeah, 99% of the content I just listen to too.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Like obviously what I'm trying to do right now isn't necessarily a permanent thing. It's just like, I mean, this is what I'm doing right now. It might be the case that the best thing to do is, lower visual effort, higher focus on audio, long form content. And, that's true. Then I'll probably end up doing that.
Yeah, maybe. I guess you'll see. You'll find out. Just don't lock yourself in. No. Did you see CGP Gray's last video, Adam? He was ranking state flags.
No, I got to check it out.
It's pretty good. Did you see it on premiere when it came out, Sitch? Because I did.
No, why? What happened?
I think you're cool.
Oh, I thought you meant something.
I mean,
happened.
I got the bell rang. I don't just I didn't see it when it published. So
I've never clicked the bell ever.
I never clicked the bell either. Yeah. I don't want emails or fucking desktop notifications.
Dude, notifications are so bad.
Well, I mean,
I don't get notifications.
You guys should click the bell for our channel.
I get
everyone who has the bell clicked, go unclick the
my
bell.
YouTube inbox. What are you talking about? Those are great.
He rated California's bear flag as very low, Adam. It was definitely F tier.
Why?
Because it's awful.
Why do you stab me in the heart like that?
It's a bad flag.
So what does Florida have on it? Like an alligator?
Florida's was rated F tier, but I think it was above California's F tier.
Oh, obviously.
There were so many F tiers, he had to separate from FF to like FS.
Oh man.
So, he's very particular about his flags.
We have a big brown bear.
Yeah, it's awful.
We have a wild animal on our bear.
Yeah, but his rules were it shouldn't have the state name in the flag.
Oh, well,
and it says California Republic in the flag.
Yeah.
And also the bear looks really derpy and afraid.
I know we need a big grizzly bear like slashing.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah. Slashing Florida in half.
Well, that wouldn't really be appropriate for California. I think you need
He actually.
I think that's a good idea.
How about if it's like, okay, here it is. It's gray. The background is gray to symbolize a sidewalk, and it's got like the outline of poop and needles.
Oh,
is that good?
Adam, check your DMs.
I do like
the idea.
I do like the idea of like a cocaine bear, but
you
have to actually click on it.
What does it say? Something?
It's a new design for California's flag from like CGP Gray's subreddit, I think.
Yeah,
I brought up the other one.
Why does Twitter have the Doge on it now?
Because Elon's a fucking idiot.
Oh, okay. Just a meme.
Let's see.
I was like, what the fuck's going on here?
That is terrible.
It's better than your current flag.
I think I don't like those colors. That's really ugly.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a play on Ukraine, I think.
I don't think it's supposed to be.
It's not supposed to be a play on Ukraine.
It's supposed to be the ocean.
What do you mean? It's yellow and blue and...
Blue is supposed to be the ocean.
Yeah, the blue is the ocean, yellow is California, and
why is California yellow?
And the white is Nevada.
I don't know.
Yeah, why is there a big star in the middle of the ocean? What is that, Hawaii?
Why is there a big bear in the middle of your flag? There's a star on this fucking flag.
Don't they have bears in California?
I like the old flag. This flag is pathetic.
This flag's pretty bad. Yeah, it's a bad flag.
Wrong.
Yeah, what a bunch of haters, dude.
I think if California just removed the California text and made the bear look not derpy, it would be fine.
Yeah. Should I bring the murder face meme up? Or is that...
You should, yeah.
Did you get that too in your DMs?
I might have sent it to Domer.
Did you really? Oh god.
Like what is this? There's like a word for this. I think it's cyberbullying.
It is. That's exactly what it's called.
I didn't make it. Okay, I just,
Doomer, if we got you like a Hollywood movie quality wig that was in the shape of the murder face, would you shave your beard off and just do the mustache?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Why would I shave my beard?
It would be amazing because Murderface only has a mustache.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't look like Murderface, and I don't want to look more like.
I mean, you do in this picture.
I think you could pull the. I think you could pull the Murderface off if we got some black and you put like a big dot between your teeth. I think it would be good.
So this meme was made by Donkey Dougie.
This whole Murderface meme has run its course.
Thank you,
it's not funny anymore.
We can move on.
Good place reference.
We don't have to, but the emoji stays.
Look at that. Beautiful. I think that should be your channel avatar, honestly.
Is this your most used emoji in chat?
I really wish we could get statistics for that, because it should be, if it's not. J-Mac, our surrogate father, thank you so much for the $20. J-Mac says, in the military, everyone always thought I was gay. The show tunes and doing theater didn't help, but you can't always judge a book by its fabulous cover.
Yeah, I've gotten that. I've gotten the people thinking I'm gay accusation quite a bit as well. So
really,
well, yeah, I'm an artist, and I don't know, maybe
super gay. I mean,
I've always said I'm like 20% soy, so I'm not really embarrassed of it.
There you go.
In California, a lot of girls dig that. A lot of girls like effeminate guys, so you just kind of rake in the girlfriends.
Did you see the Into the Spider-Verse 2 trailer?
No way. Really? I haven't.
Yeah. It looks good. Looks good.
Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm starting to see posters around town too.
Yeah, I'm more excited for Into the Spider-Verse 2. So.
Yeah, I'm hoping that. I don't know what they're doing with. Who's Gamora's sister? What's her name? Because I think they might have
Nebula.
Nebula. I think they might have like a trans storyline for Nebula that
I'm
a little nervous about. Yeah.
She's gonna become a man?
Maybe.
I saw the first trailer for Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't remember seeing that, but okay. Yeah, Blue Beetle trailer looked good, except there was one thing that pissed me off, and it's not clear, and I hope they don't do it. I always liked in the latest Young Justice cartoon how the Blue Beetle robot voice was like completely genocidal, and it looks like in the movie it's just like a standard Iron Man like lady robot voice, which that'd be really boring if they replace genocidal killer robot voice with just like, hello, I am the girl in your suit, like Spider-Man and Iron Man.
Sometimes they do that because they're unable to pull it off. Like they try it and then they put it in front of test audiences, and the test audiences are just like, this was a great movie except for that crazy voice in its head. What was going on with that? I'm so confused.
Yeah, but that adds conflict to the entire movie. Is
No,
like
I
the
totally
suit is
agree with
trying
you.
to like do all this fucked up shit, and he's like trying to stop it. Like,
I totally agree.
so I don't know. Maybe they thought it was too much. Like, I know Venom did very poorly, and I actually never saw Venom, but I assume that's kind of what Venom was.
Venom was not. The last one was not good. I went and saw it with my wife, and it was kind of boring.
Nilo for $2 says, Doomer, what's your favorite food and why is it mayonnaise?
Oh, I just had some delicious mayonnaise today.
My favorite food? I mean, it probably has to be pizza, right? Pretty
Pizza,
boring
okay.
answer, but
classic answer.
Pizza's great.
You know, it's funny. Someone sent me a video that was all about the KFC in Japan thing. We were talking about it on Sunday. And it was
KFC
like
in Japan.
In Japan, Sammy G told me that in Japan for Christmas, they basically created this, basically tricked Japanese people into thinking that it's an American tradition to eat KFC on Christmas. And so Japanese people go out in droves and they'll buy KFC to eat on Christmas.
That's pretty weird.
And so in the video, they actually had an audio clip. Apparently this came from the Japanese owner of like the KFC branch, just kind of like made this up one day in an interview, and it just went viral. like someone just asked him like if it was true that, you know, it was an American tradition to eat KFC, and he's just like, yeah, sure. And it just kind of like took off. So interesting stuff. I Saw the Sky for $5 says, haven't y'all seen Trump's Fire Emblem streams? Trump's Fire Emblem streams? That gameplay is a crime. It'd be federally offensive if not for Barack and Biden. I've seen Trump play Minecraft and Uno. I haven't seen him play Fire Emblem yet, so I'll have to check it out.
Sounds cool.
Wait, is that that's not a meme? It's a real thing?
I assume there's all the like deep fake videos of Trump playing the video games.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, Trump is actually playing Fire Emblem Minecraft. I feel like
Big Joel's done another response video.
Really?
Already?
No, wouldn't that be cool?
I was like,
that'd be amazing.
Adam got me excited for nothing. How dare you?
Yeah, your favorite YouTuber.
Your favorite YouTuber.
How does it make you feel that your favorite YouTubers responded to us twice in 2 days?
Well, considering that was my plan, so
yeah, he's so pumped for this.
This was your doing? Were you really sending him stuff? I saw it in the Discord.
I said literally in hold on, let me give you the screenshot. I'm gonna give you a screenshot from DMs with CT and you can put it on screen.
Leak DMs. Doomers.
Well, I'm only leaking what I said. I'm not leaking what CT said.
Okay.
JD
Champ for $5 says, for the record, I'm totally with Adam. You can't justify upcharging someone with a bunch of smaller crimes just because you feel they deserve it. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right.
Unless it's OJ. Because we got to get him for something, right?
Well, it's a little different when you're talking about like murder, right? I mean,
I know. That's what I was trying to say.
But I agree that causes it's a dangerous precedent.
It is, yeah.
I mean, that definitely happened to OJ. You know, they hit him with the kidnapping charge. So.
Andom48 in the chat says the cat was right to pee on Doomer.
Cat pee is the worst. Oh my God.
Yeah, I got the washing machine going right now.
That was right.
Good for you.
I didn't include anything you said. I just put in what I said.
Wow. Oh my God. Some crazy stuff on Twitter right now.
Adam's not even looking.
What do you mean? What am I supposed to be looking at?
Look at your fucking Discord DMs.
Look at my Discord DMs. Let's see here. What's this say?
This is the backstory behind the whole little Joel or Big Joel controversy.
Sent Sitch a Big Joel clip. What? This is you?
Yeah.
Here's my master plan. Sitch start drama with Big Joel. Big Joel destroys Sitch in the free marketplace of ideas. Sitch leaves the internet. Look, I get fucked over in this. Sitch and I are a team here. What are you doing?
No, he wants to usurp my place. Don't you understand? He wants to be the Doomer and Adam show.
Doomer? I mean, I love you, man, but Sitch is irreplaceable. I just can't.
You say that until he gets replaced. And you see how much the show improves.
Look, 99.9% of the chat hates your guts. Okay?
Adam, put that up on screen.
It's not even close. Sitch has like 60-40 S-Class versus A-Team. Like, we're going into a popularity deficit if you take over for Sitch. It's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, first of all, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to bleed the S-Class cringe lords and get some better fucking viewers, okay?
Look, that'll get them on your side.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I brought it up. Why is this important for people to see?
Because they can see how brilliant I am. That I've engineered all of this from the shadows. I've been pulling the strings, and when it eventually leads to Sitch's downfall, I can get all of the credit. That's why it matters.
Yeah, you guys should all know it was Doomer that originally sent me the Lil Joel video in the first place, and wanted me to respond to it.
Is it really? Oh,
yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was a great video to respond to. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really watch Big Joel or Little Joel or any variation of Joel.
I didn't even know about the Lil Joel channel until you sent that to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
So how do you feel that Little Joel has completely fucked up part 2, destroying us in the market, or destroying me in the marketplace of ideas with his horribly incompetent, buffoonish responses?
Well, he's going strong right now. As far as I can tell, he's got a big lead in this thing.
Oh, so just because of his simp fan base?
I mean, you were just like a little man with a tiny YouTube channel who was just shivering and confused, and Big Joel was the fucking Giga Chad homeless guy who was just, flexing and making a short video to fucking, pop his pecs and then fucking peace out. Okay.
There you go. Okay.
And he just fucking flexed on you hard.
Nice.
I kind of feel like we destroyed Big Joel, and that right now he's at home crying, wondering how he's going to make another video tomorrow.
I like that we had Chud on, who'd never seen any of these videos, and immediately came to the same conclusion we did without being prompted.
I know. Oh my God. How embarrassing for him.
I know. This message was not in a public Discord. This was in a private Discord, wasn't it, Doomer?
No, this is a DM to CT.
Okay.
Detailing my plan to bring about your downfall.
Right.
Ouch. CT's conspiring against us too? That's not good.
No, CT defended Sitch or something like that,
Oh,
unfortunately.
That's good to know.
CT's based, unlike Doomer.
Yeah. CT wants us to succeed, Doomer. How come
There
you
you go.
don't?
Chud Logic wants CT to learn from his editor, DK.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be cool.
Is DK the same editor as Destiny?
No, that's August.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, how is it whataboutism when the DA has a pattern of downcharging people while running on charging Trump? That seems inherently political. Well, no, so that's what I said to Chud. Like, it is technically whataboutism unless your point is that it's evidence for this being of a political nature. It'd be whataboutism if you're saying, like, he shouldn't be charged on the basis of other people not being charged, would be whataboutism.
I try not to say whataboutism anymore, and when I do, it's really because it's a dodge. It's like, I don't want to answer that, so let me just complain about the Republicans or complain about the Democrats, right?
Yes. Right. But people do use the term incorrectly sometimes. Fondue for $5 says, the only thing worse than a law not enforced is a law only enforced in one direction.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that's a good point. Yeah. It wouldn't be if you're making that point, it wouldn't be whataboutism, because you're like, listen, the law is only being applied unidirectionally in a political way, and I think that's a completely justified thing to bring up in a conversation.
Yeah, but what about Hunter Biden's laptop?
That is
what about it? That's a good question. What about it?
What about Kamala Harris?
My whataboutism, as I said, even though I think that these charges seem to be BS, the New York ones anyway, I don't care. because Trump tried to get Biden indicted a month before the election. To me, it's like, okay, well, you're going to start shit. I guess sometimes it comes back to bite you. I'm not going to defend you. Like, if you're not going to manifest the principle that you want people to defend you on, I'm not going to defend you for that shit, because then you're just a hypocrite. So
here's my vision for the future. Okay, I want kids to go to school and get their American history textbooks, and they open it to, the recent history, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a tweet from Trump about Hunter Biden's laptop, and they have to talk about it in class. That's the future I want to live in, where these are the important issues that we're debating.
Right.
We're debating for all time.
That would be good. That would be good. Yeah, there you go.
That's Biden's America.
Deej Nuts. I like that. Deej Nuts for $5 says Bragg has a history of increasing charges on people that are innocent while decreasing charges on people who commit violent crimes.
Of course.
There you go. Who else has he upcharged except for Trump? I mean, I know he's downcharged a lot of people, which seemed fucking wild. So that's something that definitely panned out to be true and pretty gross.
Is it
Andrew
like
Clark for $2 says, would it... What?
Is he doing it? Is it a race thing? Is it like reparations or something?
I don't know. Yeah. It's weird because he was a cop, wasn't he? It seemed like a weird thing for a cop to do.
He's probably paying off the mob.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, would it be better if this DA went after everyone?
Yes.
What do you mean by that? Go after Hillary
all the
too?
guilty people, not everyone.
I mean, this charge, because I always thought, I guess I had a complete misunderstanding. I thought the charge was I thought this charge was something different. That I said, it seems like kind of technical, seems kind of like, Trump violated the law, but kind of bullshit. But if the charge is literally just, well, the charge is really Trump wanted to pay off Stormy Daniel with his own money, but didn't want to declare it, so he did it through the circuitous route. That's technically illegal, sort of, on a weird legal theory about it being a campaign contribution to himself. Like, to me, that's so pathetic. That's such a pathetic charge. Yeah, it's like, come on, really? Like, give me a break here.
Yeah.
So
doesn't have good optics.
No, it does not. Revolt of Givia for $5 says, growing up is finding out that all the YouTubers you listen to are marginally overweight hoodie pumpkins with astigmatism as class is a team.
Does Doomer
are they talking
have
about
astigmatism?
Talking about you.
Doomer.
That's true. Are me and Adam the only not overweight YouTubers? I feel like it sometimes.
I could stand to lose a couple.
No,
pounds.
Adam's grown fat.
Who said I was overweight? What are you talking about?
You did.
How much do you weigh?
Enough?
Yeah. Okay.
You said you admitted to it.
Adam, you got kind of fat, haven't you? You need to lose some weight.
That was supposed to be our secret.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Look, I've body doxed myself many times in this live stream, just leaving.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. For shame. For shame.
Well. I'm doing okay. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not fat.
Doomer called himself fat earlier.
I know. I do remember that.
I would never do that.
Adam, do a gunt reveal.
A gut review?
Gunt reveal.
What's that? What does that mean?
Your gunt?
What is that?
Okay. Just Google it.
No, I'm not gonna Google it.
Okay.
I know better than that.
Just Google gunt.
It's like a gut cunt, right?
Yes. There you go. Figured it out. Adam Unfriended for 3 months. Thanks so much. Says Doomer looking like a neckbeard makes sense now when you are thinking about his cringeworthy hot takes.
Of course.
There you go.
Just imagine that face making that Dave Chappelle video, and it all makes sense.
There you go. Sitch better be in a suit and blackface when I do a face reveal. And get in trouble for that. I should do that. I should do a blackface face reveal.
That's not going to happen.
RBGH fan for $5 says woke is using you or someone else's identity to push a political agenda. There you go. It's part of it, definitely.
Yeah.
Ned for 4 months. Thanks so much. Says A-Team is responsible for making the milk gay. S-Class is the best class.
I mean, if it's soy milk, can you blame me?
There you go.
That's a thing. Big Joel is so weird to me. It's like he's made 3 videos that are all just nonsensical. And all just doubles down. Oh, it's so simple. God, it's so easy. We're literally arguing definitions. Sitch's law.
Yeah. I know. Contrast is right. I am actually the black Jewish guy from Archer. That is true. Kana X122 for $5 says woke equals any person or thing that subscribes to the position of identity politics. Yep. That's not what it means, Kanye. It just means liberal. It just means liberal. That's what it means. It just means liberal. Just trust me. How dare someone else say that definition is wrong without me actually explaining any valid reason for why my definition is right, other than that people use it that way. That's all it means. It just means liberal.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
I think Big Joel has a definition of woke that is completely the same as Ben Shapiro's, only Ben Shapiro says this is factually incorrect, and Big Joel is like, no, this is just the way the world is, just like the trans thing. This is just facts.
Trebacious T for €5 says, is it a bad tactic to say woke is a slang term for intersectionality and then go into intersectionality? Is it a bad tactic?
Well,
it depends what
terrible.
Depends what your goal is. Like for me, the reason I always attach liberalism to it and liberal to it is because, as I said when we were talking to Chud, the only reason wokeness has been able to survive as long as it has in America is because the boomer left, which is the majority of the people in this country that are left wing, don't know that it's really socialism.
Yeah, they think it's individual rights.
Right.
Wrong.
And if you can really hammer it in that it is, though you can't, if you just say socialism outright, they're going to go, oh, that's right-wing propaganda. If you say it's anti-liberal, suddenly they're like, well, what do you mean by that? That's a weird thing. I've never heard anyone say that before.
Well, it's anti-meritocracy too, because, I mean, it's like hyper affirmative action. Like affirmative action was you just have to give everyone the same opportunity. Now it's like, no, you have to give them the same job.
Right.
Regardless of opportunity.
But if you say that, you're gonna turn off people on the left already because you're talking about affirmative action.
Yeah, of course. Right. Yeah, no, don't say this. This is bad to say. Yeah.
You don't need a definition of woke for people on the right. But people on the right already know they don't like woke.
How do you define it as anti-liberal without going into like the super action?
Do eventually. I'm just saying you open the door. You don't want to open the door with affirmative action.
Well, let's say you've already opened the door. You know, I'm a little woke curious here, and I'm going, oh, really? That's interesting. Right. How is it illiberal? I thought it was just about, you know, giving everyone equal opportunities.
Well, no. So you talk about, you know, liberalism is the foundational basis of individual rights. And capitalism.
Oh, I like that. That's good.
Yeah.
Individual rights are...
You know, the civil rights movement was based on the liberal principles that, you know, all humans should be treated the same regardless of their skin color.
Right, yes.
Yes.
But we need to have enough representation for different members of society, right? So
that's fine. Yeah, but so you can have affirmative action policies in a liberal society under liberalism. But there's not inherently an anti-liberal idea. It can become an anti-liberal idea, but it's not inherently an anti-liberal idea.
Where's the anti-liberalism comes in? It comes in when you're like...
No, so wokeness, because then the anti-liberal element of wokeness is that wokeness is directly the idea that this notion, this concept of individual rights will not actually bring equality and not bring positive social change to America.
Right.
That because the civil rights movement didn't work. We need to throw individual rights in the trash, and we need to operate as collective identity groups, essentially.
Because the majority will always be racist for their own self-interest, and we have to apportion opportunities, jobs, and resources by demographic.
Right. That's why
which ultimately is like illiberal because it says you can't earn more than a certain amount of money, right?
Say it again?
It's illiberal because it says you can't earn or have
What's
a job.
Illiberal?
The divvying up of resources.
Oh. I'm not following.
Well, I'm just trying to zero in. I understand that it's illiberal, but I'm just trying to zero in on if we have the same concept of why it is illiberal. Like, I think it's illiberal because you have to curtail people's individual freedoms if you want, perfectly proportional outcomes.
Oh, I mean, that's part of it. Yeah. But I just said the root of it is even more simple than that. It's just liberalism, again, is on the idea that we are all individuals and that the lens at which we should view the world is that we are individuals born with natural rights.
Right.
Period. And wokeness is like, no, that's a lie and a scam used to trick Black people into basically accepting subordinate positions in society. Racism will never go away, can never go away. So the only solution to racism is for Black people to basically unite and just be racist against white people and separate to some extent.
Right. And to each get $5 million in reparations.
Sure. Right. Right.
Which
and that's why Kimberly Crenshaw in the intersectionality paper says, instead of straining for a certain universal identity, we need to, identify under our Black identity.
Look, if they're handing out $5 million checks to people based on skin color, that's illiberal, right?
Handing out people $500 checks based on skin color illiberal.
$5
It can and it
million
can't be.
Checks.
It can be both. You could have that in liberal framework, and it can also be illiberal at the same time. Depends on how exactly it's done, what exactly it means, what the point of it is.
Look, you're giving a massive...
I'm not in favor of doing this. I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily mean it's anti-liberal.
It seems like it would be to me, but...
Well, because you have to remember, so I would argue that it's anti-liberal. It would have been anti-liberal in 1960, in my opinion, to just say, oh, now that Black people have the same legal protections as white people, sink or swim.
Right.
To me, that wouldn't really be a liberal solution because it's like, well, that's true, but you basically fucked them over systemically for the last 200 years, right? So they're not really starting at the same position. That's the whole point. See, and this is the difference. Maybe this is how you should conceptualize it. The liberal idea is that there should be equal opportunity. Everyone starts at the same starting line, right?
Yeah.
And then the leftist idea is equal outcome. People end the race at the same outcome.
Well, this is why I like UBI, because it's just you give it all across the board to everyone.
Right. So you could have, in theory, I'm not advocating for this, I'm just saying in theory, you could have affirmative action policies or even reparation policies where the goal is to get Black people at the same starting point as quote unquote white people, right? As long as the goal isn't to have it be the same outcome.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that would work. I don't think just handing people a check will work. I'm against doing that. So.
Yeah, because a lot of people just go to the casino and blow it all and just.
I just don't think it. Well, that's not what reparations was. Reparations wasn't just give Black people money. It was give Black people a way to earn a living for themselves. That's what it was. 40 Acres and a Mule was giving you a way to earn a living for yourselves, not just giving you a check.
Have you watched some of the videos on reparations? Because they're like totally infuriating.
What do you mean?
I saw something, I guess, maybe it was Sean's video. I don't know if it was Sean's video or a clip, but they were talking about reparations, giving each Black person in San Francisco $5 million.
Oh, I know about that. Yeah.
And I'm just like, $5 million.
Insane.
$5 million is like,
it's totally insane. Yeah.
That's like life-changing money.
It's also impossible, right?
Well, yeah, I'm just, this is, first of all, the whole housing nightmare was caused by just giving people infinite amount of money to bid up the price of houses. It seemed obvious that was going on. That if that happens, that is definitely gonna, like, the number of houses are not going to change immediately. Oh, I guess maybe people, if you got $5 million, you build your own house, right?
Reparations for Black Californians could top $800 billion.
Yeah, so that's 800,000 million.
So it says the preliminary estimate is more than 2.5 times California's $300 billion annual budget.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, well, how much surplus money do we have?
It does not include a recommended $1 million per older Black resident for health disparities that have shortened their average lifespan. Nor does the figure count compensating people for property unjustly taken by the government or devaluing Black businesses. 2 other harms the task force says the state perpetuated. So, okay, this is what this seems like to me. It seems like a virtue signal where they're going to try to say, well, the cost of Black people as a total has been $800 billion, right? That's the argument they're making.
I feel like this is kind of cruel. Like, if I'm Black and I see on the news that I may be getting $5 million.
Listen, Black people aren't stupid. They're like, there's no fucking way the government is going to give people like a check for that.
Well, that's kind of cruel though if they buy into that virtue signal.
Right. I mean, to me, like this fucking, if I'm the governor, I mean, he's not gonna do it because he's got his little balls have been in a little woke purse. They've been taken away from him. If I'm the governor and there's some, government reparation task force and they come out with $800 billion, I call a press conference and I bring them all out here and I say, oh, $800 billion? And I rip it up in front of them and I say, you're all fired and you're all fucking idiots. Get the fuck out of here. Thank you for wasting everyone's fucking time, you idiots. Get someone who actually isn't an idiot to fucking give me a real answer.
You just lost the entire Black vote.
Good. It's worth it at that point. Actually, yeah. I don't think you would. I think if he said, listen, I want an actual solution, okay? And maybe there could be some sort of form of reparations if he's in California. That's what he wants to do for the Black community. And every Black person listening knows there's no fucking way in hell the state is going to pay them $800 billion. These people are wasting your fucking time and your money and are idiots.
Not like that. Every Black person in America is going to move to California. They're all going to,
of course,
immediately.
Of course they are. Yeah. So
it's just California. I'm getting my $5 million.
So no, I think if he was not a bitch, he could definitely spin it in a way where, woke people complain about it, but he could take a strong stance and say these people are, idiots.
Anywhere I'm going to get $5 million just for showing up, I'm there.
Right.
You name it. I'll move to North Dakota. I don't care.
I like this. I like this from the article. This is from NBC, by the way. For those who support reparations, the staggering $800 billion amount economists suggested. These people are economists? Oh my God. Suggests underscore the long-lasting harm Black Americans. I know, long-lasting harm Black Americans have endured, even in a state that never officially endorsed slavery.
Oh, I know. That's a nightmare fuel right there.
Critics pin their opposition partly on the fact that California was never a slave state, and say current taxpayers should not be responsible for damage linked to events that germinated hundreds of years ago.
Of course.
There you go.
I feel like this is cruel. Like, this is just even talking about it is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's fucking with the Black community. Why would anyone do that? Gavin.
It's not good.
Who names their kid Gavin?
Sounds like a name you'd like.
Gavin.
Yeah.
Mrs. McGinnis.
Yeah.
There you go.
Gavin McGinnis. Oh, you're right. Gavin. Yeah. Gavin Newsom.
Doomer, was this from Joel's video?
Yeah.
Doomer delights in sending how the Joel simps are just like lacking up Joel's sweaty juices in the comment section. And then he sends me a screenshot.
Read us some of their stupid comments, Doomer. But you got to do it in a murder face voice.
Yeah, you can read them if you do the Murderface voice.
You know I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, then I guess we're not gonna read them.
Damn it. So close.
What's the takeaway for $2 says Doomer looks like a fat Matt Walsh. Wow.
I mean, Matt Walsh is not like a skinny guy.
How do you feel about that, Doomer? Fat Matt Walsh?
I am secure enough in my appearance. I don't care what chat says.
Okay. Fondue for $2 says Joe weaponized his chat stupidity to abuse Adam. I mean, that is true.
You weren't there, Sitch. You don't know.
I feel like Joel weaponized his audience's stupidity for everything. This is a problem. Our audience is too intelligent. We need like a far stupider audience.
Nah, I like it the way
we need
it
like a sea of trained monkeys.
When I see
all
people
like
unsubscribe, I think, yep, low IQ.
14 who all just say, "Low."
No, I like it. I like our audience just the way it is. We don't.
You know what's interesting? I don't think our audience, when we because we respond to video people all the time, our audience never like runs over to the video and brigades their comment section.
I mean, that would be cool if they did. How come you guys
No. I think it's good that they don't do that.
Oh,
stop.
I mean, why would you guys do that? Knock it off.
I just think it's funny because remember it used to be the leftists who would always whine when this would happen, like, "Oh my God, these evil rightoids are brigading all the comment sections." Boop.
Look, I thought it was. I was responding to them in the comments. I posted our definition of woke and pinned it as a comment. I was having fun.
Was it mine or the
Helen Pluckroses? Yeah.
Oh, that's not my definition of woke.
We'll change it. I don't give a fuck.
Oh my God.
Leave you. Pin your definition. I don't care. Look, a bunch of people responded. It was funny.
Okay.
I was, doing the one-line comment response, and they were posting like 40 paragraphs. I was like, I'm not going to read all that shit, man.
Right.
Make your comment brief, and I'll read it. But yeah.
Bob Van Gogh for $2 says Marxist feminism is a Polish film. See Sex Mission.
Doomer, have you seen Carnal Knowledge?
No. Is that a film?
Jack Nicholson and Garfunkel, Simon and Garfunkel, or
is that on Pornhub?
Art Garfunkel? No, it's Jack Nicholson and Arthur Garfunkel.
Never even heard of it, honestly.
Arthur Garfunkel plays this dude who's like totally in love with this girl. It's his girlfriend, and all he does is talk to his best friend about how much he loves her and how much he wants to marry her. And his best friend is Jack Nicholson. And at the same time, Jack Nicholson is like fucking the shit out of this girl. Like,
what the fuck?
Totally behind his back. Yeah. It's a crazy movie.
It sounds like the worst fucking movie you've ever heard, right? Like, why would anyone watch this?
Because it's conflict. Look,
Jesus fucking Christ, Adam.
Can you?
Is the girl played by Paul Simon?
Is it Paul Simon? It might be Paul Simon. Yeah. Right. Did you look it up?
No. Jesus.
Oh no.
Soul Odyssey for 55 Canadian says Adam has been slaying on Twitter lately, and I'm loving it.
Thank you. I've been doing my best. My Twitter followers are way up too. That meme posting really helped me.
You're welcome.
I feel a little bad because it was your meme. So
also,
stolen valor.
I know.
A little bit.
No, I'm actually glad you get all the fucking whiny communists yelling at you.
Oh, they hate my guts now.
Also, I'm kind of scared of Sitch's face reveal. I have a specific idea of what he looks like, but what if he's actually gorgeous? It'll bamboozle all of us gays, and then the Yowies will be insane. There you go. What if I look like gorgeous Squidward?
Yeah.
What do you do then? What will you do then?
You guys are gonna have to like.
Don't worry, guys. I'm very ugly. Okay.
You're gonna have to schedule. Sitch looks like a normal guy. You guys are getting used to it.
I'm very ugly, very unattractive. I look like Quasimodo.
It looks like he works in Gringotts.
I work at Gringotts.
Have you seen
you anti-Semite?
Have you
Adam
seen
will
what Sitch
still be
looks like?
No.
Doomer?
What?
I saw you shared a video with me, and I saw what you looked like a long time ago. You did like a video with Jordan Peterson.
Yeah,
but
that was also skinny Doomer. I was probably 50 pounds lighter.
Hold on. That's exactly
that's when you
what
still
I was
look like
thinking.
Jay.
And then
now
when
you
I
look like Matt Walsh.
And then when I saw you again, I'm like, wait a second, Doomer. You need to
Who's this guy?
You need to lay off the KFC, man. Maybe hit the gym once a week.
Right.
Look, man, I like eating. Okay.
We all do, Doomer.
Let a man live.
We all. I feel you. We all do.
The video with the pinned comment is the I assume it's the Big Joel clip video that he was responding to. It's a clip of our stream on our channel.
Yes. CT did a dynamite job with that clip. You know.
Yeah, you got to do another clip so that he responds again.
We are going to do another clip.
Well, but
this
won't it be like 2 hours though? I don't know if he'll respond.
No, we're going to cut out all of the. No, it's just going to. We'll do a clip of this. It's just going to be cutting out all of us arguing about all the arguments about us arguing about retard and all that bullshit. Just cut it all out, and it'll just be us reacting to.
Making us. You got to make us look good, CT. But I want you to cut in Mr. Ubercross talking about how he's like a meat puppet. I think that would be a good ending.
Don't do that.
I think that'd be a good ending for the video.
Don't do that. Don't listen to him, CT.
He looks like a meat puppet.
Right.
What's a meat puppet?
You said Muppet.
Oh yeah, meat puppet's better.
Okay, that sounds a little jankier, but okay.
Okay.
Stug for 5. Oh, wait, I missed one. Forking around for $5. Says, honestly, I pictured Doomer to look more like Big Joel on camera and less like Fat Matt Walsh.
Boy, everyone's going with the Fat Matt Walsh.
Nothing. Doomer left.
I mean, I was surprised how close it was to Murderface.
You can just say Fat Walsh.
I don't look anything like Murderface.
I was like, the Murderface kind of nailed it.
You look a little bit like him. A little bit. Stug for $5.
Just sinful.
Yeah. Stug for $5 says, does Marx not argue that when you buy something for somebody, you have a permanent social link with that person or something like that? Is that wrong? I don't know. Does he argue that?
I don't think so. No. I mean, that's a different philosopher that argues when you take something from nature and mix your work with it. That might be like Adam Smith, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
Or no, maybe it is Marx. I don't know. Who cares?
Tosai says, I'm disappointed Doomer didn't look like a crank Yankers Muppet. That's the problem. Whenever I hear someone's voice and I don't know what they look like, they look like a Muppet in my mind. I assume they're a Muppet. And then when you see a real person, you get confused.
Yeah.
Guy for $5 says, shit lib is the better slur. That is a good slur.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I feel like there's so many good slurs for liberals. There's like not really good ones for conservatives.
Yeah. What do they call them? Conservacuck.
Conservacucks? That's okay.
Well, it's funny that conservatives are the ones that all call them conservacucks. I never hear liberals say that.
Yeah.
They're like, they like cucks. Liberals are like, oh, cucks are... Liberals think they are cucks, so they're like, those are good things.
We got libtards and conservatards.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just doesn't roll off the tongue as well. I guess because the word's too long.
Racist. That's what they call them.
There you go. CT for 2 Canadian. Says, every painter I ever met looks like Adam.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
We're fixing up the studio so we can like have live streams there and stuff. So that'll be cool.
Including the lady painters?
I mean, if we could get some lady painters down at the studio, I mean, sure.
Long story short for Joe says, Meat Puppets was a 90s band. Backwater.
Oh,
Backwater
yeah,
was
true.
the hit. There you go.
The Meat Puppets. I do remember that.
Contrast for 2 Aussie bucks says, wow, Sam Tarley and Jay Ballman, cool guest guy. Nice.
Sweet.
Nice. That Samuel Tari. Oh man, that hurt, Chud.
I think we should do
That hurt, Chud.
I think you and I should do a movie review of Menace to Society just to freak FD Signifier out.
He's supposed to come on Sunday.
Because he loved. Is he really? You never. I knew you were trying to set it up, but did he ever confirm?
I mean, he said yes, but he didn't get a confirmation on what time he'd come. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
He released a new video today that I think he wanted to talk about with us. It was
Did he release it?
Yeah, it was on Black Conservatives. So
can't wait to see
check it out.
Does he think you're Black conservatives?
He does think we're Black conservatives. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
He thinks we're the white blacks. Very, very rare. We're the light skinned blacks.
Oh man, the thumbnail has Candace Owens and what's that dude's name? The economist.
Thomas Sowell?
Yeah, Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, I think he asked Sitch for some book recommendations.
Yeah, he wanted to know what was the quintessential Thomas Sowell book to react to.
Thomas Sowell has like 40 books, man.
I know. It's like I haven't read any of his books.
You should have told him Industrial Society and its Future.
We told him black rednecks and white liberals.
Yeah. Javier Portillo Fernandez for $2 says, type Soylent Grin on Google, and that's all of you guys.
Oh, that must be one of Big Joel's fans.
No, I think he's saying that's what Doomer and Chud look like.
Hilarious.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Big Joel, this is peak systemic bad faith. It's true.
Yep.
Fondue for $5 says, no, Chud, they say it's true as part of the performance of acceptance. That is also true.
True, yeah.
WT1A1A for $5 says, you guys should check out the channel New Discourse. James Lindsay talks a lot about Marx and all of his off branches into LGBT, CRT, racism, etc. I've listened to the New Discourse videos all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do I.
They're pretty good.
James Lindsay's a friend of the channel.
Yep. Cyborg for $5 says, Doomer's villain transformation is complete. Sitting in a swivel chair and maniacally petting his cat.
He did, Doomer, I did notice you were trying to look very bored on our live stream. That was kind of mean.
I don't know. There was some conversation where I just had no interest in what was going on. You guys were arguing about some shit, so I was like, whatever. I'll just go get my cats.
Look, you got to smile and act like you're having fun. You got to look engaged. Otherwise people
Wait, I was smiling most of the time. I never look like I'm smiling.
Doomer's like a cat grandma. Just like, I got to go get my cats.
No, this is like a known thing. Like people tell me to smile for pictures and I'll smile and they'll be like, no, smile. I'm like, I am fucking smiling. I'm smiling as much as I can smile. What the fuck do you want me to do? I don't know. My face doesn't work. What do you want?
Yeah.
Doomer was born Doomer.
You're smiling under the beard.
Yeah. Stuck for $2 says, words are just names we give to concepts. True.
Yep.
Stug for $5 says, Gail Rubin's Thinking Sex, the founding... Oh, thank you, Stug. That's one of them. Gail Rubin's Thinking Sex, the founding text of queer theory, is the big pro intergenerational sex document. She does talk about that, yeah.
Gross.
Pretty gross. Fondue for $5 says, BLM had to spend their money on something. They can't use it to help black people. They still need soldiers after all. There you go. Stock for $5 says, didn't the KKK and the Black Nationalists briefly team up in the USA, or am I high? I've heard that claim. I want to say I looked it up and that it was true in some limited situation, but I don't remember the exact context. So maybe. I'm going to give it a resounding maybe. Cyborg for $5 says, Sitch and Adam moved me away from being an ANCAP. They helped at least. Well, thank you, Cyborg.
Awesome.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, I will vote left now. Before I would not. Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's yeah, you gotta take your shot, whatever the best candidate is.
Yeah, I think people should be able to vote left or right, whichever aligns with whatever they want at the moment, as opposed to being like, no, I'll never vote left or right wing. No.
You might as well, I mean, if you're just going to be shamed into voting for whoever You're just being manipulated by some party. That's not the way to be.
Right. The Justice 35 says $5. Says, I love political chud. Y'all need to be on stream together more. Follow-up question. Have you guys seen Richard Wolff's Ukraine take? It's so cringe, Sitch. Yes, I actually tweeted about it. It was super cringe. I don't know. Maybe we'll watch it at some point. He was on the H3H3 podcast, and oh my God. He gives like the worst fuck. He gives like the classic America bad like, why doesn't America and Ukraine just sit down with Russia and solve everything peacefully? I don't understand.
Wait, Richard Spencer was on the H3 podcast?
I'm sorry. Richard Wolff. Did I say Spencer? I meant Richard Wolff.
Wait, am I on crack?
Or did you?
Chat.
Who said it wrong? Well, whatever. Richard Wolff. Richard Wolff, not Richard Spencer. But yeah,
same thing.
Richard, same thing, basically the same thing. But yeah, Richard Wolff gives this like, brainlet take of, why don't they all just sit down and agree to peace? It's like, oh, I don't know. You tell me, Richard.
Well, Russia's not going to agree to peace if they think they can win.
Of course.
They're going to be like, nah, how about we just take your country, asshole?
It's like the dumbest, most childish take ever. Why don't they just sit down and agree? Like, it's the biggest fucking cope. You know that there's it's a dishonest cope because they're so on the America bad train that they can't support America doing anything. So they can't support America, defending Ukraine. But they know it looks too fucked up for them to not support Ukraine, which was obviously not the aggressor in the situation.
True.
And so you say, well, what are you supposed to do? And they're like, well, they could just agree to peace. I don't understand. It's a secret. America's the one sabotaging the peace. Blah, 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 blah.
Can you imagine if they went in, they're like, we're just going to treat us all like we're in a worker co-op here. Let's all let's all vote on our peace deal.
I know. It's like,
how about we don't vote? How about I take your country away from you? That's exactly what Putin's thinking.
You think that
it's like in the beginning of World War II, Germany's like invading neighboring countries and taking huge swaths of land. And someone's like, why don't you just make peace and just let him have it?
Yeah, that was literally, Chamberlain. That was appeasement. Yep. That was my meme.
How does history remember that asshole?
Right. But no, and then it's like, it's like, you honestly think that if and that's the problem. They never get into specifics because they know they can't. Because what would be the specifics of the Ukrainian peace deal? They need a security guarantee from Russia that Russia's not going to invade them. The only possible way to get that would be if they got nukes themselves, which Russia's not going to agree with. If they join NATO, which Russia doesn't want to agree with.
Finland joined NATO.
I know, but Russia would look preposterous if they. That's part of what Russia's fuck up problem is. They don't really have an exit strategy because how do they possibly guarantee them safety unless they basically create a bullshit NATO part 2 called not NATO. That's like the US and Ukraine and Europe have joined the not NATO group, a completely new, not like NATO organization that only applies to Ukraine that protects its borders from Russia.
As long as Putin thinks, and I think Putin does still think he can win, as long as he thinks he can win, there's not going to be any peace deal. Look, you see Putin in these meetings and stuff. He's like so smug. He smiles and he's like, "Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that's a good idea. Sure."
Well, there would be if Ukraine said, "Okay, you can keep Crimea, you can keep the Donbass region, and we'll promise to never join NATO." They might agree to that. I don't know. I don't know if Russia would agree to that. Or maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they've taken too many losses that they would. He would say no. Like, you need to not be in power anymore, Zelensky. I don't know. I don't know if they would take that bet or that guarantee.
Yeah, he wants regime change.
So,
I'll be right back.
Look, what we need to do is just send in the tanks, okay? Just send in the tanks and just take over Russia. We can have a nice little state, a nice little colony over there.
There you go. I agree. I mean, Russia's like a fake country anyway, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You both realize Ukraine's about to give up. Really? You think Ukraine's about to give up?
I don't think Ukraine's going to give up.
Where are you getting that from? Ukraine is about to give up. I feel like that's what people have been saying since the war started. I feel like there's been a faction of people that since the war started saying, Ukraine is about to give up at any moment. There's also been a faction that have been saying, Russia's going to crumble at any moment. And neither of these things have materialized. So,
I mean,
not sure what you're referencing.
It's very difficult to make those kind of predictions. Like, typically people who say stuff like that with a lot of confidence are just idiots. Mm-hmm. Like, how do you know?
Yeah. Ukraine refuses to give up Bakhmut despite exhaustion. Article from, this is from March. So I don't know, who knows. Bill Clinton regrets persuading Ukraine to give up their nuclear weapons. I bet.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's funny. That. I bet, yeah.
No one would debate them if they had a nuclear arsenal.
The New York Times never lies. Does the New York Times... What does that have to do with anything?
New York Times lies all the time.
Of course they do.
They all
You mean the failing New York Times?
Oh, yeah. I wonder if it says Russia doesn't have nukes anymore because they stopped maintaining them. I mean, I don't think that's probably not true.
Oh, that.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a lot of them don't work, but they probably got something.
That's why
Russia had
Go ahead.
Russia had the second biggest nuclear stockpile, second to us, right? Like,
yes, they did.
They still are going to have some.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know it's very expensive for them to maintain, so I'm sure a lot of them don't exist, but they kept some around.
They got some super crazy conventional bomb too. That's like destroys cities and shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They did like a test. I remember seeing it online, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's horrifying."
Mm-hmm. XSL for $2 says Trump should have gone with a pro-Trump porn star. There you go.
Instead of Stormy, I think Stormy Daniels was pro-Trump.
Well, it was in like 2005 that they had sex, so yeah, way before
he was going to get her on Celebrity Apprentice.
Right. I don't think she ever was.
No. So. He was like, oh, she's got a big mouth.
Overseas Logs for $10 says, maybe I'm missing the point, but we use money to pay for goods and services because it's easier to carry money than carrying around other goods to trade with to always provide service in exchange for things. Yes, true. That is what the purpose of money. But we were talking about from like what motivates you to get money and what it represents. But yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, Chud was going a little anti-capitalist on us there.
I know. How dare he?
I mean, he's a Marxist, so.
I know.
Is he really?
Terrible.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Nihilist Anonymous for $5 says, I always knew you guys would get Trump on as a guest. Based. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. That'd be awesome.
We did. We finally got Trump on.
We would be huge. Big Joe would be so jealous.
That would be an interesting conversation. How long do you think Trump would leave the conversation faster than Jimmy Dore or slower than Jimmy Dore?
It depends upon how big a dick you are to him. I mean, geez. Sitch would come out and be like, is it true that you praised neo-Nazis in Charlottesville?
No, how dare you stop? I would be like, listen, you called Zelensky and told him to do Joe Biden.
So you would go after him. You'd be like, hey.
Of course I would. What do you think we're going to have a conversation with Trump? I'm just going to fucking blow him? Of course we're going to fucking.
Let's talk about this perfect phone call, Trump.
Let's talk about the perfect phone call, yeah.
Yeah.
No, what I would ask him is I'd say, you were complaining about, this political prosecution, which I think is a political prosecution against you.
Right.
Right now.
Why did you do that to Biden?
Why did you try to pressure Bill Barr as a president to have a political indictment of your opponent, Joe Biden? Is that not the same or even a worse thing?
And there goes our amazing streaming career.
That would be the question I had.
The only people sucking up to us are the woke scolds that none of us like. Oh my God, you're the guys that totally showed Trump up. We love you. We have TDS.
Okay. Listen, you got to be real. I don't care what team likes or dislikes, the truth. You got to be real.
Why can't we just be like, hey, Stormy Daniels looks pretty hot. What'd she look like naked?
What?
Why can't we just have that conversation?
First of all, you don't have to ask Donald Trump what Stormy Daniels looks like naked. I'm pretty sure anyone could Google that and instantly find the answer to that question.
What do you think she...
Yeah, so I don't think you need that. I don't think you need to ask anyone that. But I don't know if you know what a porn star does, Adam. I don't know if you're familiar.
I know, it's hilarious that I didn't even really think of that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Look.
Sitch, show one piece of evidence. One piece of evidence. He's literally on fucking. Do you want me to bring this on the clip?
No,
he's literally on Fox News.
Don't.
He's literally on Fox News. Like he kept saying this. This was the line he would use. He would say, "You can fucking just Google it yourself. Say fucking do a search for. You have to do the timeline because everything's now about this. If you do the time to the month or two before 2020 election, and you just type in Trump Biden indictment, you'll see like a million articles about this. And he says the same line. He keeps saying, "Bill Barr has a chance to be the greatest district attorney of all time." Oh, but not district attorney.
History.
Yeah, he could go down in history, be great. He's got to bring but he's got to bring indictments. You got to bring them against everyone, including Joe Biden and Barack Obama.
Joe Biden, Barack Obama, China,
all of them. I mean, I don't know. It's weird. Just fucking. This is ridiculous. Anyway, Max for $23. Singing Max says, "Great stream as always, guys, except for Doomer."
Doomer's great, you guys. Go easy on him. Look.
Gotta leave now to play video games. I'll be looking forward to listening tomorrow as I deliver pizza. Well, thank you. And good for you, Max.
Yeah. I love it.
All of these clowns are complaining while they fucking donate money to fucking hate watch me. Don't talk shit, chat. You know you love me being here to fucking shit on.
That is true. Everyone needs a villain, right?
Yeah. Preferably a likable villain that's funny.
People liked you coming up as Chud in the beginning. That got you some points. That was very funny.
That was awesome.
I had a whole like speech prepared, but I didn't do it. I'm still not sure whether that would have been funnier or not. Probably not. I don't remember.
You did do like an impression of the listen.
Well, before I was practicing my impression of him. Like I was actually listening to videos of him and like practicing fucking dialogue and shit.
Wow, look at this.
Not trying to make it accurate, trying to make it offensive. But,
right.
Yeah.
You should have put on like a comedy British accent. Oi, mate, it's me, Chud Logic.
Honestly, I just got completely thrown off by Sitch sending me the link immediately. I was expecting it in like an hour and a half.
No. Fuck.
That's okay.
You're lucky I had all the background stuff.
The background just made it. That was good enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
The double image was great.
Ralt of Givia for $2 says, "Why wouldn't Trump pay back the $130K at once?" I think I answered this already. We're guessing because if he did, he would have to declare it, and he didn't want to declare it, so he had to do it this covert way through Cohen.
Yeah,
but to me, that's a pretty lame reason to charge. So.
Yeah.
Stug for $5 says, quote, "I am being indicted, citizens. Remember, the border must be secured, and I will do this should I return to the Oval Office. Also, Burger King." Thank you. Nihilus Anonymous for $5 says, "Let's get Sam Harris on stream to balance out Doomer's TDS."
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Nice.
You're saying his TDS is worse than Sam's? Because most people think Sam's is like the worst case.
That's what he's saying. His TDS is so bad that you would need Sam's on to balance it. Yeah.
Wait, who's Sam?
Sam Harris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got the worst TDS imaginable.
No, he just has an accurate perception of reality, and he sees the pending threat to democracy and the overthrowing of our country by a tyrannical racist Nazi, right? So it's just sensible. You got to realize the threat and then try and mitigate it, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not sure Trump can win. I'm sort of convinced that he's going to win the nomination and not win the general.
I mean, the funniest thing would be him winning and then giving his announcement speech from jail. That would just be the best thing that's ever happened.
That'd be so bad for the country. Oh my God.
Yeah, that'd be terrible.
That'd be terrible. I think you're right, Adam. I think he has a good chance to win the primary, but a lesser chance of winning overall.
Just because he literally has to get votes from people who voted against him in the last election, and that's just going to
or he could just draw people that didn't vote for him.
Yeah, or bring in a bunch of new people, and you think
No.
Do you think that's like there's going to be new younger voters coming? I mean, all the people that came to vote for him because he's a celebrity, they've already done it. They're not into, look, let me vote for him a third time now, right? They're just not that into it.
Yeah. No, I agree.
A lot of them didn't vote for him a second time. A lot of them were like, yeah, I mean, I liked him when he was a celebrity. Now that he's like our crazy president, not so much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not as into him anymore.
Christian Baller, thank you so much, Christian Baller, for being 1 year. Oh my God, what a baller. Christian Baller for being 1 year outside the simulation.
Is that really? Christian, that's mighty nice of you, man. Thank
you so much, Christian.
I think that's like $100 tier there.
Christian says, I can't believe it's been 1 year since I gained free will. In that time, I got a new 6-figure job, a new car, and I'm planning on proposing my girlfriend in the next year or so. How do I get you all to come to my wedding? Would love to meet my
God. Where is it, mate? I mean, I'll definitely think about it. I mean,
well, there you go. Well, first of all, I'm so happy for you that all these things are going good for you. It's great. It's wonderful.
Yeah, that is crazy.
And it's all thanks to the free will provided by Sitch and Adam.
No, I'm glad. I'm always glad. Look, I kind of put my girlfriend through hell before I got married, and I still feel kind of bad about it because
how dare you?
Marriage is the best thing. It really is. And I wish there needs to be people out there telling young people that marriage is a good thing and that you don't die. And, as long as you got someone that cares about you and you care about them, life is about the buddy system. It really is. You got to get someone on your side. So, yeah, do it up.
Get a dog.
Find someone to love. Look, Doomer's married, so he's talking shit. He knows the value of being in a good, stable relationship. Yeah. So good for you, Christian. We're pulling for you.
Wait, did they call Sitch their hero?
They did, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Look, this is how it feels to be a hero, Doomer. One day you too can be a hero. You just need to delete that Chappelle video. I mean, it all begins with that. That's step number one. That's step number one to your character arc. You got to realize that you made a total mistake.
Okay, first of all, that video was perfect, okay?
That was a perfect video.
It was the best video.
The best
political video that YouTube has ever seen.
The best possible political video.
You got to delete the Chappelle video and you got to delete the Django video.
Django video is kind of shit.
The Django video is not as bad, yeah.
Oh.
No, the Django video, the argument in the Django video is very good, but the actual video is terrible.
This reminded me. You, Adam, said that Chris Rock was woke in his special.
Oh, yeah. Did you watch it?
He is not woke at all.
Yeah,
okay. He's woke for literally 10 seconds, and then the whole other thing is shitting on wokeness.
I know.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think it's first. He has a one line about
January
saying
6th.
what was the point of January 6th? White people were gonna take the country back from white people.
Yeah, they already control everything.
Right, they already control everything. But it's okay, whatever. It's first of all, it's a joke. Okay. Essentially, the entire rest of the thing
serious.
The entire rest of the thing is just shitting all over wokeness, left and right, constantly. Just shit on wokeness. He's so anti-woke in that entire comedy special.
I'm Team Will Smith now. I can't help myself.
Okay. He was totally railing against, cancel culture, wokeness, everything like that. But,
yeah,
I completely disagree with you.
Well, did you get past it? Because I stopped watching after the January 6th.
Oh, no, you hit the whole... Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it gets better?
Yeah, well... Okay. I'm not... No, when I... Okay, let me see what I'm saying. I'm not a huge fan of his delivery.
Yeah.
Because I feel like his delivery hasn't changed since when he started. So it feels very dated.
It's stale.
Yeah, it feels very dated. Because he had a lot of jokes where I'm like, that's a funny concept, but I don't find his delivery that funny because it just feels very old fashioned, 90s stand up,
Yeah, it's not very good. And the fact that he's woke on top of that just makes it unwatchable. But
yeah, but he's not. I'm trying to remember because he had a joke. He had a joke literally after January 6th one where he shouldn't have wokeness like immediately afterwards. I'm like I was going to talk about this when I first watched it, but it's been like 2 weeks since it's already gone from my memory.
Yeah.
So, but no, it's not fair to call him woke. Okay. GSB 1005 for $20 says, I'm taking a cultural psych course in college and we're doing a morality unit right now and was pleasantly surprised that height was referenced rather heavily.
Nice.
Despite the book missing the Liberty Foundation for some reason. That's weird.
Well,
or that was added later, wasn't it?
His original research didn't have the Liberty Foundation, and they did subsequent research to include it. So
right, so it's probably an older book. Yeah.
Now they have, I think, even another moral foundation because I read his most recent research, and I think there's even another foundation. But I was disappointed that it wasn't property rights; it was something else. So
no, it was tendies.
Yeah, chicken tendies. The moral foundation everyone should believe in.
There you go.
Doomer doesn't like the Loyalty Foundation. That's the one that he hates most.
Yeah, I don't like loyalty. I don't like any of the foundations about being nice to people. I really just have no tolerance for that.
Of course, yeah.
Contrast for 2 Aussie bucks says, Adam, just hire a bunch of Koreans like the pros do for the comic.
I mean, I've tried to work with some artists, but it just hasn't really worked out for me. So.
No, you have to get a bunch of Koreans and then pay them like nothing.
I mean, I'm open to that idea.
There you go.
But I don't. Can you just do that? I don't know.
Of course you can.
I kind of want to take. I kind of want to take credit for myself now. I've done so much work. So.
Blank the Skate Quarter for $2 says, I stream every weeknight. Weebs strong together. Well, there you go.
Oh, nice.
Blank the Skate Quarter.
He's a streamer too.
Every night. Damn, son.
Coming up through the ranks.
Lucifer the Doberman for $5 Canadian says, are we ignoring that Doomer looks like a ginger Matt Walsh?
We are.
Not.
I don't look like a ginger. I don't have red hair. That's my dog, dude.
You have blonde hair, right?
Yeah, I have like blonde or dirty blonde hair. My dog has red hair.
Right.
You're blonde?
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe this.
Trump is really blonde now. I was going, wow. Is he dyeing his hair? Or...
Of course, it's a toupee. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. It's his hair.
We like literally saw it fly off when he was president.
No.
That was okay. That was a deep fake.
Well, we saw he does kind of the swirl on the top of
he's
his
like
head
this, like he's like the craziest comb over. So maybe it's not too bad. I don't know. It's like this insane, like it's like the crazy. It's like he has like one side of his head is like he lets the hair like go all the way down to his waist, and then he combs it over. Like,
it's true. It's true. That's how it works.
I mean, it's a pretty impressive move.
Since you might have to, don't make fun. You might have to do that one day.
I might have to do that one day. Yeah, I wasn't blessed with your fucking hair genes forever.
Well, I mean, who knows? I could all fall apart tomorrow. So
that's true.
I try to, put good mojo in there. I don't want to make fun of Trump's hair just yet.
Fair enough.
I might have that same hairdo soon.
Bryant Townsend for $5 says, if Trump is disqualified, what does that mean for the presidential wager? Is it voided or does Sitch win automatically? Unfortunately, I was way too fucking nice when we set up this bet.
It's good to be nice.
I should not have been nice.
It's not unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate
that you're nice.
The bet should have been if Trump doesn't make it to the first primary for any reason, I win. But I said it was only if Trump gets sick, like legitimately sick, not like fake sick, or gets arrested or something and cannot run for some other external reason, that the bet would be void. Yeah, I wouldn't win.
But
what a dumb clause to add in.
That was a very dumb clause. Yeah,
that's not going to happen though. We're going to be, everything's going just as planned right now. Trump is in it to win it, and he's probably going to win it.
Galaxy Smoke for 4 months says,
"Are you serious?"
Well, he's going to win the primary.
Oh, isn't he down right now?
No, what are you talking about?
He's up.
In the primary?
What are you talking about?
I thought he was down below DeSantis.
No,
that's old news.
Wait, really? Hold on, let me check.
Yeah. Ever since the whole indictment stuff came out, I'm pretty sure he rocketed ahead.
Wait, really? Why? Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, man, you don't know.
What the fuck is wrong with Republicans? Oh, this guy's going to jail? That's my fucking president.
Well, they feel like it's trumped up charges, which, I mean, it probably is. So.
Yeah. Look, this is how morality works. If you have the opportunity to set the moral scales right from some grave injustice that you've seen, you do it.
Wait, Nikki Haley is the fourth candidate. What are you guys doing?
Nikki Haley is just, oh my God.
Who's the third candidate?
Mike Pence.
Wow. That's shocking. Who's the fifth candidate?
The fifth candidate is Liz Cheney.
No,
she's running. She's not running. This is just questioners asking.
This is just Republican primary. I don't know. Morningconsult.com. Yeah, I don't fucking know what I'm looking at.
Okay. Galaxy Smoke for 4 months says, in Westeros, I'm taking that. Thanks, Doomer. That's my joke now. that was a good joke. Instead of saying good. Like you want to kill someone in Minecraft, you say I'm gonna kill them in Westeros.
I think that's actually better.
I had some decent jokes today. This was not bad.
You did good. That'll do, pig.
Yeah, good job. Good job being your little pay pig.
You got to look at real clear politics. That's where.
Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $2 says, "Yay likes the Jews again after watching 21 Jump Street." I know, that's so fucking weird. Do you think that's true, or do you think what happened was he just like his manic phase wore off, and now he's trying to like salvage his reputation?
Well, there definitely was not a public relations manager involved. Nobody is genius enough to tweet that out. That had to have come from Kanye.
Right.
Like I saw 21 Jump Street with Jonah Hill, and now I like the Jews again. Like, what an insane, perfect fucking tweet.
I know.
Or Instagram post or whatever. That was so amazing.
Yep. It was pretty good. Bizarrely Biased for 75 NTs says, check out the Japan Donald Trump 2016 commercial. It's most awesome hilarity. Huh. What is this? Japanese Donald Trump commercial for 20. Oh, the Mike Diva thing. I've seen this. It's fake. It's like a Mike Diva video. It's not like a real. Yeah. It is.
Bro, imagine
Mike.
Oh, sorry. Because imagine you come down from a bipolar fucking manic phase and you lost $1 billion.
It would be pretty problematic.
Like, that sucks, dude. Holy fuck.
So I have a question.
I went on Alex Jones and said I love Hitler. Are you serious? Show me the video. Show me the video. I don't believe it. Why am I sitting next to Nick Fuentes?
Mike Diva would be super duper canceled because of his very great famous song, "I'm on Crack," which features a black man on crack having like wild hallucinations. And I'm pretty sure it's like it's like one of his most popular videos. 4.4 million views. Kazoo Kid Trap Remix, 76 million views. Jesus. Anyways. CT for 2 Canadian says, "You're my hero, Doomer." Wow. Betrayal. Can't believe you, CT. Terrible. Doomer doesn't actually care.
What I care about is all of my lost income that's being siphoned into this dirty shadow person's wallet.
There you go, CT. You pulled your heart out and you presented the Doomer and he just spit on it. Terrible. Asme for 6 MYR says, "I imagine Sitch has glasses, is clean shaven and bald." Well, you're wrong on all 3 of those accounts. I don't have glasses. I have hair and I'm scruffy. But in like a good way, a presentable way.
No, in like a Big Joel type of way.
No, not in that. No, definitely not. And Asme for 15 MYR says, "Don't disappoint me, Sitch. Get an electric razor and glasses right now." I'll get right on it.
You don't have glasses? You don't wear glasses? Really?
No, I don't. I don't need them. What do you mean? You met me? Was I wearing glasses when we?
No, you weren't wearing glasses, but I didn't know if you like wore reading
I had
glasses,
contacts
maybe, or
Right.
Who knows?
Okay. Base Shaman for $5 says, if Trump is convicted, likely based on the venue, the left wouldn't be satisfied with just jail. He will be Epsteined. Well,
Trump is not going to be Epsteined. Okay.
I don't know if you're just saying that because like the name is Base Shaman and it's the QAnon shaman. I don't know if you're memeing. I think there's like no fucking chance that Trump would get Epstein in jail. I think what's possible. I think these one or two outcomes would be the most probable. That he will be found not guilty, regardless of the venue, or he'll be found guilty and then he'll be given some very menial charge, like a fine or something, and he won't actually serve any jail time. That'd be my guess. One of those two options. I think it'd be very unlikely he actually goes to jail.
He gets community service, and they give him a time computation for serving as president, so he just doesn't do anything.
There you go. I like that. Yeah. Though I don't know, supposedly people are complaining that the judge is very anti-Trump, and Trump is running out on Truth Social and shit-talking the judge. But that worked in Trump's favor before, so who knows?
I got those posts too.
He shit-talked I forget, when he was president, he shit-talked some judge, and it seemed like it made the judge more impartial, not more partial, so we'll see.
Shit-talking the judge always works.
Throw the book at him.
There you go. CT for 2 Canadians says, Doomer not caring makes me look up to him more. Well, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, you get kids, make sure that you don't care about anything.
Proof that negging works.
No,
I made sure to say it slowly and really pronounce it, so there's no confusion.
Chud talks a lot about sucking dick. It's a little uncomfortable. I don't know how you guys were feeling.
I think it's like a Brit Bong thing.
Everything is like dick suck this, dick suck that. It's like,
yeah. Listen, the British really into dick sucking. I don't know what to tell you.
Welcome to Twitch politics.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just complimenting ourselves.
Yeah. Adam friended for $2. Well, Adam, listen, you don't have to send, money, Adam. Adam says, listen, I just want to say to Mr. Girl Jangles and Christian Watson that I sincerely apologize.
No.
Oh, I read this one already.
Oh, cool. We must be done.
McGore for $2 says the bit by Doomer pretending to be Chud Logic is a solid 10/10. Escalate straight to comedy show. Tier gold. Can't convince me otherwise now.
Nice.
There you go.
That was my idea, guys.
That's my slot for $2 says the main reason I left the left is that I saw how easily they gave themselves permission to be vicious. They often seem to have a meager pool of empathy that they guard jealously and seek any excuse not to part with.
That's true.
That's very true, and that's what I was saying. That's exactly what I got when I was listening to Katie put Destiny on the fucking struggle session here. It's like, why should anyone take your moral claims seriously when it's very clear you don't live by those moral claims or give any of that empathy to anyone else? Like, it's all just performative, theoretical virtue signaling.
I tried to look that Katie up to get her on the show, but I couldn't find anything on her.
Oh my fucking God.
It was
please,
so,
no.
because she was, part of the struggle session was that Destiny was friendly with Nick Fuentes. So, and she was like, hated Nick Fuentes, like crazy.
That stream was like fucking a chore to listen to.
Why wouldn't you want her on the show? Look, that's part of our shtick. Although, I think people are getting bored because you really can't change people's minds. So
bored of what?
That's what people want. Well, we brought on I Am Really Important. We've brought on Dialogue Always has been on a couple times. We bring on, like, we're going to do another stream with TJ. But these people are not going to change their minds.
Well, that's not, but who the fuck expects them to?
Yeah, I find it interesting, but sometimes people find it frustrating. They're like, oh my God, this person's so in the dark, and they don't even know it.
Right. That's what's interesting. It's like, oh my God.
That's what I find interesting. In another world. Well, that was kind of happening with Christian Watson, and I felt like you were making headway, but I just got too triggered.
You You just got to take the black pill and realize that all this political discourse is just a waste of time. All you need to do is grind content, okay? Bring on lol cows, fucking make them into content, fucking milk the lol cows. Fucking, who's this, Katie? Bring her on. Bring her on.
I mean,
I want to bring her on.
What you're saying is true, Jimmer. Soldos for $2 says, I love you all, but you opened yourself up to the Sitch and Adam. Quote, we liberals believe in maximizing individual liberty unless it's the bad China app. Ban it. Congress couldn't find evidence of the wrongdoing we accuse them of, while China bad / sarcasm.
Oh, okay, good. Thank goodness there was a / sarcasm. Because I'm like, China is bad. What are you talking about?
Right. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. That argument, oh my God. That fucking, there were people that were legitimately making that argument, and I was just like fucking shaking my head. It was so wild.
You don't think China, if they have the ability, are going to screw with the minds of American young people? Like, they're totally going to do that.
Of course they are. I mean, they already are doing that.
They're saying their cultural saying is literally, if you can cheat, cheat. Like, I joke about that shit all the time, but I'm joking.
But you know, it's unfortunate because now it looks like that the Restrict Act is a total scam and a total bullshit piece of legislation.
I know. It's horrible.
I know.
All they need to do is literally write one line, ban TikTok from the App Store.
Nope, they got to use it this like horrible fucking
this
seizure
crazy
of power.
grab.
Yeah, I know.
It's insane. You can get rid of TikTok without sending Americans to jail for like 10 years.
I know. It's disgusting. Really disgusting. Yeah. I'm curious. It's unfortunate because I'm curious as like how did the bill get written that way? Who did that?
The corporations always come in and write that stuff for them. I'm not sure who's.
I don't think it was a court. No, I don't think it was a corporation thing.
Somebody's going to come in and sell them something that's snuck into the legislation.
So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if they can throw that shit in the trash and just start with an actual TikTok ban. And I still shit all over Glenn Greenwald for simping for China like the disgusting American bad shill that he is.
Yeah.
Mahler for $2. Oh, hey, Mahler.
What's up?
Says, oh, man, they brought Chud Logic on before they brought us on for the Fight Club stream. What gives? I think we should send Big Joel the clip of this stream and stoke the flame some more. How about it, Rags? I agree. Don't worry, we'll have a clip available, and Joel will make sure to see it, with his Google alerts on his name very quickly.
Yeah.
Rags for $2 says, I actually kind of like that idea, but I don't know. I think he's just going to ignore it. Maybe we should send it to Organized Chaos and have him respond instead. What do you think, Frankie? Frankie for $2 says, no! The best plan would be to send it to actual fandom, because then he'll send a tweet about it. I'll drive up engagement for Sitch's Twitter account, maybe. Then he'll thank us with the Fight Club stream. Well, there you go.
Look,
Thank you.
You guys can come on for the Fight Club stream. We're down. I think Mahler... Yeah. Look, Amazing Atheist did this dog shit media video where I think he attacks Critical Drinker. And we're going to discuss that with him, and I think Mahler's going to come on for that. So,
well, Mahler was in our first conversation with TJ, right? Or am I hallucinating?
I think he was.
It was him and
Wait, what is the Fight Club stream?
So, Maggie Mayfish, I think Chris Warps said this to you like a million times. Maggie Mayfish has a crazy video about Fight Club where her argument is that Tyler Durden, Brad Pitt's character, is the real character, and Edward Norton is the fake hallucination.
That's a take.
Yeah, it's like the stupidest fucking weird postmodern feminist take ever. It's so insipid.
Did TJ attack Mahler in that video that he did? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I
don't remember. I don't think he did. So. And I watched, who was the video that made the response to Critical Drinker?
Organized
About
Chaos?
Glass Onion? No, about Glass Onion.
Dane? Actual fandom?
Oh my God, you're no help.
They responded to critical drinker.
You're not helping. Critical drinker, glass onion. It was some big socialist guy. Pillar of garbage.
Oh, I
that video is just like insane. It's so bad. It's like it's. I mean, it's basically Little Jill tier quality, except longer in terms of arguments. It's such a terrible and very dishonest video. So I don't know, maybe we'll cover it at some point, but
yeah,
I think EFAP covered it.
Oh, well, if they've done it already, then
yeah,
no
kind
one's
of old
going to
drama,
watch us do it.
Thank you, chat. Pillar of garbage. Pretty sure Mahler is Swedish. That is true. I thought he was Australian, but I guess he's Swedish. Asmi, thanks so much for joining the Free Seekers.
Welsh.
No, he's from Australia.
Fringy's from Australia.
No. Fringy's from New Zealand.
Fringy is from New Zealand.
Sitch, are you gaslighting us right now, or you just not know this?
No. Mahler's from Australia. Fringy is from New Zealand, and Rags from Canada. You guys don't know this?
Gaslight.
You don't know this? Okay.
Gaslight girl boss.
All right. I mean, you didn't even know Trump was ahead in the polls, so there's lots you don't know.
Why would I be paying attention to the fucking Republican fucking primary fucking race, dude?
Yep.
It's like watching a literal clown show.
Base Shaman for $5 says, I'm half joking and serious. Oh, well, there you go. Things happen slowly, then very quickly. I'm also an accelerationist, so there's part of me that wants it to happen. Well, I don't want Trump to be assassinated in jail or in Westeros, so. But I would be very skeptical of something. Like, if something like that happened, that would be like that'd be the craziest shit ever. So
I got a new graphic for the show for us. It says, warning, gaslighting detected. Now I can bring it up whenever Sitch starts.
Sodoge for $2 says, okay, I realize that part of the breakdown in communication is that Sitch and Adam just aren't used to my more caustic sense of humor. So now begins the Sitch corruption arc. Sitch, say, Sodoge, you fuckwit. Feel the catharsis. Well, there you go.
Sodoge.
Don't be so caustic, Sodoge.
I like Sodoge, but he's a little bit mean sometimes.
Isn't the opposite of caustic based?
I can take it. You got to understand. Sitch is kind of a pansy.
Making a chemistry joke, but okay.
Oh, based?
Don't worry about it.
As opposed to acid?
Yeah.
I like it.
Anyway. That's it.
Really? You're kidding me, really?
I'm not.
Oh my God.
It's only 11 o'clock at night.
Should we kick Doomer off before we end? Kick him off in disgust?
If you want.
No, we don't have to do that.
Okay.
You got any final words, Doomer, before we begin the outro?
Yeah, Adam, I'm really looking forward to the day where you get a new co-host.
Come on, man. You know.
Doomer is the energy vampire from What We Do in the Shadows. True.
I love that character. That character is awesome.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Chud, for coming on. It was lots of fun. We enjoyed talking to you. Hopefully we'll talk to you again. Seem like a cool dude, even if you're a dirty Marxist. And I guess thanks to Fat Walsh.
Wow. Jesus.
Thanks for coming on, as always. You're always welcome here, Fat Walsh.
Yeah, I can't wait to come back.
And thank you. You have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. And we'll see you all next Sunday. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Billy. Okay.